Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. The time is now 10:32 a.m. on Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. We are convening this hearing in person at the John A. Wilson Building in room 500. And we are also streaming live on the Office of Cable Television website, Council Channel 13, the DC Council website, and YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and the chairwoman of the committee. We have one bill on the agenda today, Bill 25-479, the Addressing Crime Through Targeted Interventions and Violence Enforcement Amendment Act of 2023, otherwise referred to as the Active Amendment Act. I introduced this bill on September 18th, 2023. As I have gone to all 8 wards and met with hundreds of stakeholders, experts, and residents across the city over the last several months, it has been clear that people are looking for change and improvements when it comes to their safety. And they understandably are looking for solutions to rectify what none of us should or can accept as normal. The violence we're seeing in our streets is not acceptable. It is not normal, and it cannot be left unaddressed. I introduced this bill along with many others in my Secure DC plan on the first day of the legislative session this fall, because I wanted to propose a series of legislative solutions to improve our prevention efforts, to increase and ensure accountability, and to better coordinate among our community and government partners in our entire public safety ecosystem. I believe in our prevention programs in the city, and I believe that the best way long-term to drive down crime is to invest in these measures. However, I also know that in order for them to be successful, there must be an enforcement mechanism to address dangerous behavior when we do not get to people in time. It is an important piece of the puzzle that we cannot ignore as a society. I wanted to have an open public debate about the best path forward, and the proposals laid out in the bill that we're discussing today have been a way for all of us to speak about the same issues as opposed to debating theoretical changes. And I say that to say there has been a lot of robust discussion, debate, meetings had over the last several months, and I look forward to that continuing based on the same language that we're looking at. I note this especially because I recognize there has been some opposition to certain provisions in the Active Amendment Act, and I anticipate that we'll hear from witnesses today who have concerns about various pieces included. This bill is aimed at addressing some of the most significant issues that we're facing with violent crime in the district through narrow, targeted solutions aimed at the small number of offenders engaged in most of the violent crime that we're seeing in the city. I want to highlight a few of the provisions to begin. First, as we all know too well, the number of guns and gun homicides in the district has increased drastically in recent years. This year, as of this morning, 235 people have been killed. 195 of those were committed with a firearm. There have also been 796 non-fatal shootings, as well as countless more shootings where luckily no one was injured. As Chief Conte used to say, sometimes the only difference between a gun homicide or shooting someone with a gun or shooting into a public space is a matter of aim. And so we have to take all of these cases very seriously. This bill seeks to address these gun violence incidents by creating new offenses for when someone unsafely discards a firearm or fires a significant number of bullets, and by requiring sentences to be stacked when a defendant possesses an extremely dangerous weapon, like we're seeing more and more of, like machine guns or ghost guns. Next, according to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, 68% of firearm offenders are rearrested for a new crime, compared to only 47% of non-firearm offenders. Firearm offenders reoffend earlier, and a greater percentage of them are rearrested for serious crimes. This bill addresses these issues of illegal firearms and recidivism by proposing a conditional search provision for individuals who have been convicted of a firearm offense. When the offender is released on probation, parole, or another form of post-conviction supervised release, They can be subject to searches in public places as a condition of their release, which they would pre-consent to before getting released early. Now, I recognize that this provision has received a great deal of attention in the media. And I look forward to hearing from residents, advocates, and experts today about where the proper line should be drawn while still effectively addressing illegal guns in the district. For example, one of the things I'm looking forward to hearing today is about how to ensure this provision could be administered fairly. How, if we can ensure that this provision doesn't lead to additional harassment. And when we're looking for opportunities to deter individuals from carrying and using firearms through the promise of swift and certain punishment, this is a good avenue to do that as we look again for interventions that are both gonna, quote unquote, stop the bleeding of the gun epidemic that we're experiencing and be sustainable over the long term. We know that there are a small number of individuals, most of them known to the Metropolitan Police Department, who are committing the majority of the gun violence in the district, and this provision is narrowly tailored to focus on these individuals. Next, carjackings in the district have increased also dramatically this year. In 2022, there were 484 carjackings in DC. As of this morning, there have been 843 carjackings in 2023 alone. This is a 74% increase from last year, which is unacceptable. And about 75% of these cases involve firearms. My bill today addresses the rise in carjackings by expanding the definition to encompass other instances where victims are away from their cars, but nevertheless have their keys violently taken from them and their car stolen. Next, community members have expressed concerns about being a victim of crime and then seeing the perpetrator released back on the streets the next day or later that day. This is especially concerning when the crime is a violent one. Notably, in many of these cases, there would be a rebuttable presumption in favor of detention. That presumption can be rebutted, meaning it can be overcome if the individual's safety to the community can be ensured. But right now, a judge has to issue a written opinion supporting their decision when they decide to detain someone. They don't have to issue a written opinion when they decide to release someone when the rebuttable presumption applies. My bill would change that imbalance and require judges to issue written findings also when they decide to release someone. These written findings will help provide the public with context for the judge's decisions and increase transparency in the judicial decision-making process. Next, there are concerns from court personnel and the U.S. Attorney's Office about the requirement to file additional requests to extend the trial start date to further prepare for trial. Currently, extensions can be granted, but only in 20-day increments, requiring the court to hold a hearing and both sides' attorneys to attend. This bill would allow longer extensions to be granted for trial preparation, but would still require the prosecutor to show good cause for that extension. This change could reduce the burden on courts to schedule these hearings every 20 days and allow the court to save its already extremely scarce resources. Finally, I believe there are many low-level, non-violent offenses that could be better handled without an arrest. We have about 1,000 misdemeanor cases we're seeing each year in the city. And we must be providing intervention, care, and accountability, but these cases are not currently receiving much of either in our criminal justice system. These are offenses that are often driven by mental health issues and substance abuse. And in an effort to improve our efforts to handle these issues outside of the traditional criminal justice system, my bill proposes creating a pre-arrest diversion task force that would bring together stakeholders like the Department of Behavioral Health, the Office of the Attorney General, Metropolitan Police Department, and the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to review best practices and make recommendations on how to institute this new type of system and delivery administration in DC. With that, before we turn to our public witness testimony, I want to welcome my council colleagues who have joined us today for any opening statements. First, I will turn to my Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Matt Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. I hear every day from constituents about public safety issues. I'm sure everyone on the council is in the same situation. this is a really, really serious situation that we confront. Accountability is a piece of the answer, and other parts of the answer go to addressing the root causes of crime. We have way too many people in this city who feel that they have no hope. And while you have as many people in that situation, we're not going to be safe. And we need to be pushing on both pieces of the response to public safety. I thought it was interesting. There was a recent poll, and the poll showed high percentages of people who felt strongly about increased accountability, but then 90% figures about kind of attacking root causes. It's not a one or the other situation. It has to be a both. I'm very grateful to Chair Pinto for all of the work that she's been doing on these issues. I was heartened to hear you acknowledge some of the areas in the proposals that have engendered controversy already. I recently put a big idea on the table, and I had my heart in my throat a little bit as I did it. And when I talked with people about it, somebody said, if you're not living on the edge, you're taking up too much space. And so I think putting aggressive ideas on the table and engendering a conversation with stakeholders across the spectrum to try to figure out what are the best solutions that we can have to this really a crisis that's happening in this city. And stopping gun violence is not it. One of the things that we're hearing about gun violence is with each new attack or homicide, the cycle deepens, and then there are more people out there who are looking for revenge and looking for a way to respond. And so we have to turn this around. The kinds of ideas that are on the table here are really important as part of that process, but it's going to be an ongoing debate. And I very much look forward to hearing from people today about their responses to the ideas that are on the table in this bill, and how they can be improved so that we can really get at this and make a difference so that our residents are safer. That's the goal we all share. One of the things that's a great privilege of campaigning is you go and you knock on thousands of people's doors and you hear what's on their mind and everywhere that I went, crime was at the top of the list, but also there was a recognition from many that they just didn't know what the right solution was. Right now, we're in a full debate and discussion about how are we going to tackle this. It's a really healthy thing, and I'm very grateful to Chair Pinto for the work that she's doing. And I look forward to hearing from you all. Although I may not do it all from this seat, I may go back and watch on Zoom some too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. I really appreciate those thoughts and remarks. Next, we'll turn to our Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker, for any opening statement you may have.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, for holding today's hearing. I've said it before and I will say it again, DC residents deserve to feel safe in their communities. And we know that for many people, many residents, that is not our reality today. All components of our government have a part to play in an effort to improve community safety. The council's job is not to play the role of violence interrupter, behavioral specialist, police officer, public defender, and the list goes on. We have a responsibility to change the laws when there is a reason to change them, focus on oversight when there are real problems, and making budgetary decisions that help build the capacity and effectiveness of our community safety partners. I appreciate the efforts of the chair to look for opportunities to bolster our criminal code. And there are some provisions of the bill that we are discussing today that I support. Now, I want to single out the proposal for a pretrial diversion task force as included in this bill that I think is most likely to make a positive difference for our community and make our community safer. At the same time, I'm very skeptical of some aspects of the legislation at the heart of today's hearing. In particular, we cannot implement remnants of stop and frisk here in the district. Any proposal that would allow the police to stop anyone at any time at random is dangerous, particularly for young Black residents. The bill aims to allow police to randomly search people charged with violent offenses who are on pretrial release. The question that comes to my mind is, how will they know who is on release? How will they know who is at risk? And we've already seen this play out in other jurisdictions, and we already know how it would be implemented here. It is worth noting that our courts even expressed concern about the constitutionality of this proposal. There are other aspects of this bill that will overburden our already strained courts, requiring judges to issue written findings that support their reasoning for releasing individuals charged with violent crimes. I, like many others, want to make sure that our violent individuals are held accountable. At the same time, this proposal doesn't account for our present day reality, that we already have a severe backlog in our courts and we're down some 11 judges. What's more, penalties for the offenses that most concern residents are already severe, and prosecutors already have enormous power and leverage under existing law. But that power does not matter if MPD fails to close cases and if the U.S. Attorney fails to pursue those cases. That power does not matter if residents have to wait 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes for someone at 911 to pick up the phone. That power does not matter if our crime lab is still uncredited. Chair Pinto, if I could have 30 seconds just to wrap up.
Sure.
Finally, I want to praise our public safety partners for a few steps recently that have been taken that in my mind are a lot more important than the harm caused by some of the proposals I've highlighted. Chief Smith has stood up a robbery suppression task force that is focusing on these particular types of offenses, namely robberies. MPD recently announced the distribution of air tags to residents of certain police service areas, including PSAs 5801 and 502. In sum, while I'm happy to spend time today determining which components of this legislation are workable and needed, I think the council needs to spend more time conducting oversight of our public safety agencies so that we improve the administration of existing laws and coordination of our existing safety resources rather than taking steps back and implementing what has already been deemed unconstitutional. Thank you, Chair Pinto.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. All right, we are going to begin our public testimony. Make sure no other colleagues are here. Okay. So, as is almost always the case, we're going to hear from our public witnesses first, and then our government witnesses. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those representing organizations will have 5 minutes. I will invite our first panel of public witnesses to come up, and if I can ask the first person on the panel to sit in the seat farthest to my right, and your left, looking this way. Panel 1, Monica Hopkins, ACLU of the District of Columbia. Mark Mottenkoff, Citizens Association of Georgetown. Robert Vincent Branham, Ward 5 Leadership Council. Okay. Rico Dancy, Black Lives Matter for the Deaf. Carlos Andino, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Yes, in the third seat. Perfect. Oh, and Carlos. Okay, great. Thank you very much. And we will start first with Monica Hopkins from the ACLU of DC.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. I'm Monica Hopkins, and I'm here on behalf of our over 14,000 members across all 8 wards in DC. We have a responsibility to take a 3-step approach to enacting any criminal sanction. Number 1, what is the problem we are trying to solve? Number 2, what is the evidence that these proposed solutions will actually solve the problem? And number 3, will these solutions cause more problems than they solve? The ACLU DC understands the council's attempt to solve the very real problem of violent crime and gun violence in our city. However, there is no evidence that the proposed solutions will solve these problems. There is evidence in the proposed solutions that they will cause more problems than they solve. For this reason, the ACLU DC strongly opposes the Active Act as a solution and urges the council to craft real solutions that will have a real impact on the problem. Today, I'll focus on two parts of the act, the search provision and pretrial detention. The council should not allow police to be engaging in searches without cause, including searching certain individuals who have been charged with a crime but not convicted of a crime. If the council does not intend to authorize law enforcement officers to conduct searches for the sole purpose of harassment, they should not implement this change. Searches without cause is a recipe for broad, unfocused searches that may not even uncover criminal activity. MPD's current tactics raise concerns over being a solution. Our report in 2020 on NERAC data showed that of the over 80,000 stops, only 1% of all of those stops led to a recovery of a firearm. However, 91% of the stops resulted in no warning, ticket, or arrest and were of Black people in the district. Chairman Mendelson indicated one of the biggest issues with closing cases in DC has been community members not coming forward to speak with police. This solution exacerbates the problem, particularly in Black communities that experience a disproportionate level of crime. The inevitability of unconstitutional conduct and subsequent litigation will further damage community-police relationships. The Active Act also makes it much easier to detain people pre-trial when they are charged with a crime and are presumed innocent. There's a widespread belief among many that somehow detaining people pre-trial is good for community safety. However, a 2022 Arnold Ventures pretrial detention study found that spending more than 23 hours in jail had a negative effect and increased the amount of time spent in pretrial detention was consistently associated with an increased odds of arrest. The bill goes further than our existing code, categorizing some misdemeanors as crimes of violence, including stealing a bike from a porch, which constitutes burglary in the second degree. The DC Public Defender Service reports that individuals held under the existing statute routinely spend 2 to 3 years in detention before ever having a trial. Lowering the standard of proof required for pretrial detention would greatly increase the number of people subject to detention, attacking the right to a speedy trial and increasing incarceration. Producing a sustained reduction in violence may not be possible without addressing the extreme, persistent segregation by race and income caused by decades of systemic discrimination. What should we do? Our code does not lack the penal approaches we need, but the council had the foresight to create some real solutions. The Police Reform Commission has a bunch of recommendations. We could look to our neighbors in Virginia, where the Virginia Assembly invested $58 million in crisis intervention centers that allow people to be received and allows law enforcement to return to their patrol duties. We have also, with our coalition partners, authored a platform for crisis response and stand ready to work with the committee and the council to not implement short-sighted solutions that will not address public safety, but actually give district residents what they deserve, which is safety.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hopkins. Mark Monkoff, Citizens Association of Georgetown.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Mark Martinkov, and I serve as the co-chair of the Public Safety Committee at the Citizens Association of Georgetown. Today, I wish to address the concerning crime situation in the Washington, D.C. community and acknowledge efforts of the Addressing Crime Through Targeted Interventions and Violence Enforcement Active Amendment Act of 2023. Georgetown and the broader DC community, cherished for its historical significance and dynamic environment, is meant to serve as an example for other U.S. metropolitan areas. Unfortunately, our community is currently experiencing an uptick in criminal activities, including a notable increase in thefts and violent crimes such as carjackings and assaults. These developments not only compromise public safety, but also impact the overall quality of life and attractiveness of the district. The Active Amendment Act proposes a broad-based approach to these challenges. Its comprehensive scope, addressing various facets of crime prevention and enforcement, corresponds with the complex nature of the problems we're experiencing in the district. The Act's emphasis on more stringent measures for those convicted of firearm offenses, including compulsory searches, is an important initiative towards reducing gun violence. The modifications to penalties for firearm-related offenses also indicate a commitment to addressing these issues with the gravity that they deserve. The introduction of new criminal offenses and redefinition of others, like carjacking, show an adaptability to the changing landscape of criminal activities. Updating legal definitions and penalties to align with current challenges is a proactive measure. Additionally, the requirement for judges to issue detailed findings in cases involving violent crimes introduces an element of transparency and accountability vital for maintaining public trust in our legal system. The establishment of the Pre-Arrest Diversion Task Force within the Act is noteworthy. This initiative highlights the necessity of addressing crime's root causes and the importance of solutions extending beyond conventional law enforcement methods. A focus on diversion and rehabilitation offers a more comprehensive approach, aiming to address both the immediate and underlying issues of criminal behavior. In addition to the key elements of the existing legislation, the Citizens Association of Georgetown would be supportive of additional initiatives either in this bill or upcoming legislation. We believe the following efforts would go a long way in improving the safety of our community. Community policing initiatives, which will strengthen ties between law enforcement and district residents through community policing, a joint effort. Safety education programs, tailored safety education and awareness programs for residents and local businesses. Improved street lighting and surveillance, which would entail enhancing lighting and surveillance in key areas, particularly in dimly lit streets and alleys. Neighborhood watch support, which would mean encouraging and supporting neighborhood watch programs for proactive community engagement in crime prevention. Finally, victim assistance programs, establishing comprehensive support systems for victims of crime, including counseling and legal aid. In summary, the Citizens Association of Georgetown supports the Active Amendment Act 2023. We consider this legislation a significant effort to confront the criminal issues affecting our community. We are prepared to work with the council and other parties involved to ensure the effective enactment of this act and to contribute to the ongoing safety and prosperity of Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martinkoff. Next, we'll hear from Rico Dancy, Black Lives Matter for the Deaf.
Good morning. So in Baltimore City, a deaf man, self-deaf, got murdered in jail. They put him in a cell with a person who's charged with a murder. What is DC Council doing on the jail? They should have a floor for people with a disability. They should not put a deaf person in a cell with a person who murdered somebody. We don't have any interpreters in the jail when a deaf person goes to jail for equal access. I request to interpret today. It's no one here. I am deaf. That's why this organization was founded in 2014. I came the president of Black Lives Matter for the Deaf. I travel across the country fighting for equal access for deaf people to make sure they have equal access, to make sure it's law in place hold our elected officials accountable is lost in place when something's is not right in jail. So I knew the deaf guy. He went to Gallaudet, where I went to. So what laws are we putting together stand for the deaf people? What, like if a person is deaf, get arrested, they go downtown, it's no interpreter. They got to write down back and forth. But under the ADA, Title II says, the local state government must provide equal access for citizens who are deaf or hard of hearing. We have the one of the greatest deaf or hard of hearing police unit in this country. But when we go to jail, deaf people have no clue. I get a call on my video phone. I get that family member call me. Say, President, what are we doing? Why we don't have this access? What are we doing to protect our people who are deaf? I am also the board member of Associate for the Deaf in DC. We have these meetings every Monday fighting. I have these meetings at my board fighting for these issues. What can council do on the jail issue to make sure they do not put a murder with a deaf person in the same cell and choke him to death, and he is begging for help like his last breath? October last year 9th, this should have been a year, I talked to his mother. His mother said this, Rico, President, thank you for your service. He said, I want you to do me a favor. I said, what's that? She said, ask council what laws are they passing to protect the disabled, pay more attention to people with all disabilities. And I told her, the power I have in my hands, I'm going to make sure that I raise this as a serious concern, okay? It's just like if you call the police, they don't have interpreters. One of them said their phone's dead. How do the deaf person communicate? Here come the ADA, discrimination. All they got to say is that officer did not provide access, and here come discrimination. Please listen to this. This is so important. We are people. We might be deaf, but we are citizens of this city. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Dancy, for your testimony. And I do want to apologize that the request for interpreter wasn't able to be honored. This is a council-wide policy. Those requests have to be made within five days in advance of the hearing. So because this request came just before the hearing, the building wasn't able to find somebody. It is something that my colleagues and I are working on, trying to have improved access, because we all agree that this is really important. But I'm sorry it wasn't able to be accomplished for this. Sir, we're going to move on to the next witness. But I just wanted to note that for time. Thank you very much. Carlos Andino, the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs.
For the record, Chair Pinto, my name is Ryan Downer. I'm the legal director of the Washington Lawyers Committee. I'm speaking in place of Mr. Andino today. It's DOWNER. Violent crime in the district is up. This is a real problem, and we need to address it. But the retrograde solutions proposed in this legislation are ineffective and will result in further harm to the district's Black and Brown communities. The district cannot incarcerate its way out of this crisis. Yet that is precisely what the present bill seeks to do. Accordingly, the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs urges the DC Council to reject the Active Amendment Act in its entirety. DC already has an aggressive criminal system that has failed to keep the community safe and disproportionately affects communities of color. DC has one of the nation's highest rates of incarceration and the greatest number of police officers per capita by far. None of these facts are new, yet we find ourselves on the brink of repeating past mistakes. Research has shown that increased incarceration does not make communities safer. Presumptions in favor of pretrial detention, increased punishments, and consecutive penalties for gun possession perpetuate the very problem the district is trying to solve. Incarcerated individuals are more likely to face poverty when released, and poverty is a significant contributing factor to cycles of violence. National studies also suggest that there is no overall public safety benefit associated with pretrial incarceration. There is no reason to expect that more jail will mean safer streets. One thing is certain, however, increased incarceration will make those incarcerated less safe because they will be housed by the DC Department of Corrections, an agency that already cannot protect the people currently in its custody. Just as there is a crisis of violence in the district, there is a crisis of state violence in our jail. The DC jail is a dangerous place. This council is well aware of the conditions there. Yet despite a castigating report from the U.S. Marshals, the fact that federal and superior court judges have released people because of those conditions, and hearings by this council, conditions have not changed significantly. Earlier this year, the committee and Arnold and Porter filed a class action challenging DOC's failure to provide adequate medical care. One class member, after 16 months in DOC custody, missed more doses of Biktarvy, a medication that suppresses the HIV virus, than he had in the previous decade. His viral load became detectable for the first time in more than 11 years. For another individual, a trip to the emergency room revealed an abnormal mass. DOC failed to schedule a needed follow-up for more than 2 months after a lawsuit was filed. Over the summer, a defense attorney told DOC that several individuals at the jail had flashed knives at his client and that there was a price on his head. When asked to move his client into protective custody, the jail's general counsel emailed back a single sentence: "Be advised that DOC cannot assure the safety of any one resident." That statement was a reflection of the department's indifference to its constitutional duty to protect those in its custody, and a telling assessment of the reality in the jail. Just 2 weeks ago, an individual died in DOC custody at Central Cell Block. Preliminary reports suggest that he was denied his medication for a seizure disorder, and later, during a seizure, fell and hit his head on a metal toilet. He is at least the 5th person to die in DOC custody this year. At least 8 people died last year. The legislation before the council will put more people into DOC custody and at risk of the same fates. The Active Amendment Act does not do the actual hard work of making our streets safer, but because it would increase incarceration, it will expose more of our citizens to the DC jail's incredibly unsafe conditions. That will not help the people of the city. It will not resolve this crisis. It is not sound policy. My colleague, Kristen McGough, will discuss what the council should do instead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Downer. And thank you all of you for being here today. I really appreciate the testimony, and those of you who spoke about the conditions of the DC jail. It is something that this committee is very focused on, both through oversight as well as through additional pieces of legislation that are part of our Secure DC agenda, namely in the LEARNS Act, the Fresh Starts Act, which are not the subject of today's hearing, but are things that we're continuing to work on around the grievance process, around training, around food. And so I appreciate your notes as well about disability access, which we'll continue to look into. So thank you for raising those. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Hopkins, I'm so glad you noted the Crisis Intervention Center in Virginia, because that is exactly what one of the locations that we looked at in thinking about the pre-arrest diversion task force and how Virginia is effective. And so I was hoping you can elaborate a little bit on why you think that model is effective and something that you'd recommend in the district.
So the crisis intervention receiving centers, and then also they have crisis stabilization units, which are more sort of like residential. People can stay for a while they get stabilized. This sort of diverts folks, particularly folks with mental health issues who are in crisis, substance use issues that are in crisis. It allows law enforcement a place to take individuals where they can be served with services and resources rather than taking them to jail, which doesn't solve anything. It also takes the load off of police officers who, since the 60s, we have sort of saddled with jobs they are not equipped to do. They're not trained as mental health professionals. They are not trained as substance abuse interventionists, and therefore the response is carceral. So these centers, allow for that intervention that actually needs to happen and gives the solutions that actually work.
Are you familiar with how either that model in Virginia works or how it should work in DC if an individual says no to receiving that care?
I haven't dug that deep into it. I think it is one of the ways that the council could very carefully see if that model is a model for DC. We also, in our crisis response platform that we have done with our coalition partners, we have some solutions we'd love to talk to the council about.
Okay, because that continues to be a challenge now with some of our drug outreach programs, is when an individual does not want to receive care. And is something that we need to continue to be thoughtful about as we seek to legislate around this space.
And I want to make sure that we are protecting sort of also the right of individuals to deny care. I think there are many situations in which that might not be the crisis intervention that is needed, is to actually go into crisis intervention centers. But what might be needed can be delivered right there in the moment. And the person can say, no, I don't want this additional intervention.
So this type of task force and model is part of this bill, but I heard you say that you are opposed to the entire bill.
I think it's hard to sort of separate these things out. We have seen sort of task forces like, the Police Reform Commission proffer up a ton of recommendations and then them not be funded or them not be implemented. And so I think before we pass a bill that, puts forth another task force to look at this, we should start, really saying, what do we have existing in our system right now to deal with some of these issues, which will actually help inform a task force should it be formed.
Thank you. Mr. Downer, you talked about concerns around stacking penalties for gun offenses. What do you think would be a better intervention for somebody who has 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 repeat gun-related offenses?
My colleague, Ms. McGough, is going to discuss intervention strategies, but I think the research is very clear that increasing incarceration and stacking sentences does not correlate with a drop in street crime. So I would recommend the committee to our written testimony on this, which describes some of those studies and cites to them.
Thank you. Thank you all. Councilor Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. One of the things about going second is your questions often get asked. So I'm very interested in this crisis intervention model, and we see it everywhere. There's a spectrum of needs out there, and we're not addressing the full spectrum of needs. If the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And so incarceration looks like the answer when it isn't the answer. But this question about whether it's voluntary or not is real, because if you have a person with seriously compromised mental health issues and they won't accept care, do you leave them in the situation where they might be a danger to others? And so maybe you were asked this already, but I hope folks in the world that want to see alternatives to incarceration will work with us to think about how do we make that succeed? Because if it's voluntary and not used, then it's not a solution. So I wonder if you'd respond to that.
Yeah, thank you for letting me respond to this, Councilmember Furman. I think you said something really important here about, the spectrum and having individuals who seemingly could be a danger. The way that we interpret individuals who are houseless, who may have mental health issues, who may rise as the level of fear in certain individuals, and the potential of crime should not be the reason for forcing someone into. We should really narrowly tailor, as the Supreme Court has told us, detention, right? And what we're saying is forcing someone into intervention services could be just like detaining them. So I think we need to be really careful about whether we're perceiving things, particularly in this real sort of violent crime increase, where we are all on edge about wanting this to stop immediately, but we can't take people's liberty away.
Yeah, I hear you on that. And I was at a community meeting about crime last night and acknowledged a situation in which I had a perception of unsafety and I was wrong. But actually the meeting was about a situation where someone else had a perception of lack of safety and they were right. And so we have to deal with this challenge, and we're grappling with it. I like the idea of crisis intervention centers, but I would want them to be a real alternative as opposed to just there but not used. So this is going to be an ongoing discussion. You said about pretrial detention that it often was 2 years. Is that, can you explain that to me? Is how common that is?
I mean, I would leave the details to, the public defender service who deals with this every day, but you have, extensions, you have, a court system that is already sort of, has a massive caseload that is, some of the things that are already there. And by some of the provisions in this act, you would increase the population and increase the amount of time that people would spend in pretrial detention waiting for a trial. And remember, it is the trial where you get the due process to actually be convicted. So you're talking about whether it's 2 years or 3 years or a day or two, the ramifications on someone's life of not being with their families, potentially losing their jobs, potentially losing their housing are all things that, we should take into consideration when we're thinking about holding people pre-trial when they are still considered innocent.
All right, I'm watching the clock and I could cheat and try another question, but I don't think I should. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Furman. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you. Ms. Hopkins, I wanted to start with you. The bill that would authorize the random search of individuals that are on pretrial release. The bill says it is not the intent of the council to authorize law enforcement officers to conduct searches for the sole purpose of harassment. And I noted in your testimony, you characterized these searches as harassment. Can you elaborate on that? And if possible, just share any data points that might be relevant as we entertain this proposal.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Parker. I think we have to distinguish intent from actual impact. So on its face, it says not the sole purpose of harassment. How communities experience something when you have, over 80,000 stops and searches in the district, and 91% of those stops don't result in anything. No, warning or ticket or arrest. I mean, imagine being stopped and searched on a regular basis in your community. It's not effective. And, whether or not there is, following around or other things we think about when it's harassment, to be stopped and searched and not get a ticket or be charged with anything, you're just doing your daily business, is harassment.
No, thank you for that. And quickly I would follow up on your suggestion that the council has taken away due process as it relates to pretrial detention. I know this is highly controversial, but I would argue having the judge have a say whether or not to detain someone, and the process that both juveniles and adults go through is in fact due process. And I imagine we're going to hear a lot of testimony on this today. I do want to just acknowledge that the council went through great lengths to limit the pretrial detention clause earlier this summer for juveniles. And this relates to that violent crime statute. I want to get to some of the others, but I did just want to push back on that assertion that we are taking away due process for individuals, because I don't think that's accurate. If you want to respond quickly.
Yeah, I think what we need to focus on is the reduction of in the rebuttable presumption for detention. We have lowered in this bill what needs to be met. And so you've lowered it to probable cause instead of a preponderance of the evidence. And it is the government's responsibility to prove that someone should be detained. It is not a judge who should prove why someone should be released. The default, according to the Constitution, is release, liberty.
No, I got you. What I hear you arguing are the merits of pretrial detention. And I just, again, wanted to push back on the assertion that we are compromising people's due process. Mr. Dancy, I found your testimony really compelling. And I wanted to thank you and both apologize. I will echo what Chair Pinto suggested. This is something that we as a council are working to get right, providing equal access to all members of or residents of the city, including and especially our deaf and hard of hearing residents. As the council member for Ward 5, where Gallaudet University is, I know how tremendously important this is. And I take to heart your testimony around how we should extrapolate that access, not just here at the council, but also at DC jail, to make sure we're providing a more safe and fair environment. So I did want to acknowledge that and let you know that I will follow up on that. And Mr. Downer, I wanted to just thank you for your testimony, as well as pointing to the research around lengthier sentences and its impact on reducing violence in our communities. In my last 10 seconds, I would just say I do have to run to another meeting. I will return, but thank you again for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. I do just want to note that this bill does not deal with lowering standards of pretrial detention. I know we contemplated that this summer and as part of another bill, but that's not what the Active Amendment Act does. I do just want to ask one follow-up, if I can, to Ms. Hopkins about the stops data, because what exactly did you say about the percentage of stops that don't recover a firearm, and where is that pulling from?
So when the NEAR Act passed, MPD was responsible for producing data. The ACLU of DC had to sue for several years to get that data. It is MPD's own data. And in the analysis, only 1% of those stops in 2020 led to a recovery of a firearm. I'm happy to provide the council with that report.
Of stops that they made writ large for any matter in the city. Okay. And I think one of the things that we're trying to figure out here is this is not anybody anywhere on the street. This is for the benefit of being released early. That somebody would sign a pre-consent that they can't have access to an illegal firearm. And that's what we're trying to navigate. So I think it's a different category of cases that we're talking about, but we'll look forward to continue working together on that. So thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you being here. We're gonna call our next panel, Kristen McGough, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. And if I can ask you again to sit in this chair, perfect. Rondell Jordan, Open City Advocates. Joshua Miller, Open City Advocates. Rob Keithan, All Souls Church Unitarian. Rondell, okay, if you can sit next to Ms. McGough. And then Mr. Miller. Okay, great. Thank you all. Kristen McGough, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs.
We need to do something. That is one thing that we can all agree on. But we can't do just anything. Certainly not simply because whatever it is makes us feel better. Emotions can be fickle. These proposals will not make us any safer. Instead, we must recommit to evidence-based solutions that will heal and reduce the drivers of violence, both now and for generations to come. I said recommit because many of these solutions were created in 2018 and aimed to both promote safety and reverse our city's long history of harmful carceral strategies that exacerbate the very problems we are trying to solve. Programs like Cure the Streets took lessons from other jurisdictions to apply practical solutions to the root causes of violence and provide at-risk residents with tools to avoid cycles of victimization, trauma, and retaliatory violence. The district also launched programs like the Violence Intervention Initiative to effectively respond to immediate needs of high-risk individuals and develop intervention tactics to reduce violent acts. Collectively, these and later initiatives like Building Blocks DC work toward a public health, whole of government approach to gun violence. That was 5 years and more than 1,000 homicides ago. That is because despite this incredible vision, the district failed to fully fund various aspects of each of these programs, all but ensuring a lack of success. There was inadequate support for violence interrupters, the deprioritization of citywide public health initiatives, and the complete failure to establish a community crime prevention team program to coordinate law enforcement and social services response to individuals experiencing homelessness, mental illness, and substance abuse disorders. 18 months ago, the Commission Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan proposed many of the same solutions to violence that the mayor's office first recognized in 2018. Deeper investments in violence intervention workers, data-driven youth intervention initiatives, support tools for those most at risk, and increased police accountability. Certainly, long-term prevention and community transformation is the ultimate goal, but the primary focus of this plan is the near-term reduction in gun violence. Yet they remain out of focus. 18 months ago is more than 300 people who might still be with us. As recently as last week, the need for evidence-based solutions was again reiterated to this council by city and community leaders, including the city administrator, the Office of the Attorney General, and leaders from Children's National Medical Center. All of these solutions that district leaders previously recognized as essential to address violence in DC. All solutions that, despite being deprioritized, remain necessary to effectively reduce the recent spike in violence. With all the lives that we've lost and all the lives at stake, how do we do anything but invest in established evidence-based solutions? How do we revert back to reckless policing and carceral strategies demonstrably ineffective at curbing crime or violence? How do we choose our feelings over the evidence? We have solutions that will meaningfully reduce violence in the district. We urge the council to reject the Active Amendment Act and instead work to implement the framework of change that we have already built. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGough. Rondell Jordan, Open City Advocates.
Good morning. My name is Rondell Jordan. I'm a resident of Ward 2 and community defender for Open City Advocates, which provides legal representation and mentoring to youth who have been committed to DYRS. I'm here to testify regarding the Active Amendment of 2023. I'm going to briefly discuss two provisions in the bill that not only fail to achieve a public safety purpose, expanded pretrial detention provisions, and the warrantless searches of people released on supervised release, probation, and parole on stop and frisk. Pretrial detention ruins lives. Mothers detained pretrial risk losing their housing. Fathers detained pretrial risk losing their jobs. And most concerning to me, as it should be to all of us, children detained pretrial risk losing their childhood. This is not hyperbole. At this moment, I have clients who have been detained wrongfully for nearly a year in our city's youth jails, in part on charges that was dismissed months ago. That spark of joy that each child possesses, I've watched it fade. That ember of curiosity that each kid holds, I've seen it doused. That light of hope that every child has, I've seen it dim. I've witnessed the premature death of childhood. Much like the premature death of a child, any child, the premature death of childhood is a tragedy felt throughout the community. We all lose. Unlike the premature death of a child, the premature death of childhood is often invisible. The consequences, however, are clear and obvious. We all see them. And right now, we're all feeling those consequences. DYRS is already understaffed and overwhelmed. And as a result, as we saw last week, our secure youth facilities are unsafe for staff and for youth. The provisions in this bill that try to grant the police the power to search anyone convicted of a gun offense without warrant of reasonable suspicion. You heard earlier, you heard a bit about this earlier, but also from the courts. I'll try to be brief about it. I was born and raised in Brownsville, Brooklyn, which at one time was the epicenter of New York City's stop and frisk policy. Despite being stopped by NYPD officers hundreds of times as a youth, I cannot recall even once feeling safe. What I do recall is feeling humiliated. What I do recall is feeling harassed. What I do recall is feeling contempt for officers sworn to protect me. This provision was included in emergency legislation passed by the council earlier this year. It was included in an effort to address spikes in violent crime within our city and to make our city feel more safe. And two obvious questions come to mind. Has it led to a decrease in violent crime? And does anyone in here feel safer? If we're going to be serious about reducing crime, we got to keep it 100. The emergency legislation passed this summer has barely gone into effect, and we don't have a lot of evidence on it either. We certainly shouldn't double down on it. Locking children up has never worked. Thank y'all for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. Joshua Miller, Open City Advocates.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Miller. I'm a resident of Ward 4 and Research and Advocacy Director for Open City Advocates. I want to echo my colleague, Mr. Jordan's concerns regarding pretrial detention and random public searches. To this, I would add concern with the elimination of speedy trial guarantees. As I mentioned last week, DC's replacement of cash bail with rebuttable presumptions to pretrial detention led to a significant increase in those held pretrial, from 2% to 15%. The rebuttable presumption of detention stands in sharp contrast with the presumption of innocence. When the right to a speedy trial is also denied, DC residents routinely wait at the DC jail 2 or 3 years to discover their fate. Prosecutors might prefer this because it allows them to coerce a plea bargain and avoid trial completely, especially in cases where their evidence is shaky. But if there's not enough evidence to convict someone quickly, it is unreasonable to wait around for years, hoping the evidence will improve. The rebuttable presumption already puts the law's thumb on the scale of a judge's determination. Provisions requiring written explanations for release would make that thumb heavier. The carjacking provisions in this bill are similarly disappointing. Clearly, carjacking and car theft are major concerns right now in the district, and for good reason. But expanding the definition of carjacking to include crimes that would normally be understood differently does nothing to address the existing problems we face. Robbing car keys is not carjacking, it's robbery. It's a mistake to stray too far from common law and model penal code definitions of these terms. The original sin that we have been suffering for the past 6 months is that for the first time ever, the US Congress overturned legislation passed by this council revising our criminal code. It was not an activist document. It was not soft on crime, but it did add proportionality, order, and clarity to the thicket of laws that have been enacted over the last century in response to various moral panics like the one we now face. I urge you to resist this effort to retroactively grant legitimacy to Congress's violation of our autonomy and home rule by continuing this practice. And I beg you to confine your criminal code reforms to the piecemeal adoptions of the revisions they struck down en masse earlier this year. There are over 900 pages of comments and replies in Appendix D from the Criminal Code Reform Commission's advisory group explaining every element of every one of these crimes. And while they're quite dense, I think they're easily and readily actionable. DC's approach to sentencing and incarceration has been a source of shame for us in the past few decades. Most recently, conditions at the start of the pandemic led to increased judicial oversight of DC's jail facilities, and we have seen reports of deplorable conditions inside DC's Central Detention Facility and now at DYRS's Youth Services Center. DC can be fairer and safer. Let's make this an open city for all. I want to add, as I did last week, that I would like to urge the council to redirect its attention to focused deterrence strategies like we saw in High Point, North Carolina and Boston, Massachusetts. This is often referred to as the pulling levers approach. And I will include with my written testimony a copy of an academic article with that precise title. There really are only 4 levers to pull in crime deterrence: the swiftness, severity, and certainty of punishment, and the attractiveness of alternatives to crime. As lawmakers, you can only indirectly pull any of these, and the severity of punishment is the easiest for you to legislate. Yet it is well known that severity is the least effective lever available for deterrence. Long prison sentences have almost no deterrent effect and likely increase crime in the long term. Certainty is the most effective deterrent. Anyone who regularly slows down near known traffic cameras can recognize that reality. I am happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Rob Keithan, All Souls Church Unitarian.
Thank you. Hello, council member Pinto and staff. I'm Reverend Rob Keithan, Minister of Social Justice, All Souls Church Unitarian in Ward 1, and a proud member of the Washington Interfaith Network's public safety team, and I've called DC home for 30 years now. I'm here today to state my opposition to this legislation and implore the council to pursue avenues that my colleagues and my congregation believe will be helpful, cost-effective, and sustainable. First and foremost, any legislation that seeks to achieve public safety by undermining basic civil rights, we believe will do more harm than good. While there is little to no evidence that shows MPD's stop and frisk tactics to be effective, there's vast evidence that shows that they are disproportionately used against Black people. To improve public safety, we have to give the public more reason to trust the police, not less. Second, increasing incarceration is the most expensive, most regressive, and least effective avenue we can take. We can do better. And when I say that, I'm not just speaking for myself or my organizations, I'm speaking directly from the written recommendations of experts. Consider these words from the DC Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan released last year in 2022. The district is unique in that it is one of the few cities in the country that has the needed talent ability, and resources to drastically reduce gun violence in the city. So this report from national experts who know what's happening in other cities and have focused research on what's needed here, they not only think we can do better, they think we have the needed talent, ability, and resources to do it. But then comes the next sentence, which reads, however, it is lacking the political commitment, coordination, and coherent strategy to reduce gun violence. I listened to much of the hearing on Monday about violence interruption programs in the city, and that same critique was raised again and again, saying that improved public safety requires political commitment, coordination, and a coherent strategy. And to this, I would add that it requires more political leadership as well. I know that many, if not most, council members are hearing from constituents who are simply asking for more police. And I do understand the political pressure that comes with that. And I believe that people ask for police because it's all that they know. That's what fear does. It drives us to seek out the familiar. But when we act out of fear, we nearly always pursue avenues that are not helpful or sustainable in the long term. We are in this place now, I believe, because DC has not sufficiently prioritized long-term investment in every community, because we have not pursued long-term investment in every child and every youth. 36% of Black children and 13% of Latinx children in DC live in poverty, compared with 1% of white children. 40%, fully 40% of children in wards 7 and 8 live in poverty. That's beyond sad. It's shameful. It's nothing short of an ethical failure. It is our responsibility to take care of the children of our city, and we are not doing it. And just a final word related to the bill and what's needed. I agree that we need pre-arrest alternatives. I'm excited about the conversations happening around that, but I think the frame should not be so narrow as pre-arrest diversion. Our goal shouldn't just be to prevent arrest. It should be to help people in crisis and to help people cope with trauma and access the resources they need to live. So I support efforts in that arena, but I think we need a better frame, a bigger frame. And as the report says, we do have the resources. We already have the resources. So let's use them effectively to implement a sustainable long-term plan that will truly improve public safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. And thank you all for your testimony. I really appreciate it. And I just want to say I don't disagree that much more needs to be done. These are comprehensive problems that require comprehensive solutions. What we can do within this committee, within the narrow agencies that we oversee, is try to move the ball forward. That does not mean our efforts outside of this committee finished here. There's a lot more that we need to continue to push the executive on, to push the programs on, to push the task forces and reforms that have already been committed, and investments, because these poverty numbers are unacceptable and outrageous, really. But I do just want to note, as we think about legislation through the kind of narrow lens of this committee's jurisdiction, that is where some of the balance comes. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Jordan, I mean, first, thank you for sharing your experiences and the work that you do with our young people. In terms of the particular case that you mentioned of a case being dismissed, but then the young person being held for an additional year, I would love to follow up with you about that offline so we can look into what happened there, because that does not sound right on its face of what should be going on.
It's not.
Thank you for raising that. In terms of the effects or impacts that being searched for an illegal firearm can have, I want to just go into this a little bit more on what you think a better solution is, because again, one of the things that we were trying to look at was, we have a value in this city of looking for non-carceral options for people to say, okay, if you can get out of jail earlier, we're in agreement that that's not the best outcome for everybody to be in jail for anybody. But as a condition of that, you have to agree that you're not going to have an illegal firearm because we keep seeing disproportionate amount of cases. As I mentioned at the outset, 68% of people who are being arrested for gun-related offenses are rearrested for another offense. And so if we're not kind of empowering our law enforcement partners with the ability to get these illegal guns off the street for this category of people who have already been arrested for a gun-related offense, how do you think we should think about the specific goal of reducing our firearms related offenses?
For sure. I think that people who are committed for or convicted of gun violent offenses already agree to like not possess an illegal firearm. I think that's I don't know, like a straw man a bit. I think that what happens is police officers don't have, you know, metal detectors in their, I don't know, badges or anything like that. So they can't tell who has a firearm. Of the hundreds of times I mentioned that I stopped, I never had a firearm on me and never got caught with any contraband. Like I think someone mentioned earlier, most people who are stopped don't get, you know, contraband isn't taken off them. I think what happens is you'll have for that 1% of that one person who the police officer, I guess, is lucky to find a gun. You have 99 people who they've alienated, and 99 people in the community alienated from police. That means that's an unsafe community. So I think that's the issue that you should focus on instead of, you know, somebody with a firearm or a firearm prior conviction being searched randomly by police officers. Because I think unless you can address like that, like how are we gonna, for the police officers, which also is more dangerous for them and a headache and a waste of time and resources, how do we, you know, avoid that interaction? And you have, you know, young people like I was one day before, having contempt for the people who are supposed to protect them. And I think, again, that's how you lead to, it leads to a bigger problem for a smaller issue.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. Okay. Thank you for that. So do you think that there is a way to try to get at what we're trying to focus on of removing illegal firearms from the streets and making sure that we see reductions? Would a check-in with the parole officer work in that regard, or be some other way we're thinking about people who have interactions with adults to look for that aren't law enforcement? Like, are there any other avenues that could make this workable to you?
Oh, for sure. So like felons already check in with their parole officers. I think what will help is like your pastor? The pastor identified it's poverty. I think if you give people, whether they have a prior firearm conviction or not, if you give them meaningful opportunity to not only protect themselves, but help their families, you don't have an issue with guns. I think, you know, we're talking about people who are being released to poverty, released to homelessness. They go back to a community where it makes sense. It's a rational decision to carry a firearm, particularly because, like, I guess what this bill is getting at, you already have a scarlet letter on you. So your opportunities are limited. So if your opportunities are limited after already serving time, to penalize people in that way is kind of like ridiculous. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you so
For sure.
much.
No.
I really appreciate that. Reverend, I want to ask you of some of what you're hearing in your congregation. You noted that people ask for what they know out of fear. What other things are you hearing about when it comes to concerns about crime or public safety from your congregants?
Thanks. I'm honestly not hearing as much from my congregants directly as I am just from people in my neighborhood. Live in Ward 5, and it is such an active conversation. And, you know, conversations on neighborhood listservs can sometimes just be horrendous. But I have appreciated that in general, the tone of those has been nuanced, that people are holding dual realities and know, you know, that we need to do a better job of taking care of our youth and long-term investments, and like something needs to change sooner rather than later. And so I think, you know, and I've appreciated the comments from council members that this is not an either or, it's a both and. We need some short-term interventions that break some of these cycles. And I agree that, you know, the cycle deepens with every murder, with every violent act. But we have neglected the long-term investment so much. You know, 40% of kids in Ward 7 and 8 living in poverty, like that is a public health crisis. That is horrendous in the nation's capital. And so I understand that this, you know, this committee's jurisdiction is limited. But I think without a broader frame, without an intersectional frame, like we're not going to get the results. And our congregation has really experienced an increase in unhoused folks sleeping on our property, and we've been really wrestling with that. And it's been a real education for me of seeing how one size fits all solutions don't work. That each of those individuals has a unique case, a unique set of circumstances. And I've worked with partners in the neighborhood, and I've seen them when they have customized individual support, it works. When they get the ID that they need here, when they get the mental health treatment, they get the job treatment. And the number one thing that helps people recover from trauma is agency, and whether, people who have committed a crime have also experienced trauma. They're probably doing it in part because of the trauma they experienced. But committing that act creates what we call moral injury. It creates a problem of conscience, and agency, not punishment, is the antidote to that. So community-based solutions, relationship-based solutions are going to get us much further than anything that's indiscriminate.
Thank you very much. I am about out of time. I do just want to comment on something that Mr. Miller raised about the revised Criminal Code Act. As you all know, Congress overturned a law that we passed in the district for the first time in 40 years. A common sense code revision that I supported, that I continue to support. We are on shaky waters. And it is not blasphemous to suggest that there might be continued overreach into our local affairs. And so we have to take that reality really seriously. That does not mean we implement what, alarming recommendations we hear from Congress, but it does mean we take really seriously our responsibility to both make improvements now and make improvements that are going to be sustainable over the long term. And I agree, and I hope that we can do both. But I just want to note that is ever present in my mind. And I think it has to be in all of our minds for those of us that love our city and that believe we should be a state and that believe we should have local control over our own affairs. We can't take what we already have for granted because it's risky. But thank you all very much for being here. Look forward to continuing to work with you all as we move forward. Appreciate it. I'm going to call our next panel of in-person public witnesses, Ryan Nickens, WIN DC, and the Trayron Center. Okay, great. And if you could sit just in this first seat to the right, Allison. Jean Downing, Thrive Under 25. Sorry, my right, your left. Jean Downing here. Okay, Pam Bailey, More Than Our Crimes. Oh, okay. Roger Marmette, Peace for DC. So if we can do Pam here next to Allison and then Roger. Bill Mefford, the Festival Center. Hi, welcome. All right. Allison, please go ahead. State your full name for the record as well so we can make sure to reflect it.
Absolutely. Good morning, Councilmember Pinto and staff and other council member who might be online as well. My name is Allison Dunn Almaguer. I'm our executive director of the Washington Interfaith Network, and I'm reading on behalf of our public safety chair, Reverend Ryan Nickens. So our public safety team with the Washington Interfaith Network represents 50 organizations and thousands of members across all 8 wards in the district. We have been in conversation with you, Councilmember Pinto, and your staff since you have taken over the Judiciary and Public Safety chair. We've been in conversation around a public health approach to root causes and a holistic approach that is trauma informed. And we have expressed to you in conversation that many of the pieces of Secure DC and this active bill are concerning to us and do not match the pieces of holistic root cause work that we want to do. Two questions that come up today are, first, whose ideas of safety are we prioritizing as a district? We want to ensure that we are prioritizing all residents safely and believe that we have a responsibility to prioritize the safety of our most vulnerable residents. For years, WIN has organized residents in our DCHA buildings who have told us that they do not feel safe because of rats, because of roaches, because of mold, because of underinvested public housing. For years, we have organized our youth, particularly Black and Brown youth in schools, who have told us over and over they do not feel safe because of the underfunding of the school systems, because of the lack of pencils, because of the lack of basic necessities to be able to learn and educate, and the lack of food to be able to be awake enough and full enough to study and to learn. Safety is something that we know is WIN has to be a conversation across race, across class, and across religion. And we have been doing our work as a multiracial organizing group to have conversations across all 8 wards and across race and class to be able to understand what safety means for different communities and different times, and be able to come together to shift mindsets of what safety could be in a holistic approach. I'm putting this down because of what you just named, Councilmember Pinto. And I feel incredibly that the activists here, the organizers, Reverend Rob Keithan, we were at the roundtable, we participated last week. There's nothing new in this testimony about the holistic trauma-informed responses. We understand that judiciary and public safety is one small piece of the spectrum. It is one small role, and that you cannot impact alone the housing, the economic development, all of the underinvestment we've seen in the district for decades. And we understand that right now, all politics is national. We used to learn that all politics is local. And right now we're in a moment in the district where we understand that we are being played out. We're being a stage for federal politics. And I believe that is, as my Councilmember Rob, maybe that's a calling, Reverend Rob has said, we have to have a holistic approach, and we have to be able to organize the power so that our council and our executive, our attorney general and our advocates, our legal and our policy experts, and our directly impacted people are coming together to say, back off. We don't have the power to be able to move statehood yet. But what we do have is the ability to stand firmly and say, yes, we have a long-term goal. We've done research for years and years and years on best practices, as many of the folks have said, around the NEAR Act, around the police commission. We have the answers, and we lack, the political will. And if we can help to organize the political will in this room and in the district to say that we're going to stand together and have trauma-informed intervention services and a long-term strategy that we have all the answers to, we have to stand together. And if we're not standing together in this moment, and I'm sorry for preaching, but I do not need to add into this mix that it's political will. And if we can say together that we have this, then we have the power to push off. If we're directly intervening, and the last piece of this, if I may add, is, our sister organization in Virginia worked on Crisis Intervention Center. It came from our sister organization in Chicago. And one of the things that we do know is that there are ways to creatively do intervention that can assign students, the students we've spoken to, assign students to go to mentors, to go to folks like the Trey Run Center, to go to places directly after school, to have investment, to have in love and have accountability and support, and not detention. Because we do know that increased detention, we do know that increased stop and frisk and regressive police practices will not keep us safer. And it will only be performative if we do this, because it will not work. And if the federal government's happy, great, but it's not going to work. So why would we spend our money and our resources to do this is a question I would have. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Bailey, More Than Our Crimes.
Yes, my name is Pam Bailey and I've testified in front of the DC Council several times previously. As a reminder, I'm co-founder of More Than Our Crimes, which advocates for district residents still in prison and who are an emerging voting bloc. It's my job to help bring their voices out so that the power to vote that you gave them actually means something. Our more than 2,000 members are watching the news and they share your concern about the spiking crime rate in the district. After all, their family members live here and they're anxiously awaiting their own return. And when talking to them, I know that alongside affordable housing, a safe place to rebuild their lives is among their top desires and their biggest concerns. However, we're alarmed at what seems to be an increasing willingness to sacrifice civil rights for what is too often an illusion of greater safety, as well as to treat individuals who have already paid their debt to society as if they are still part of the problem. Mayor Bowser's so-called Safer, Stronger DC bill introduced in May was one of the first examples of this attitude when she proposed to instruct judges considering IRA and second look candidates to take into account their original crimes. Fortunately, that recommendation hasn't gone forward. But Chairman Pinto, your active bill, we believe would do the same by authorizing the police to search anyone convicted of a gun crime and still under parole, probation, or other form of supervised release at any time without a warrant, as long as they're in a public place. Yes, we're aware that the bill also specifies that it's not the intent of the council to authorize law enforcement officers to conduct searches for the sole purpose of harassment. However, we don't have a good track record in that respect. The devil's in the details. And this bill would create another excuse for profiling and erode an already frayed relationship with the Black community. Meanwhile, the bill's implicit assumption that individuals still under supervision, which can continue for 5 years or more after release, are likely to commit another crime sends a very negative message to people who we should be supporting with positive expectations. In fact, I'd go so far after speaking to a number of individuals who have actually been subjected to sort of stop and frisk when they're out. That's actually, it's re-traumatizing. When they have a pat down for no obvious reason, and it also erodes trust with police when we really want to be building it up. I would actually question whether or not evidence exists to support a practice like this. And I'd love to hear more about what data exists that you looked at to include this. What we've seen, and I'd be happy to share the bibliography, is that that it's really not necessary. Pew reported in 2020, for example, that research doesn't support increased or more intrusive supervision for all persons convicted of a particular type of crime, instead of differentiating by individualized recidivism risk. In fact, it found that subjecting low-risk people to intensive supervision or inspections actually leads to worse outcomes than a lighter touch approach for both the individuals involved and society in general. Unnecessary arrests go up while trust goes down. And it's interesting, as a side note, I got back from I attended a international prison reform conference in Belgium recently. And there's an observation I made that's applicable here is I think in the US, we tend to want to reduce any risk possible to zero if we can, while ignoring the benefits or risks of a practice longer term to the individuals that are subjected to. And I think that's something that really has to be looked at in this case. There's lots of data showing that very intrusive forms of supervision actually has negative effects in the long term if we take a look at it. We believe that returned citizens are not the problem. Rather, they can be part of the solution. They stood trial, they worked to rehabilitate themselves for years in prison, and they're ready to be good neighbors when they come home. In fact, many of them are working with youth, as you know, and others to prevent them from committing crimes. And I submitted into the record, there's more than 100 people who are still in prison who signed their names to this testimony, so you don't think it's just me. I've taken care to really ask what they care about, and this is something that they're very concerned with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bailey. Roger Marmette, Peace for DC.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, staff, and other members of the committee. My name is Roger Marmette. I'm the founder and board chair of Peace for DC, a 501c3 nonprofit focused exclusively on a citywide strategy to reduce community violence through a comprehensive approach centered in community violence intervention. For context, I am also the father of a homicide victim in DC, and my son Tom was killed in 2018. And so when people talk about accountability, I am all for the judicial system working well. What I can tell you with my experience is that this bill, which seems to be primarily based on interaction and feedback from the U.S. Attorney's Office, doesn't take a holistic look at how we can create a better system. And specifically, I will just say that it's a numbers game. And, you know, personally, the U.S. Attorney's Office lied to my family and basically wanted a conviction. That means going, even if you have concurrent versus consecutive sentences, they'll plead down so they can get another mark on their belt. These are not the solutions we should be going for. And everybody has, you know, we've heard not just constitutional reasons, but also practical reasons that much of this bill won't be effective. And that's my primary concern. As a member of the community, you know, it was almost 2 years ago that the strategic plan was presented to the then chair of this committee and the executive. This is not a soft on crime plan. This includes policing recommendations. It includes increases to the violence reduction unit. What it is a plan that the council could get behind even further legislatively. What's missing in the city is an implementation plan, which in every other city where these efforts have worked, and we're an outlier here, we're about 2 decades behind on the deeper, intensive wraparound care that is much more effective than the needle in a haystack approach of going, and I don't know how many, but we have 25,000 people under supervision, parole, or pretrial release in our city. Don't know the number on gun crime, but it's in the probably tens of thousands. Holistic wraparound care is what's missing in the city. Strategic and intensive focus is what's missing. So I urge the council to push the executive to, and they haven't, and we heard that they have, but you know the measures in this plan that are not in effect. In terms of pre-arrest diversion, it already exists in the city. We have co-response teams with DBH and MPD. Let's focus on scaling that up. MPD did a pre-arrest diversion trial in 2018. There's a 10-page report on it on their website. We have the tools, we just have to use them. The final thing I'll say, the role of law enforcement should not just be on arresting people. If we are going to get what the council chair wants, which is more closures, the city needs to initiate reconciliation with the community. This is what has worked in other cities. We have to build legitimacy and trust, and we have to go all in on the alternative community-powered solutions that have been shown to reduce and sustain reductions in homicides and save lives. When I talk about accountability, it's all encompassing. It's what I am here to try to help do. And I encourage the council to embrace a broader sense of accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marmet. Bill Mefford, the Festival Center.
Thank you, Chairman or Chairperson Pinto, for holding this hearing today. And I just want to say I'm very heartened by your remarks and the remarks of Councilmember Parker and Fruman, and your openness to alternative ideas and to working with advocates and community members on doing something more than just what is in the Active Act. We are opposed to the Active Act, but I was heartened by just the openness that I sense. My name is Bill Mefford. I'm the Executive Director of the Festival Center. We are a faith-based community center providing affordable housing to 18 nonprofits and justice-seeking organizations which serve the residents of DC and beyond. I'm going to go ahead and say, with the exception of the second witness, I endorse pretty much everything that's been said. So I'm not going to say it any better than anybody else. I really want to endorse, especially, we're also part of the Washington Interfaith Network, Public Safety Committee. So really appreciate Rob and Allison and Ryan and Delonte Golston as leaders and as the things that they've shared both today and other spaces. But I do want to just point out two things. I'm going to kind of overlook most of what I've written, but I do want to start with just the basic framework and how we approach public safety. At the Festival Center, we believe that all people are created in the image of God and thus should be treated with dignity and respect in all settings. We believe that all people, without reservation, have been gifted with vital gifts to contribute to the well-being of all of society. We also believe that all people have a right to live in a safe and free society. Crime disrupts a free and safe society and causes harm. But to repair the harm done to individuals and communities, we need a justice system that is focused on healing, appropriate accountability, and restoration. Healing becomes accessible as safety and security are restored and the broken bonds of mutuality are mended. Those who commit crimes must be held accountable through making amends to those they have harmed, both individuals and the communities. And they must be given the full opportunity to return to their full place in society. Last thing I'll point out is that instead of taking away people's civil rights through pretrial detention and warrantless searches, as been described by my siblings who've come before me, I want to urge the council to carefully consider the recommendations put forward, especially by the Police Reform Commission. Some of those recommendations that really stand out to me include investing in local communities. And part of that investment is not just simply pouring money, but is coming alongside, hearing the concerns and the assets that are already located in local communities and working hand in hand with local communities on community-based approaches. Also includes handling crises with specialized skill and compassion rather than through blunt force. The commission also recommended reinforcing the importance of de-escalation and policing through an empathy first model, what's known as the guardian model rather than a warrior model. All of these recommendations will lead to a safer and a freer DC. I believe that is something we all want. So thank you so much for your service to this district, and thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your testimony and all of the work that you do in this space to earnestly push us as a city to what we really mean by a whole of government response. So I really appreciate that. I guess, Allison, as you think about the provisions in this bill, and I can hear you on your broader point about pushing us to prevention and making that case more effectively, and others' points about implementing the plan. But as we think about the response to immediately what we're seeing in the city right now, today or tomorrow, is there anything in here that you could see a way to make it workable, whether that be around carjacking definitions or the need to have a better defined assault, so that if somebody shoots into a crowd and hits me in the arm, that's not just considered an assault, that's considered a serious bodily injury that could have been a homicide. Are there any provisions that anybody could speak to in this act that you can either understand or can see working, or is this kind of more just a broader point about we have to be more holistic?
I will say, from a community-based organizing lens, I am not a policy or legal expert. From the conversations that we have had, both of the pieces that you just referred to around the change of assault definition and around carjacking has been particularly concerning to the base of folks that we have spoken to. Understanding that what comes with carjacking are minimums. And even if you do not get a car and you hold someone up, yes, that is still an issue. And that's something that we're not saying accountability should not be done to. But the accountability, again, it's about intent versus impact. And so the intent of these, strengthened tough on crime pieces may be to deter more crime, but the impact is that we know it will not work. The youth we have spoken to, and I will, again, like, this is a broad, sweeping piece, is that's not going to deter people. When there are reasons behind it that are much deeper. There are again investments that we have to shift. So I think the fundamental piece, as our folks have said down here, is there are models nationally recognized, like what Peace for DC is doing with Cure, and then the shift to CRED. That CRED is doing really good work that is saying it has to be wraparound services. It has to be deep intervention that's relationally driven. And it is real intervention, and there is accountability, and there's restorative justice, and there's peace. There's so many other models. And I think the pieces in this that we're worried about is it still just shifts to more time, more punishment. And that's not a deterrent, nor do we believe, I think it is an ethical way to reduce the issues. So the last invitation I would say is that we want to be able to work to find ways, as Bill, you said, I mean, there's openness. So how can we come together on openness that says this is intervention that is holistic and is strong and is accountable and is not going to, disproportionately impact and lock up our kids in ways that will continue to dehumanize or make things worse.
If I may, I just want to say, there are pieces in here that on paper make sense. Strangulation definition, machine gun. Okay, that makes sense to me personally, but why not be a little more comprehensive and address the prevalence of switches or extended magazines that contain 100 bullets? So I think there are pieces, and then pre-arrest diversion is a piece that I think is potentially strong, but I'll echo the comment on another task force, whether that's necessary when we already have community response teams, that if they were only more real and more robust, would have greater efficacy.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I do just want to note for you, Ms. Bailey, as I mentioned to a previous panel, there are a number of other provisions as part of my Secure DC plan, which deals with the condition of the DC jail, and the circumstances that we need to be better at of setting people up for success upon reentry. And so I would love to work with you and hear about other experiences and ideas that some of your partners who are currently inside have about how to make sure that that's most effective. I am just kind of thinking through these comments about tougher on crime, and as I think about carjacking, for an example, I don't necessarily see it that way as, okay, we need to have tougher sentences. It's more of an effort to plug a gap, and that we're seeing the reality in community is someone feels that they were carjacked if they're, down the street from their car or inside a gas station when it happens, but a prosecutor can't actually bring that case as carjacking. And so when we read these reports of, young woman who was killed, or when we have a carjacking victim who looks into the background and says, why has this person stolen 5 or 6 or 7 or 12 cars? That's what we're trying to address with these definitions, not just to kind of add more sentences for the sake of it, but to properly define the harm that's being committed to a victim and to the community when these types of instances happen, and the real fear that people have that I think we have to name and be sensitive to, that people feel fearful to walk down the street and get in their car. And that's not acceptable either. So I look forward to continuing the conversation, working with you all to think through how we can be comprehensive, urgent, and sustainable. So thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
I did reach out to our colleagues who work on the crisis intervention pieces in Virginia, and they will both, the long story short is they will accept compulsory and not. So there are cases that, yes, you have to go to.
Thank you very much. For that. Thank you all. All right. Is Rebecca Strauss here? Great. Rebecca Strauss, the Federal City Council. You could come to the right here. Jay Brown from Community Shoulders. Is there? Are there any other witnesses who are in person signed up to testify today? Okay. Rebecca Strauss, the Federal City Council, please go ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm Rebecca Strauss. I'm Director of Economic Initiatives at the Federal City Council, which is a civic membership organization. Our members are CEO level business and institutional leaders in the city. And I'm here to generally support the aim of your bill. And I know that it's part of a larger package. And this specific bill is about enforcement, and a lot of the other holistic approaches will come later. Which is great. We support that. Just wanted to reiterate that, public safety is the foundation of prosperity for our city. As you know, Councilmember Pinto, downtown recovery depends on it. And I also think that the median voter really cares and is on your side. And I wanted to go over some recent poll results. This is a poll that was done by Opportunity DC. I don't know if you've seen it yet. It was a poll of 803 registered voters citywide done in September. And it found that 70% say that MPD needs more tools and resources to address crime. Of those who are considering moving away, half say it's because of public safety. 40% say they know a victim of a crime in the last year. 54% say they have changed their day-to-day activities because they're worried about their personal safety. Over half of those who responded to the poll. And 84% say they support stricter bail requirements for those charged with violent offenses. And I know that one of the big problems now in the city, and we've spoken with Matthew Graves, is enforcement tools and exactly what you raise in this bill, especially with illegal firearms. And as you know, true deterrence comes when punishment is swift and certain, not necessarily severe, but swift and certain. And it seems like that has broken down in this city, and especially with illegal gun possession. That those offenders, they know that they might be arrested, but then immediately released. And that's not enough for the safety of DC residents. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Strauss. Jay Brown, Community Shoulders.
I sat here 3 hours waiting to try to debunk your proposal. But you said it for us. You said it on record. This is not about public safety. This is about catering to Congress and what Congress may have intentions on doing. This has nothing to do with public safety. Because if it did, you will be talking about preventing us from getting here. You would have been talking about how do we get here? The quality of life concerns and issues in our community that have not been addressed. The quality of life concerns and issues in our communities often lead to survival skills, which are defined in these trauma-informed circles as coping skills, but they're survival skills. These survival skills become habit, and these habits start taking effect even when that immediate need is not in place. So we're not talking about deterring crime, because right now, the crisis that we're in, most of our community members are not scared they're not scared of incarceration. They're not scared to die. You know, if anything, to be honest with you, they're scared to live. And that's the reason that a lot of our community members are on drugs, using drugs, and don't want to get off drugs, because they had to deal with the reality of life. We had to deal with the neglected quality of life issues and concerns that we have in our community. If this city was serious about preventing crime, Lindsay Apaya, the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety, will respond to 4 years of emails. She will respond to a phone call, things that have been written and proven that could have saved a life, or 2 or 3 or 235 of this year. But that's not the case. So right now, you're solely catering to what the federal government is doing. And I've been supporting and advocating for home rule. I've been advocating for DC voting rights. And what you're doing is counterproductive to all of those things. It's nothing in this bill. And you're talking about leaving things up to the police to decide whether it was intent or impact. When it comes to chokeholds, I think that was a part of the Mayor's Act, but I think it's something that you would also embrace. We got to think about the intent and impact of our community members. The community members intend to survive. The impact of some of those actions may not be desirable for individuals who are not living in those shoes. So if you don't want to walk in those shoes, let the people who do walk in those shoes present the bigger picture for you so that you can address it in a way that will prevent crime, to address public safety. That's what we're not doing. And I know when I write letters, people say, well, don't write them with your emotions. You shouldn't make laws with your emotions. Right? You shouldn't talk about making laws because of the fear that people have. You know, those anxieties may be real, but the facts may be wrong. So we have to address the facts, and we can't assume that this person is doing this because of that. We can't come with a bucket of solution, a box of solutions, and say, lock everybody up. You're using the word targeted. That's profiling. You're profiling Black people. I bet you if we went up Georgetown and we started pulling over them freaky ass priests and stuff like that, they wouldn't want us to do that, right? So we have to be realistic about our approach to public safety. This is not about public safety. This is not about public safety.
Well, thank you both very much. And I think this panel in and of itself demonstrates the challenge that we're hearing. everybody agrees that there is a problem in the city, and the way that we address it is different, and people have a lot of important and good ideas about that. I do just want to clarify, to be crystal clear, I in no way was suggesting that we do or cater to the Republicans on the Hill and that we don't honor our DC will and values as we pursue the law. I was saying that we can't take for granted our current home rule status because they are looking to make an example of us. And that is a scary thing. And we have to take that really seriously. This bill, however, and this whole package was after months and months of listening to residents across the city in all 8 wards about, yes, their fears and their ideas. It doesn't solve all the problems, but was kind of the origin of this.
You said what you said. And you only been to Ward 7 3 weeks ago. So I don't know what months of people you talked to. This bill was already written 3 weeks ago. Stop playing.
Okay, so let's talk about the repeat offense component. So I hear you when you say we don't want police to be profiling people, and that, something is just habit. Do you have any other kind of ideas for interventions specifically to get the illegal guns off the streets and to make sure that people are not coming home from serving time looking to get back into those same activities, especially around guns?
Why don't you look at the NRA? Why don't you look at the manufacturers? Why don't you look at the people that's selling the guns? That's my idea.
We absolutely do. I would go much farther in this city with gun control if we could. The Supreme Court has shot us down. But we are looking at other ways to hold manufacturers accountable for the harms that their products cause. And I'm grateful that the Attorney General is a great partner in this work to pursue some of those cases that I agree with you is an important part of the solution.
Can you tell me one case that's active now, that's under investigation?
Well, I believe the Attorney General's office is building a case to bring in to
there's
pursue.
it's not one case that's already active. Okay.
It's a very narrow and challenging legal argument that he's working to build because they have been challenged in the legal arguments themselves have been challenged in other cases around the country.
Now, violence is violence. And when we keep talking about gun violence, that shows me that we are out of touch. The gun is just an option. But if you took every gun off the street and we still have the root cause of somebody, then we'd be in here talking about brick laws. We'd be talking about stick laws. We're talking about the gun is just an option right now. An option that I don't know nobody. I've been living in this city for 52 years, and I don't know anybody that manufactured a gun. I don't know anybody that sells guns, who own the guns, that has a gun store that sell guns, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're looking at crime, we're looking at reducing violence. We got to get away from using the terminology, the talking points of gun violence. We got to talk about violence, period. And violence doesn't just start with somebody picking up a gun. Violence starts with when you take money from the schools. Violence starts when you take money from the community rec centers. Violence starts when there are no healthy food options. That's violence right there.
No.
So that's why I know you're not really talking about preventing crime, because those are the things that lead to where we are today. Mm-hmm. And if you want to pass laws, talking about things that you can do, the police and the fire department are the only agencies that I'm aware of that are responsible by law to respond to different crises in real time. We got to get every agency in DC government to respond in a reasonable time. And somebody who is in charge of public safety should be required to respond to emails that could prevent somebody from losing their life.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brown. And I think that the points that you've made in previous hearings about the referral system are a really important point. And we're going to be following along very closely the city administrator's announcement last week on the day that we held the violence reduction roundtable of this new rollout of the 211 warm line. And we're going to hope that that's effective. I want to ask you, Ms. Strauss, about your points about the intersectionality between downtown recovery and public safety, and some of the other things you're hearing from stakeholders about that, either who are in the city or elsewhere. And you mentioned an example of someone feeling like the person who harmed them was back out on the street later that day or the next day. And if you can elaborate a little more on that.
Sure. Well, I'm also an ANSI commissioner for 2C02, which is downtown. And I know this is the number one thing that's on everyone's mind, and walking around in our block. I know among the members of the Federal City Council, Josh Bernstein has had a lot of problems in his buildings with gun offenses. And specifically when you have a dangerous tenant, what do you do that's a threat to the safety of everyone else in the building? But I know, I've heard from Jordan McLean and Union Market that they have retailers who've pulled out, who have closed up shop, that it's too hard to prevent retail theft. And so instead of, trying to secure their shop more, they just close up and move somewhere else.
Thank you so much for those examples. And I think it's a sad reality of the impact, not only that the violence is having on individuals, but entire neighborhoods, entire communities, and our goals as a district. So thank you. Thank you both very much. We are going to move on to our next panel of virtual witnesses. Robin Swanson, DC Volunteer Lawyers Project, Michael Syndrome, Public Witness, Mika Haskell-Hull, Public Witness, Gina Day Williams, Jubilee Housing, Alinda Moyd, Counsel for Court Excellence, Casey Anderson, Counsel for Court Excellence, and Joshua Wiley, DC Young Democrats. Also, as a reminder, public witnesses have 3 minutes to testify. Those representing organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. There are multiple people representing the same organization. One of you will have 5 minutes to testify, so you can decide which of you that is. We will start with Robin Swanson, DC Volunteer Lawyers Project.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Swanson, and I'm a supervising attorney at the DC Volunteer Lawyers Project, a nonprofit organization that provides comprehensive pro bono legal assistance to survivors of domestic violence here in the district. Last year, we provided legal representation to 741 survivors in civil protection order and family law cases.
Ms. Swanson, if you could just pause for a second. We're having a hard time hearing you. We're going to see if we can turn the volume up. If we could start the clock over, Kimo, when we begin. Okay, Ms. Swanson, if you can start over and just try to speak up into your mic or computer.
Of course. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robin Swanson, and I'm a supervising attorney at the DC Volunteer Lawyers Project. We're a nonprofit organization that provides comprehensive pro bono legal assistance to survivors of domestic violence here in the district. Last year, we provided legal representation to 741 survivors in civil protection order and family law cases. I'm here today to support the provisions in the proposed active bill concerning strangulation. Before turning to those provisions, I want to make clear that DCVLP shares the concerns expressed by many of the witnesses today with respect to other aspects of the active bill. Criminal legal approaches alone are insufficient to address the problems of domestic violence in our city or to meet the varied needs of survivors. Every survivor is a unique individual. While some want to engage in the criminal justice system, others do not. DCVLP supports violence reduction programs that are grounded in a public health perspective and aim to tackle the root causes of violence by ensuring the support and services are available for all who need them. That being said, strangulation is one of the most serious and lethal forms of domestic violence, and we believe the District of Columbia's criminal code should reflect that. In 2021, the American Academy of Neurology issued the following position statement, quote, "The medical literature and the cumulative experience of neurologists clearly indicate that restricting cerebral blood flow or oxygen delivery, even briefly, can cause permanent injury to the brain, including stroke, cognitive impairment, and even death. Unconsciousness resulting from such maneuvers is a manifestation of catastrophic global brain dysfunction." End quote. Every strangulation incident has the potential to end in death. And sadly, many do. 10% of violent deaths in the US are attributable to strangulation. According to DC's Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board, 13% of the domestic violence homicides that took place in DC between 2014 and 2018 were caused by strangulation. Non-fatal incidents are equally alarming because strangulation is a key predictor of future lethality and serious harm. Cutting off oxygen to the brain, even for a short time, can cause brain damage and possibly life-threatening injuries. If you're strangled even once by an intimate partner, you are 750% more likely to be killed by that partner. Those who are killed have usually been strangled multiple times. Yet all too often, strangulation is treated as a minor incident, in part because 50% of the time there is no evidence of visible external injury. According to a 2016 study published in the Journal of Forensic and Legal Medicine, even when strangulation results in death, 40% of the victims have no visible external injuries. Relying on external visible injury as a proxy for the seriousness of the injury simply does not work. An alarming number of DCVLP's clients have been strangled. In just the last 6 months, 36 of the 178 civil protection order cases we've taken for full representation, or 20%, involve strangulation. That's 36 women who are at a dramatically increased risk of fatality at the hands of their intimate partner. On behalf of our clients, we support sensible, proportional efforts to hold abusers who strangle their intimate partners criminally accountable. We support permanently changing the definition of significant bodily injury so that it will encompass the often invisible injuries caused by strangulation. The new definition will allow strangulation to be charged as a felony, and crucially, the new definition will also allow victims of strangulation to access an intimate partner violence sexual assault nurse examiner, or SANE exam, or a CT scan. We also support adding strangulation to the list of offenses that constitute a crime of violence. This change will allow courts to more easily detain prior to trial offenders who present a high risk of serious harm or death to survivors. We encourage the use of lethality scores as part of the pretrial service agency's assessment of risk. We also urge the committee to include language in the active bill to require law enforcement officers who respond to a strangulation incident to refer survivors to DC SAFE or to contact DC SAFE for a lethality assessment. Further, we believe MPD officers should receive training in trauma-informed interviewing, in investigating strangulation incidents, particularly where there are no externally visible signs of injury, and in identifying the predominant physical aggressor. The District of Columbia has been woefully behind the curve on this important issue, among the last jurisdiction in the nation to recognize the severity of strangulation. Adding training requirements to the proposed legislation presents an opportunity for DC to be a national leader in providing real options to survivors of strangulation who seek criminal legal solutions to protect themselves from future harm by their abusers. Reducing domestic violence requires a multifaceted and holistic approach that includes education, jobs, and training. This is an important piece of the puzzle. Strangulation is too serious of an offense for these protections not to be made permanent. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Swanson. Michael Syndrome, public witness. Mika Haskell Hole, public witness.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great, thanks. Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the Active Amendment Act. My name is Micah Haskell Hale. I'm a Ward 5 resident and have lived in DC since 2004. The Active Amendment Act seeks to address what everyone agrees is an urgent problem facing our city, our communities, families, and residents. The surge in harm that we've seen this year in the form of gun violence, carjackings, robberies, and other tragic community violence. Unfortunately, it also represents the worst of the kinds of reactions we've seen in recent months in our policy, politics, and culture. We're only 3 years and some months in the shadow of the largest protest movement in United States history. Born out of the gratuitous and nauseating injustice of George Floyd's murder at the hands of police, the 2020 uprisings ended up being a high watermark for demands for racial justice in our nation. And unfortunately, the tide very clearly has turned back. The Active Amendment Act is an object lesson in how much we're failing the ideals that were so recently on display. Much discussed in the bill are provisions that would allow police to search without a warrant or probable cause certain individuals on community supervision for gun offenses. This is problematic for all the reasons that have been well noted. And to me, it looks like these provisions are an attempt to engineer for police a new system under which they may quasi-legally harass our city's Black residents. I can come up with 3 reasons why the bill's authors drafted it this way. First, they truly believe this is a good idea that will mitigate the harm in our communities. Second, they believe it will pay political dividends. And third, they wanted something to negotiate away and make the legislation's other draconian measures seem more reasonable. Respectively, if these are true, they represent a sore misunderstanding of the evidence, political cowardice, and extreme cynicism. And I have to question the commitment of this committee's leadership to engage communities, listen, and stand up to the reactionary political and cultural forces in the district. To be fair, provisions of other bills in the chairperson's public safety package would do some good at the edges of DC's criminal punishment system. However, the only salvageable parts of this legislation are provisions related to strangulation and establishing the task force on pre-arrest diversion. Other than that, Active should be actively scrapped and the committee should start from scratch. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions or work with you, council members, or your staff to address the urgent safety challenges confronting our city and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Gina Day Williams, Jubilee Housing.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Gina Day Williams, and I'm the Director of Reentry Housing and Services here with Jubilee Housing. I will focus my comments today to the provision of the bill that would permit warrantless searches and seizures for residents under supervised release or probation with a prior gun conviction. Jubilee is opposed to this provision as being both unconstitutional and detrimental to the success of returning citizens in their arduous journey toward a successful transition from incarceration. For close to 50 years, Jubilee Housing has developed and managed affordable apartment communities in the Adams, Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods of the district, while also providing supportive services to our residents. We have completed the development of 300 units of deeply affordable housing with services at a combined investment of over $100 million. And over the past years, we have acquired 5 additional buildings and a parcel of 5 lots designed to add 280 units of housing and service for both returning citizens and residents in need of deeply affordable housing. Nearly a decade ago, Jubilee gained awareness of the magnitude of challenges facing returning citizens and began developing housing and support services for these residents. We also are a member of the DC Reentry Action Network, which is a coalition exclusively for returning citizens and their clients. RAND's vision is to ensure that all justice-involved people in the District of Columbia have access to a multitude of high-quality reentry services to support their successful reintegration. We believe that returning citizens ought to be given every tool to succeed upon reentry in society. These are individuals that have experienced significant trauma while incarcerated and are in a critical period of recovery as they rebuild their lives post-incarceration. Here at Jubilee, the majority of our residents are on supervised release, and recently we have revamped former policies to be able to house those with GPS installation. Approximately a third of our residents in our program have prior convictions for gun crimes and therefore will be negatively impacted by this overly broad warrantless search provision. Permitting law enforcement officers to search individuals with prior gun convictions while on probation without a search warrant or probable cause could incur further trauma for these individuals as well as increased recidivism, a trend we are trying to reverse. The establishment of a notice deeming these citizens subject to search and seizure when there is not only a lack of determination from a judge or parole officer, but a lack of probable cause itself, is putting an unconstitutional target on their back immediately upon release. Additionally, the clause in this bill stating that it is not the intent of the council to authorize law enforcement to conduct searches for the sole purpose of harassment provides no actual protection to returning citizens. It simply gives law enforcement vested authority over those who are already in a vulnerable state. This net is simply too wide and would negatively impact many returning citizens who have committed no violation and are simply trying to rebuild their lives after paying their dues for past criminal behavior. How can returning citizens feel safe in the district when they are subject to searches without probable cause anywhere in public? They could be walking from work or on their way to the store or to their family's house and be stopped by a law enforcement officer. Being subject to random searches and seizures could lead to a loss of employment, loss of housing, or further challenges to rebuilding relationships with family and friends. We recognize that gun violence is rising at an alarming rate in our city, and our tools to reduce the number of guns is limited due to Supreme Court decisions protecting the Second Amendment. However, the solution to this gun violence should not be to assume that all ex-offenders who have a prior gun conviction are continuing to do so upon release. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Day Williams. Alinda Moyd, Counsel for Court Excellence.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Olinda Moyd. I am a professor of law at the American University Washington College of Law, but I'm here today in my capacity as board leader of the Council for Court Excellence and co-chair of CCE's Criminal Justice Committee. I am joined today by CCE's Senior Policy Manager, Casey Anderson. This testimony does not reflect the specific views of or endorsement by any judicial member of CCE. We are here today to urge the DC Council to make targeted changes to the proposed legislation. While CCE shares the sense of urgency DC leaders feel to improve public safety, we remain concerned about how effective these proposed solutions will address the causes of crime and may significantly disproportionately impact the Black community. Legislation must be based on evidence-based practices and not based on fear. First, we are concerned in the ways in which the legislation would infringe upon an individual's civil liberties. The law would amend the Firearms Regulations Act of 1975 to require gun offenders who are on probation, supervised release, or parole to agree to submit to a search when they are in a public space. CCE has identified the same constitutional concerns raised by DC Chief Judges Josie Herring and Blackburn Rigsby, that the provision may violate the Fourth Amendment's prohibition against warrantless searches of individuals without probable cause. This amendment also introduces, we believe, an increased opportunity for bias and racially discriminatory interactions between law enforcement and the public, further exacerbating the racial disparities within DC's criminal legal system. Black residents make up only 46% of the district's population, but 67% of all non-arrest police stops. Given what the data tells us, it's quite likely that Black residents will be disproportionately stopped under this new provision. Indeed, the legislative statement that it's not the intent of the council to authorize law enforcement officers to conduct searches for the sole purpose of harassment implicitly concedes that the bill could create a broad discretionary power prone to abuse and disparate application. Finally, in a city where we are seeking to create hope for our returning citizens who are trying to reintegrate successfully, we need to recognize the message that such a policy would send to them. Those individuals who have prior gun offenses, but who are proactively working to improve their community, including those hired by the district as credible messengers. During my 30-year career at the DC Public Defender Service, much of that time was spent representing individuals on parole and supervised release. They often describe that being on papers or on supervision relegated them to second-class citizenship, reminiscent of a time when formerly enslaved people had to carry freedom papers to prove their legitimacy in society. Public searches of people on parole, probation, and supervised release further stigmatizes this population, even those who have worked hard to change the trajectory of their lives. This policy paints returning citizens with a broad brush, especially when nearly 1 in 7 people has a criminal record, but where the vast majority of them are taking efforts to stop gun violence. We also have concerns about the sections that would require judges to issue written findings when making a decision against holding individuals pretrial, because the DC Superior Court Criminal Division is already navigating judicial vacancies and the pandemic backlog of cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moyd. Next, we will hear from Casey Anderson, Counsel for Court Excellence.
Thank you. The ACTIVE Act also contemplates creating a pre-arrest diversion task force, an area of focus that is applauded by CCE. As the district moves to establish this task force, CCE hopes that it will heed the guidance outlined in the Neighborhood Engagement Achieves Results Act. As indicated by the Office of the District of Columbia Auditor's evaluation of the implementation of the NEAR Act, the Metropolitan Police Department and Department of Behavioral Health have yet to form officer-clinician teams to respond to behavioral health crises or gathered more data to better evaluate whether violence intervention initiatives are effective. This new task force may be well suited to lead on both of these measures. Finally, the legislation outlines who will serve on this task force, and CCE proposes that at least 2 individuals with lived experience be added as members, with at least one of the 2 members identifying as a woman. Before the DC Council enacts a steady stream of new legislation in response to the ongoing conversation around crime in DC, we must first have transparent, accurate, and robust information on the effectiveness of the Public Safety Emergency Amendment Act available to the Council and public. Prior to legislation passing that will create new penalties or enhance existing ones, we must understand the complete picture of how the Public Safety Emergency Amendment Act has improved, diminished, or possibly had no discernible effect on crime. This will allow DC to better refine its approach to addressing crime and improving public safety, having a more complete understanding of what is working and what is not. CCE does want to acknowledge where B25-479 is mirroring best practices. For instance, the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022 includes a provision on reckless endangerment with a firearm offense, which had a maximum penalty of 2 years. The creation of this offense in the ACTIVE Act and applying a felony liability is consistent with the RCCA, and it is CCE's hope that this committee will continue to incorporate the recommendations of district-funded commissions, task forces, and reports in the work that it does. We would also like to note that the enhancement outlined in the legislation are not consistent with the RCCA's recommendation. While we clearly need to develop new strategies to prevent dangerous crimes, data tells us that for firearms offenses, there has not been a clear consensus on whether or not increasing penalties for these crimes is a successful deterrent. And I know others testified today about this as well. Our judicial system is tasked with the authority to make sentencing decisions based on all of the evidence before it, and we should not strip our courts of this responsibility. CCE believes that there are fundamental changes that need to be made to this bill before it should proceed through council. Thank you for your time. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Joshua Wiley, DC Young Democrats.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to testify on the proposed legislation on public safety. My name is Joshua Wiley, and I am submitting this testimony on behalf of the DC Young Democrats. The DC Young Democrats represent a diverse collective of passionate young individuals dedicated to forging a more equitable and just District of Columbia for all its residents. Our unwavering commitment extends to addressing the pivotal concern of public safety, and we are intentional in our collaboration with the council to devise solutions that effectively combat crime while safeguarding the welfare of marginalized communities. We express deep concern that the proposed legislation may intensify the already pervasive issue of over-policing within marginalized communities in Washington, D.C., while failing to confront the root causes that fuel criminal activities. Specifically, we have concerns about the following provisions of the bill. The amendment will require individuals on probation, supervised release, or parole following a conviction for a firearm offense to submit to a search when they are in a public place, anytime during the night or day. This is an issue because searches in public places raise questions about privacy rights and the presumption of innocence. As mentioned in the bill, this is similar to New York's stop and frisk, which was proven to be unconstitutional, racially biased, and counterproductive. Next, the bill states that it would adjust the maximum penalties for engagement with the firearm. While the intent to address engagement with the firearm is commendable, the adjustment of maximum penalties should be approached cautiously to avoid disproportionately assigning severe consequences that may not necessarily align with the principles of fair and just sentences. There is another point in the bill that addresses increasing the maximum penalty for individuals firing a large number of bullets at a time. This could have implications for people who fire bullets as warning shots. Those implications make innocent people susceptible to criminal charges for firing a gun. In my testimony, there's a case in Florida about a woman firing shots. Minor improvements include adjustments to the bill that would make the language more specific for individuals firing bullets with the intent of harm. Another area that raises questions is stacking sentences. The proposal to stack sentences for possession of extremely dangerous weapons raises questions about the fairness and effectiveness of such punitive measures. This approach may not be conducive to a rehabilitative justice system. If the desire is to create a new offense of unlawful discarding of firearms and ammunition, you must have a safe way to dispose of firearms and ammunition that does not solely live at a police station where many residents or their families have damaged relationships. This must be a partnership instead of an authoritative relationship when it comes to decreasing crime in the city. Lastly, the bill further states an amendment that would require judges to issue written findings that set forth the evidence that support their decision to release an individual charged with a violent crime. This type of written finding would increase equity on who gets released while awaiting trial. It goes against innocent until proven guilty and would deter judges from releasing individuals while awaiting trial. This has the possibility to further up in families if someone who is innocent is awaiting trial and lose their home and job. We vigorously implore the council to thoroughly reassess the proposed legislation and commit to a more comprehensive and just strategy for enhancing public safety. We firmly hold the belief that the most effective means of reducing crime lies in dedicated resources to social programs, education, community support systems that directly target the underlying factors contributing to criminal behavior. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I want to recognize we've been joined by our at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, who's also a member of the committee. I'm going to turn to you, Councilmember Henderson, if you have any opening statement you'd like to share or any questions for this panel.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I wasn't anticipating you turning to me on this. I will be joining you upstairs, but I was just listening to the testimony. I appreciate all of the witnesses on this particular panel for their testimony. I don't have any specific questions at this time.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. So Ms. Swanson, I want to ask you about the strangulation components that you talked about. One of the things that we are trying to be sensitive to and aware of is particularly how complicated reporting can be for many domestic violence survivors and any unintended consequences of adding strangulation as a pretrial presumption to be held as a violent crime, do you have any concerns that that could lead victims of domestic violence not to report because they're worried that a potentially loved one might end up in jail?
Certainly, yes. As I stated in my testimony, not all domestic violence survivors are interested in pursuing, criminal legal responses to domestic violence incidents, and that is a concern. Our overall support for adding these provisions, however, to the bill is based on a recognition of how severe strangulation incidents can be, and providing opportunities for victims to pursue these options when they want to see their abusers held accountable in the criminal legal justice system. So it's not perfect, but we believe that preserving those options is important for our clients.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Ms. Moyd, I appreciate your concerns about the effects of searches, and want to ask you if you or Council for Court Excellence has any other ideas about specifically removing illegal firearms from the streets, especially with this concerning trend that we're seeing, that many more people who are convicted of gun-related offenses are rearrested than just generally the population who's arrested for any other offense. And how do you think that we should go about safely and fairly seeking to remove illegal firearms off our streets? Also, so that fewer people feel like they need to carry a weapon for their own protection.
So one of my first response is a response that has been shared by a few of the individuals who have testified, and that is getting to the root cause of the problem, like getting into the community, speaking with young people, talking about the legitimacy of the fear, where that comes from, and addressing that. So I think getting to the root cause is one issue. But the other issue is to make sure that the council has a deep understanding of how people who are on parole, probation, or supervised release are already supervised by CSOSA, what the expectations are. So when a person is released from serving time in the district, everyone has to sign a list of conditions. I believe it's up to like 21 conditions that a person has to abide by. Individuals who are on supervision and have a conviction for a gun offense also have to sign, in many cases, sign up for gun offender registration. That's a certification order that is issued by the court, or in some cases, the U.S. Parole Commission, depending on the type of release. And the person is actually has to go to MPD on a regular basis and make sure that their gun offender registry is updated. So I believe that there are already some mechanisms that are in place. I don't think that it's prudent to just target individuals who are on supervision already, dealing with the stigma, the shame, the challenges, the collateral consequences that go with that, to target this population specifically in a different way.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Anderson, I just want to make sure I understand your point about, you said something along the lines of this would be stripping judges of their discretion. Can you elaborate on which provision you're referring to, and why you think that what we would describe as adding judicial discretion would be stripping judges of their discretion?
Yes, absolutely. So our written testimony has a bit more detail on this that I think will illuminate the point a little bit, but I really had to hack away to get it at under 3 minutes because I wanted to respect the committee's time. But it's the enhancements around the firearm offenses. So we talk a little bit about the provision of reckless endangerment with a firearm and how it has the RCCA recommended a maximum penalty of 2 years, and the Active Act creates this offense, applies to felony liability, and that is consistent with the RCCA, and we applaud that, but the enhancements outlined in the legislation are not consistent with that. And so given that what CCE has testified and what others today have testified about enhancing penalties and stacking offenses, not necessarily having clear data showing that those are effective deterrents of crime, we're sort of thinking through how adding these enhancements and stacking of sentences is impacting the judicial system's ability to sort of make those sentencing decisions based on all of the evidence. And again, our written testimony will give additional details. And if Alinda would like to add anything else, I welcome her thoughts there as well.
I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I thought you were referring to a different provision, so I appreciate that context. Thank you all of the witnesses on this panel for the work that you all do in this space and for being here today. We appreciate your perspective and your testimony. I am going to now invite Michael Syndrome, public witness, to testify, who's joined us in person in the chambers. If you would make your way to the table, you can go ahead. For all other witnesses on this panel who've joined us virtually, you are free to go. Thank you so much.
All right. Once again, good afternoon, Madam Chair. And also with the sound of my voice, Michael Syndrome, disabled veteran, served our country more than most. I initially signed up virtual, and I want to applaud Ms. Benjamin because the instructions when I phoned in were not available. So she did find them. And I thought, well, in light that you're opening your door for in-person hearing, I'd come by and grace your presence and you can can have tender moments of bonding, as it were. So it's been said, I live over in Georgia Avenue, across from Old Campus Walter Reed. And I'm sandwiched between Firehouse, 4th District, and also I'm kind of at a loss because a ways back, 4th District had some Walmart signs coming up to the station house. They were there for a minute and then gone. I don't know, maybe if you can check into what was going on with that. I thought maybe they were selling out to Walmart, but hopefully not. In any event, we got the sirens going continually. So the scuttlebutt has been that crime is down. No, it's not. Problem is that police are inundated, overworked. They got the TRUE unit, the telephone reporting unit, and they'll show up for the most serious, I guess, offenses, but otherwise it doesn't get reported. And there's also a disconnect between MPD stats and FBI. As has been said, there are lies, damn lies, and there are statistics. And so the MPD and FBI stats don't quite mesh. So it doesn't really give an accurate picture of what's going on. There is a on-point quotation. Why do people commit crime so readily? Because crime is not punished quickly enough. You find that in Holy Scripture, Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 9. Why do people commit crime so readily? Because crime is not punished quickly enough. It's good we have laws on the books, excellent. But if they're not enforced, they're not worth a hill of beans. And I think by and large, that is problematic. And that's something that comes out of dollars and cents. I know, we're in dire straits or whatever, but this should be a paramount importance to you, Madam Chair, the council, all concerned, the safety and well-being of our community. And so again, it's good being back, like a 3-year hiatus. Looks like things are pretty much intact. We got more screens and whatnot. But again, there's nothing like the personal touch. And I understand there's a bill coming up towards the end of the month about crime as well. I want to put it out there too. MPD representative and U.S. attorney, I'd like to chat with them offline. So I'll be, here sticking around. And I did want to conclude, since I am a disabled veteran, I don't know if you are military but it is the veteran. It is the veteran, not preacher, who has given us freedom of religion. It is a veteran, not reporter, who has given us freedom of the press. It is a veteran, not poet, who has given us freedom of speech. It is a veteran, not campus organizer, who has given us freedom to assemble. It is a veteran, not lawyer, sometimes I say liar, but not lawyer, who has given us the right to a fair trial. Gotta have a little humor, Madam Chair. It is a veteran, not politician, who has given us the right to vote. It is a veteran who salutes the flag, who serves under the flag. God bless America and our troops. There's one question I did want to ask you, and that's this. The Commission on Judicial Disabilities and Tenure comes under your watch. Every time you call, nobody answers the phone. So I want to make you aware of that. You have any questions? I'd be delighted to field at this time.
Well, thank you so much for your service. I really appreciate it deeply. And thank you for sharing that beautiful poem as well. And your testimony today. We appreciate you being here. Yes, we are having additional hearings throughout this fall on our larger Secure DC plan. And so look forward to your continued engagement in that. I appreciate you being here today.
In light of that, Madam Chair, I have asked for reasonable accommodation hard copy. I am cybernetically challenged. So in the past, prior COVID, I would get hard copy of hearings, the respective council members' names and staffers and so on. No longer. Everything is now digital, impersonal. But I'm going to invoke the law, a reasonable accommodation to have it hard copy, so I can digest it and disseminate it in my convenience at home. So if you can facilitate that humble, reasonable request, that'll be helpful.
And what would you like as a hard copy?
Your upcoming hearings, I've asked Ms. Benjamin for this, stuck it in the mail, but it never came. But I'm in the dark on this. So unless I get something in writing, again, being cybernetically challenged, I have no idea what's happening. So if you can facilitate, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. So there are other seasoned seniors and whatnot that would appreciate hard copy. I know you guys, and I called the council secretary's office. Well, we're going virtual and digital, all well and good, but nothing like the personal touch where I can see your lovely mug and face. You know, you can't cross-examine a piece of paper, and we can have tender moments of bonding, as it were. So that's important to have that in place. So if you can, you know,
Yeah,
facilitate that.
we'll definitely work on getting that information.
And the Commission on Judicial Disabilities and Tenure, we got to get some movement on that because the cult of the robe, as been said, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yep. Thank you for raising that. We will follow up with them on that, make sure that they have all the staffing they need and robust ability to answer inquiries. So thank you. Thank you, sir.
And I was,
Thank
like
you
I said,
again
I was
for
going to stick
your
around if
service.
MPD reps are here or U.S. Attorney,
Sure. Our government witnesses will be testifying a little later this afternoon, once we're done with public
virtual
witnesses.
or
They should be
in
here
line.
in person.
In person?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Stick around. All right, Madam Chair, good seeing you and alive.
Thank you.
And,
You as well. Thanks for
Keep up
coming.
the good work. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And remember, it is the veteran.
All right, we are going to turn to our next panel of witnesses, Robert Giaimo. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Silver Brands, Federal City Council. Mashia Ashton, Digital Pioneers Academy Public Charter School. Caitlin Peter, Apartment of Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. Eric Jones, Apartment of Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. Yannick Amicton, Commissioner of ANC 2A01. Angela Franco, DC Chamber of Commerce. And Robert Vincent Branham, Public Witness. Thank you. All right, we'll give you all a moment to join. Mashia Ashton, Digital Pioneers Academy Public Charter School.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Pinto. My name is Michelle Ashton. I am the founder and CEO of Digital Pioneers Academy, a computer science focused charter middle and high school here in Washington, D.C. Thank you for this opportunity to testify this morning. There is no more important issue facing our city's youth than violence, and I'm hopeful that this hearing and the policy discussion it will inspire will lead to positive change. Unfortunately, I have become all too familiar with the horrific reality of our city's youth violence epidemic. Last year, we lost 4 of our students to gun violence and shootings off campus. Antoine Manning, Jakai Snyder, DeMarcos Pickney, and Jalen Osborne. Our city is in crisis, and our collective responsibility to do more to protect our young people is more important now than ever. In the aftermath of our tragedies, the city provided exceptional services to our school. Counselors helped many members of our community, including myself, process our anger and our grief. And this fall, many of the council visited our campus, which meant a lot to our staff, our families, and it showed that our city leaders care. I particularly want to thank Councilman Mendelson, McDuffie, White, and Allen. Thank you. While we have moved beyond the immediate grief, the pain and the trauma remain. We still have siblings of the shooting victims at our school. And each week comes a new birthday or an anniversary that is impossible to ignore. I attended a vigil for our student who passed 1 year ago, and I asked the family what has changed. They still do not feel safe in their community. At school, our team of caring individuals can keep our scholars safe, engaged, and cared for. But outside of the school walls, our influence is limited. but that doesn't mean we're going to stop trying. As a city leader, you can continue to help our effort. First, we need more expanded after-school programs for our youth. In partnership with the Washington Commanders, we launched our first football team this season and have expanded team sports offerings to both young women and women. We need to make schools more like community hubs. Second, mental health counselors are not only needed in a crisis. Public schools need the resources to make mental health services part of the fabric of their school community. This year, we have expanded counseling for all of our young people and all of our adults in the building, and it has made a huge difference. And lastly, our youth need to be more occupied with more meaningful activities after school and particularly in the summer. We need to expand summer youth programs and better coordinate the services across the city. I am an educator of 600 amazing scholars. Our team of educators would rather spend our time thinking about how to teach our scholars to code, but unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Ashton. If Robert Giaimo from Silver Brands Federal City Council is here, please make sure to accept the invitation to join as a panelist. We'll send another one. Otherwise, we will move to Caitlin Peter, Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Peter, and I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the multifamily portfolio of the Apartment and Office Building Association. Our members care, manage, operate, and also some own and develop over 107,000 multifamily residential units throughout all 8 wards of the district. In the past few months, every day there is someone who reaches out to our association asking for help, for guidance, when they have employees or they have residents or someone in their community who has been a victim of violence, who has felt unsafe, and many of them do not know what to do. They have exhausted many resources, many government resources. They are doing the best they can as private citizens, as good private corporate citizens. We are at a point where our membership from a residential front, we have expectations from our residents and from the government that we will provide safe communities. And right now we are not able to do that to the best of our ability. And we look to the council, we look to the government to offer us additional resources and tools and guidance in how that can be achieved. So we thank Councilmember Pinto, as we know that she has engaged many of our members directly in working through their very specific and very, I'm trepid because oftentimes our members are even afraid to come forward and to share these stories. And I know that Councilmember Pinto and her staff have been very open and willing and also very respectful of the fragile situations that many have faced. So we thank you for putting this piece of legislation forward. We do understand that this tackles many of the enforcement mechanisms and that there is an entire other set of holistic mechanisms that we have to examine. We are here. What I would primarily like to share is that we are gathering a set of more specific stories does not feel like the right word. We're gathering additional information from our members to be able to share, to perhaps add data when you are going through the technical details of this bill, which we'll have for you in the next couple of weeks. And until then, I think we're hanging on. We're barely hanging on, and we continue to ask to work with you to be able to keep our residents as safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Peter, for being here and sharing the really heartbreaking stories that you have. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Eric Jones, Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and the members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Eric Jones, and I'm the VP of Government Affairs, DC Commercial Fleet Apartment Office Building Association, Metropolitan Washington, also known as AOBA. Since 1974, AOBA has served as a leading membership organization representing commercial and office building and
Eric,
multifamily residential real
sorry
estate
to cut
in
you
DC.
off.
Yes.
Eric, it's a little bit hard to hear you. If you can try to speak up into the mic a little bit, we have the volume all the way up here.
Is that better?
Yes, that's better. And you can go ahead and start over if you wouldn't mind.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and the members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Eric Jones. I'm the VP of Government Affairs for the Apartment Office Building Association, Metropolitan Washington, also known as AOBA. Since 1974, AOBA has served as the leading multi-membership organization representing commercial office buildings and multifamily residential real estate in Washington, D.C. In the district, AOBA's membership represents just shy of 108,000 apartment units and more than 76.6 million square feet of commercial space. I'm here today as an advocate of fourth-generation Washingtonian and a Ward 4 resident to provide testimony on B 25-479, the Active Amendment Act of 2023. As I previously stated, as an organization, AOBA is fully committed to the long-term growth and sustainability of a vibrant commercial and residential community within DC's downtown core and throughout all 8 wards. This objective not only coincides with the mayor's vision as laid out in her previously released downtown action plan, but also coincides with the many goals and objectives highlighted during last year's FY24 budget process. To achieve these goals, we know that there are a few things that must happen. One, the city must attract and retain businesses in high rent areas to ensure that the district's commercial real estate portfolio continues to provide the taxable income required to operate our city. Two, we must regain our standing as a preferred location to invest in development. Three, we must continue to expand the current housing stock, providing quality communities for residents throughout the income ladder. The problem, since the district started its official transition from the COVID-19 public health emergency last year, the one major issue that has impacted our entire city has been an increase in crime. While the conversation around crime usually focuses on residents and how to make them feel safe, rarely does the conversation touch on the direct impacts of these increases in crime. This includes loss of local businesses, reduction in jobs, and as well as a decrease in corporate income, real estate, and sales tax revenue. Additionally, it puts greater downward pressure on the district to provide items such as emergency rental assistance, health insurance, housing vouchers, SNAP benefits, and unemployment insurance. Additionally, in the spring of 2022, a study by the Urban Institute titled Economic Cost of Gun Violence in Washington, D.C. used data on the local housing market to highlight how communities are impacted by crime. Some of the key findings include decreased homeownership rates and property values in the years following an increase in violent crime, with even higher percentages when you focus on gun-related crime, including homicides. Additionally, the studies also shows that these crime rates have a direct negative impact on retail and business services, including the reduction in number of retail and business jobs associated with them. This is doubly troubling when you consider that residents and underserved populations are usually the first to lose benefits when this happens, and are also the same people in these industries. Considering that in September of this year, just days after the legislation was introduced, the city reached 214 murders, which constitutes the first time that the city has reached this number in more than 25 years. Now to the legislation. There are 3 key provisions that we believe are of interest and should move ahead. 1, adjusting the maximum penalties for endangerment with a firearm. 2, increasing the maximum penalties for individuals firing a large number of bullets at a time. And 3, creating a pre-arrest division task force charged with developing recommendations for increasing the use of pre-arrest diversion and limitation of those recommendations. Really quickly before we close, one of the things that we talk about often at AOBA is a conversation around violence interrupters. While this is vitally important, we have to realize that the majority of crimes that we're concerned about on a daily basis, things such as carjackings, armed robberies, and these incidents are not handled by violence interrupters. We need to find alternatives that allow residents and businesses to feel safe, allow individuals to return to the District of Columbia, and allow them to provide the resources that create jobs and keep jobs downtown that hire some of the folks who are in greatest need. With that, I'll conclude my testimony and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Yannick Amicton, Commissioner from ANC 2A01.
Good afternoon, Council. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. My name is Yannick Amicton. I'm an ANC Commissioner in 2A01. I'm here to add my and my constituents' voices in opposition to the Active Act's proposed expansion of pretrial detention and the expanded search powers for police. It simply will not make us more safe. It will make DC residents less secure. It's a kowtowing to a Republican racist Congress, and it needs to be stopped. When I take a look at this, I see a lot of legalese. And so when I'm explaining this to constituents, I boil it down to the likely effects. We heard from lawyers earlier today that relying on the rebuttable presumption has resulted in an increase in people detained pretrial. And this bill will simply increase the number of people held in pretrial detention even more, period. The purpose is clear, right? More people not convicted of a crime will be locked up for longer. And that's bad for all the reasons that have already been mentioned, from job loss while people are in detention, from loss of rights to see children, from loss of educational opportunities, to poor health outcomes, et cetera. It's a long list of negative outcomes for people who have not been convicted of a crime. They're punished for things they have not been convicted of. And there's a ton of unhoused people who are arrested in my neighborhood for small things. It's a regular occurrence. Many spend an extended amount of time in jail before being released. I spoke directly with one person very recently, just 2 weeks ago, staying regularly in my single member district, who lost their ID and Social Security in the process of being arrested and after being detained for several weeks. The charges against him ended up being dropped, but he has to start over trying to get these IDs back, setting him back months in his housing process. If people are already being detained like this bill will only cause even more harm and show to people that DC simply doesn't care what happens to them. Additionally, cops being granted massive power to search a person convicted of a gun crime at any time, anywhere, for any reason, without a warrant and without probable cause, I can't believe I'm saying those words here in 2023, is simply not going to make us safe. It inherently assumes that returning citizens are walking around with firearms that they will use to commit a crime again. It inherently assumes that because they're guilty of one crime, they will be guilty of another, without getting to the root cause of why people who have been released might feel the need to carry. Second, law enforcement will use this to manifest racist bias that already exists. 67% of police stops in DC are on Black folks. Black folks who have been stopped for other reasons will be stopped for long. People will be stopped for questioning just on the off chance that they were convicted before. And the council puts forward absolutely no clear protections for people who experience these frequent stops. No new complaint mechanisms, no new oversight. And let's be clear, it won't be just one additional stop in a person's life. It won't be 10 additional stops. It will be hundreds over the course of a person's entire life. And I asked to Councilmember Pinto, can you imagine if every time you stepped out of the house, you had to worry about a cop stopping you to search you at any time for any reason without a warrant and without probable cause? It's simply incomprehensible. But it's a reality that people have lived with in New York City. It's a reality people have lived with in other cities. And it's a reality that it cannot accept to have happen in DC. People will process this increased harassment in their daily lives as an extension of state violence. They will trust the state less. They'll trust our government less. They will feel less safe. This whole thing might make certain folks feel more safe, but it will definitely make many Black and brown folks feel less safe. And these are absolutely the real effects, not public safety, but public frustration, public anger, and public distrust. The default setting should be freedom and dignity. The Active Act, as it's written right now, will treat the bodies of Washingtonians, mainly Black and brown bodies, as disposable, cageable, objects to be searched. It's not life affirming. It assumes people are criminals right away. We have to focus on the things that will incentivize good behavior. It starts with funding all the violence interruption mechanisms that are woefully underfunded, making sure poor and working class people in the city can survive and thrive without being displaced. But when my council member and this council legislates, I expect to see things that treat the root causes of crime, not apply a poisonous racist Band-Aid. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Angela Franco, DC Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Angela Franco. I'm the president and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce, and I am grateful for the opportunity that we have to testify today. We have had several conversations on safety, and we receive a lot of complaints and stories from our chamber members. Many of those are local businesses. For instance, we heard from one that one of the employees was killed. He was 13 years old. There's another member of the chamber that owns a construction company in Ward 8, and a person was killed right in front of his office. And our intention with the testimony is in support to putting some legislation forward that can help with the safety in the District of Columbia, where everybody is included and everybody that has the right intentions is protected, but also that some legislation and rules are put in place. We are now anxiously following the crime statistics every day. That's a sentiment that is across the business community, seeing the carjackings going up, the robberies, and the shootings. The legislation before us is an important step forward, offering a series of sensible public safety reforms designed to help keep our residents and workers safe. These include prescribed authority to publicly search those previously convicted of firearm offenses, increased penalties of illegal use of discarding of a firearm, and expanding definition of carjacking to include cases where the victim is not in their vehicle, classifying strangulation and other criminal sexual abuse as a dangerous crimes and crimes of violence. We view bill provisions to strengthen penalties to illegal firearms use and expanding the crime of carjacking as particularly important in light of startling increases in both sets of crimes. And maybe what I want to say in conclusion is that we are willing to work with you. We are looking at best practices across the country in terms of creating coalitions, business coalitions, to work together and create a support system that can help the city move forward in a positive direction. So I thank you. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Franco. Robert Vincent Branham. Sorry about that. Are we back live? Okay. Next up, Robert Vincent Branham, public witness. Mr. Branham, we can't hear you. It looks like you may be off. It looks like you're off mute.
Way?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Robert Vincent Branham. I am chairman of the Public Safety Committee of the Ward 5 Leadership Council, president emeritus of the DC Federations of Civic Associations, and a former advisory neighborhood commissioner. Many people and organizations rightfully picked up the ball in defense of justice of the accused to uphold their rights guaranteed under the Constitution. Yet they dropped the ball in defense of and for the protection of victims of crimes. Public safety trust in law enforcement has been lost, not primarily because of police overreach and misconduct, but also because of the reckless disregard for the common decency and good order of community service. Few advocates for those accused of crimes come before this committee and this council to speak forcefully against those who are committing carjackings, domestic violence, coordinating shoplifting, and other gun crimes. Madam Chair, inadequate housing, lack of adequate employment, deficient education, and accessibility to needed mental health services all contribute to fear, trauma, and crime. Children killing children is traumatizing. Parents losing their children to gun violence is traumatizing. 15-year-olds out of school and repeatedly involved in crimes are traumatizing. They are all also dehumanizing. Specifically, I want to extend the task force membership in the legislation to include advisory neighborhood commissioners and representation from community, civic, and citizens associations, such as the DC Federations of Civic and Citizens Association and the Ward 5 Leadership Council Public Safety Committee, inclusive of expert community organizations. This legislation is not perfect and can be modified. However, it is not racist, a step back toward slavery, the era of Jim Crow, nor a model for mass incarcerations of Black Washingtonians. It attempts to respond to public concerns about crime and public safety. There has to be common ground, greater urgency, and understanding of the impact of crime on victims and the greater community as we seek to protect the rights of all those accused of crimes. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branham. Thank you all for your testimony on this panel. I really appreciate it. I want to start with you, Mr. Jones, in your comments, because I think sometimes these issues are presented as an alternative of, are we going to be investing in our violence prevention programs, or are we going to be focused on enforcement? And I believe, of course, it has to be both. But you said something that I think is important around the crimes that you are seeing or that your members are experiencing are not always, or not necessarily, the incidents of crimes that our violence prevention specialists are seeking to prevent or work on. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the types of incidents that you or your members are concerned about and seeing play a role in your communities?
Sure, thank you for that. And when I speak of that, I want to say it's not just the downtown core, but it's commercial corridors throughout the cities. And we're seeing violent robbery, theft from businesses. We're seeing robbery out in front of buildings. We're seeing carjackings. We're seeing simple assault. And these issues aren't incidents that are necessarily targeted by violence interrupters. And while violence interrupters are important, and while I've heard folks say all day long about we need to support the underlying causes of these crimes, what they're not realizing is that these crimes that we're not talking about, these carjackings that are taking place in these communities, these thefts, these robberies, they're discouraging businesses and those folks who work in those businesses coming back to the city. And those folks are the tax base that create the ancillary jobs that many of these folks, including our ex-offenders, take part in. I want to kind of piggyback on what Mr. Branham said, and I've worked with Mr. Branham for years off and on, and I think he touched on it. It's really important to notice today that most of the folks who talked about the race baiting and talked about communities are folks who are not originally from this community. And I hate to say that, but in every other aspect of what we talk about in this city or we talk about throughout this country, we hear that representation is important. But we hear folks talk about Black and brown folks, mainly Black men, who are the main focus in the city. And it's ironic that when looking at this, Mr. Branham and myself are probably some of the only folks who've been here through the 80s, through the early 2000s, through the other crime pandemics that we've seen in this city, who can talk about how we've gotten through them. And yet we're the folks who are being told that we don't understand. And it's problematic because we're seeing the same cycles of, we're looking at the end results and we're wanting to make sure that criminals feel safe, but the ways in which we come out of this by attacking those low-level crimes that make our communities feel safe, that allow folks to actually band together and build strong community, aren't being addressed, and we have to deal with that. And that's what our members are worried about now more than ever, because businesses are leaving, jobs are leaving, restaurants and bars and storefronts, security guards, they're all leaving and taking those jobs to Northern Virginia and Bethesda and Prince George's County, and we're losing our revenue, but also the jobs that those folks need.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that perspective. And I think it's important as we think about both violent crime and, as you described, low-level offenses, all of these are offenses that are affecting and traumatizing communities in different ways and are all important to our sense of law and civility and order and the way that the social constructs that we have in living in a city of laws. I want to ask you, Commissioner Omikton, because I appreciate your points around ensuring we're setting people up for success who have already been convicted of a gun crime. I mean, I do want to note your example of me walking down the street being subject to a search is not what we're talking about here, because we're talking about people who have already been convicted of a gun-related offense. And I certainly want, and the committee is very focused on figuring out how we can set up people who have served a sentence for success upon reentry. But you said something, and I ask this fully genuinely, because I've heard it a lot, of this idea of people feeling that they need to arm themselves for their own protection. And it worries me because, well, for a number of reasons, because we have proliferation of illegal firearms in our streets. But when we see these terrible shootings in other places in the country, and we hear Republicans say, well, we all need to arm ourselves. We all need to have a weapon to feel safe. Many of us Democrats in DC are very horrified by that type of sentiment and say, that is not the solution. We should not have more firearms in our streets, more citizens feeling that they need to arm themselves to keep themselves safe. And yet I hear this on the other side in DC. And so I'm just curious kind of your perspective about that distinction, how we can be setting people up for success without shrugging our shoulders and say, well, some people feel that they need to have access to an illegal firearm to keep themselves safe that could end a human life or 30 human lives within seconds.
Yeah, Councilmember, that's not at all what I said. I think the key piece here is that, you know, when folks, violence occurs in cycles, right? I mean, we know that there's things that kick off violence, like Mr. Jones is saying. There's violence itself is traumatizing. It creates more feelings of not being safe, right? And so when you've got people, there are going to be people who look at the situation around them and say, well, I guess I have to be armed. And we want to stop that. We want to stop that as best we possibly can. Like, I completely opposed to the proliferation of firearms. And I think it's very disingenuous to say that anyone who says that we need to make sure that we focus on reducing mass incarceration, that we need to focus on positive incentives to not, you know, be violent in the community. It's disingenuous to say that those folks are on the side of Republicans who want to see more guns in our community, who want to see more people being armed. I think that's an absolute, you know, completely two different things. You know, what we're seeing here is a lot of people make decisions based off of what they see around them, right? And when they see underfunded schools, when they see rec centers that don't work, when they see parks that aren't maintained, when they see that their families don't have jobs, when they see that they go apply for many different jobs, they don't get accepted anywhere, they see that they can't access the same education opportunities as a person over here in Ward 2 can. You know, when they see all of these different things compounded, and then they see, well, you know, my friend over here was able to get money because, you know, he did so-and-so, such and such, and like, he's strapped up, so I'm going to be strapped up. Like, that is the cycle of violence we want to stop, right? And it's not going to stop when people feel like they are being told that they're already criminals from the jump. And, you know, to return to this idea, Councilmember Pinto, you know, that I posed to you, this idea that, you know, if you feel like every time you left the house, you had to worry about a cop stopping you to search you, you know, returning citizens are part of our community. They are part of us, you know. I serve on my commission with a returning citizen, and they're just part of the fabric of our community, right? So I'm not going to accept it if my neighbor, who just happens to be a returning citizen, has this fear constantly of having to be stopped and searched for any reason. That's why I say to you, you know, I put myself in their shoes. And so I'm asking Councilmember Pinto to put you in their shoes too, right? Like this isn't something we want to accept for any member of our community. And that's the most important thing. And to add one more piece to this, it will happen to people who haven't been convicted of gun crimes, right? We are going to see, as we have seen with every other law that kind of pushes forward the needle on stop and frisk, that pushes us closer to the stop and frisk, that people who are just walking, going about their day, are going to be stopped. And the vast majority of those folks are going to be Black and brown folks. Many of those folks are going to be native Washingtonians.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those thoughts. I just want to be crystal clear, and I'm disappointed that you viewed my question as disingenuous, because I really, at the outset, said I genuinely am curious and want to understand your thinking. I don't conflate those arguments, but I am concerned as I hear about and see the proliferation of illegal firearms in our streets, why it is different when we're seeing that in other parts of the country and here, but trying to understand why and what those interventions can be. So I was not suggesting that you were the same as that, but I am suggesting I am grappling with how we can distinguish those two things and keep our community safe. I am over time, but I want to ask you, Ms. Franco, if you can just comment on the Chamber of Commerce's perspective on what we're hearing at a macro level about concerns for public safety in the district and how that's affecting our broader goals to have a safe city, to generate sufficient tax revenue to fund all of these important programs that we believe in, to fund our education system and our violence prevention programs, what our public safety challenges are doing to that reputation and to that fabric.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I belong to a national organization that is the Association of Chamber of Commerce Executives, and where all chambers of commerce are together, including the U.S. Chamber. And that's a concern that came out in the conversation that we had throughout the day, so much that the U.S. Chamber want to see how they could get involved. That can affect, because when the conversation is out there, there's an initial fear of people to invest, international people to invest in the district, or even national people to invest in the district. And opening a business, they're going to think it twice because of safety issues. So it's really something that we need to take seriously. And obviously, one thing is what people see, what they think. Another one is reality. But they too go hand by hand when people are making decisions to invest and grow here in the district. And we know that, you know, a healthy business community creates healthy employment, creates opportunities for all. And that's what we really need to strive for. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. No, I think that's very important perspective to all of us to consider. Just like all the testimony that we're hearing, we talk about crime at an individual level. We talk about what happens and the trauma experienced for a victim, for the perpetrator, and making sure that their rights are honored. The reality that many perpetrators are victims themselves. And we also need to talk about the impacts of public safety on an entire neighborhood, on an entire community, on an entire city. And especially when that city is the nation's capital, it engenders a lot more attention about it. And it's important. It's important as we think about this. Mr. Branham, I want to give you the final word. If you have any closing thoughts for these last 20 seconds about anything we've kind of discussed here, but I really appreciate your testimony and your thoughts.
I just want to reiterate the comments and piggyback on my good friend Eric and his words and his perspective. You know, everyone in this city needs to feel that they're contributing toward the sense of public safety. You know, and the businesses, returning citizens. I support returning citizens. They've been able to vote and all those and getting opportunities. But it is for me as a native Washingtonian, as a Black man, I can do not use my race as a rationale for my conduct or criminal conduct. As I have been opposed to racism, I have fought it. I've stood for statehood. I've stood for victims' rights. I've stood for returning citizens' rights, women's rights, young people's rights. I'm a defender of people's rights to live peacefully, And that's what our focus should be on, living peacefully in a thriving community and combining our resources to help our young people stay on the right track, get on the right track, and to move forward. And that's why I'm willing to work with you in this committee and others in the business community, in the faith community, in the public advocacy for justice community on those issues that give everyone a sense of safety and comfort in the District of Columbia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you on this panel for being here today and for your time and your expertise. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to move on to our next and last public witness panel today. Natalia Otero, DC Safe, Nene Taylor, Harriet's Wildest Dreams, Kiana Johnson, Harriet's Wildest Dreams, Mickey Charles, Harriet's Dreams, Faye X, Harriet's Wildest Dreams, Afeni Evans, Harriet's Wildest Dreams, Jamila White, ANC Commissioner for ANC 8A05, and Alex B, Public Witness. Natalia Otero, are you here?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Kylie Hogan. I'm stepping in for Natalia today.
Okay, no problem. It's a little bit hard to hear you.
All right, hold on one second.
Okay.
Is that any better?
Yes, that's much better. And if you could state your full name for the record.
Absolutely. My name is Kylie Hogan, and I'm the director of the Crisis Intervention Team for DC Safe. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. DC Safe is the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence in the District of Columbia. Last year, we served a record number of clients, almost more than 11,600 clients and families, representing about a 60% increase in the amount of people we've served since before the pandemic. We strongly support the Active Amendment Act of 2023, particularly the provisions regarding pretrial detention for those arrested for violent offenses and the enhanced classification for strangulation. The survivors we serve who are at the highest risk of homicide or serious assault at the hands of an intimate partner are all too often the victims of strangulation, an act that can be deadly up to 11 days after the incident without warning. They live in fear and maybe physically or mentally have physical or mental health issues that an offender exploits to retain control, and that make it very difficult for a survivor to leave a relationship. Therefore, DC Safe strongly supports the broadening of the definition of serious bodily injury to include strangulation that will require medical attention beyond what a layperson can provide and require medical testing to diagnose. The majority of times, strangulation injuries are not immediately obvious or visible to the naked eye, and they don't present in the cut and dried manner of a broken bone or a laceration. This definition will allow felony charges for strangulation and provide prosecutors and judges with a greater ability to hold offenders accountable in high-risk cases. Additionally, we strongly support including strangulation in the list of crimes that constitute violence under DC Code 231331, a classification that would trigger the rebuttable presumption of pretrial detention and require judges to provide written reasons for cases in which someone is charged with this offense would be deemed safe to release prior to trial. Ideally, DC Safe would like to see a lethality assessment score inform these determinations to help provide context for safety determinations made by the court. However, with all of these proposed changes, they're only as effective as their implementation, as many have mentioned. Therefore, training and systematic coordination are essential to ensure that the effects are felt in individual cases. DC Safe has long advocated for a holistic approach to domestic violence crime that consider lethality risk and a pattern of violence instead of an incidental approach, which is currently being used by the criminal justice system. Many of their cases address the lethality assessment project and the domestic violence intervention project with MPD involve repeat offenders who cycle through the criminal justice system and are released within 24 hours after committing significant harm, on top of a long history of violence against maybe that individual person, if not against multiple previous intimate partners. Survivors and advocates must plan for this fact when creating safety plans, and we believed that that should be considered in the criminal justice system as well. Finally, while the futility of some previous task force is noted, the need for a pre-arrest diversion task force seeks to address is one that advocates have been raising for years. Our work with MPD highlights significant unmet needs, driving chronic repeat calls for service that are beyond MPD's mission and mandate to solve. By providing more alternative and appropriate services to individuals who do not actually need police services, it frees up law enforcement to better focus on those who do. DC Safe fully supports efforts to create restorative justice options for survivors. However, we also believe that the criminal justice process should work efficiently and effectively for those who wish to participate, with as many options to address different types and levels of violence, and put the onus on the justice system and the offender rather than on the victim to make those interventions. This legislation's overall attempt to tailor the criminal justice system's response to the lived circumstances of violent crime, particularly domestic violence crimes, mirrors the efforts and approach of DC Safe and the district's high-risk domestic violence initiative. We look forward to working with the mayor and other district partnerships within this approach and ask that an updated city administrator's order for the HRDVI be signed and implemented. Thank you so much for your time today, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Nene Taylor, Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Hey, thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I was reluctant to testify again because it's feel like it goes on deaf ears. But first, I want to acknowledge that Harriet's Wildest Dreams is a community defense hub. It's this narrative that Harriet's Wildest Dreams like hate the police and we only do police work, and that's because we don't Twitter the work or Instagram the work. We do the work. Our work is on the grounds, in the trenches, actually doing the work, doing preventive work that will cause that less harm reduction instead of cages, right? So, people have a tendency to think that we are criminal cuddles. We cuddle criminals. No, we actually are empowering Black people, especially Black DC natives, who are being criminalized and targeted by a system that was never built for them. And with that being said, that I'm against this law, that this legislation you are trying to pass, because the safest community is not more police, it's resources. And we don't have to keep saying that. And I want to name that it is shown we actually have prevented so many situations that could have escalated with the work that we do with our court watch, with our DC safety squad. Right now, I'm blessed to be able to get people trained in mental health first aid response, right? Over the summer, we trained over 150 to be mental health first aid responders because we know that it's the mind. Get behind the mind of the trigger, right? The one that got the trigger. Let's get behind that person's mind, right? That's going to be a resource. So don't ask me, what are we doing to stop? Not just say, don't incarcerate the people. We're saying help the people, be preventive. You all defunded the police. We didn't even defund them, but this quote unquote as people think that the police was defunded, is because the police were not doing their job. Be clear, in 2020, police was violent and they were harmful. And so collectively, you all made a decision to do that because you knew that something was wrong with the police system in DC. And today, something is still wrong with the police system in DC. So as you all take these crimes and these bills and try to like criminalize people and have MPD and other police forces come out to our communities, do something first. Target DC police and see how corrupt it is first. I literally just had an incident last night, which is crazy that I'm testifying today. A community member called me because their husband got pulled over for the car skidded because it was bald tires. In that possession, they had a truck that had lights on it. Their funeral home. It's the truck that leads to funeral. The police literally wanted to impound the truck because they wouldn't let them search the car or cut the lights on the top of the truck. But we know why they wanted to search the truck. Because they wanted to see if it was a gun or some drugs in that truck. And I said, no, they don't have the right to search your truck. Give them a ticket, lock them up. He have a suspended license, lock them up, if that's what they want to do. And don't impound this man's truck if the owner is sitting here. But they wanted to impound it so they can do a voluntary inventory search and see if anything was in that truck. This is what harassment and profiling look like. And this is the bill you all are trying to implement. And I'm just saying this because I've experienced it time and time again. When this bill, and I'm not saying the people over there, y'all, I want y'all to be safe. And this is why I build alternatives to safety. But just know these bills will hurt Black and brown people in the marginalized, oppressed communities while you all be safe over there in West Side in y'all $1 million homes. That's not where the target's going to happen. It's going to be everyday Black people who wear their pants sagging or a hat like this, or a mask on that's going to be targeted. So I just want to name this bill is harmful, it's hurtful, and it should not be passed. I reclaim my time.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Kiana Johnson, Harriet's Wildest Dreams. Mickey Charles, Harriet's Wildest Dreams. Faye X, Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Hi there. Faye is present. They, them pronouns. I am here really just to document that there was resistance to this bill. Ultimately, frankly, with Brooke Pinto at the head of the staff, this particular roundtable, the committee is not going to move forward with legislation that is actually of the people, decided by the people, created by the people.
Can you stop Faye from testifying? She's breaking. And I want her testimony to be able to be heard. So can we move to someone else until she can get her mic fixed?
Sure. Faye, you're kind of breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you want to retry your internet connection, we can come back to you, or if you want to try again now.
Hello, can you hear me now? I can
Yes.
also circle back.
That's much better. If you want to start over, go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. Basically, I'm just here to serve as documentation that there was resistance against this bill. I know that my words are going to fall on deaf ears, especially Brooke Pinto. I am disappointed to see you heading each and every one of these committees and still, after so much time, taking in 0% of what half of the people who come to these meetings say to you. I think that that is shameful. I think that that is not what representation by a council member looks like. And I think that all of DC is watching you as you are making these decisions that are not in the best interest of the people. I want to name that this active bill is not actually active in keeping us safe. It doesn't actually actively make sure that our people are taken care of. It doesn't make sure that our people are being cared for. It doesn't mean that police are not going to abuse their power. And actually, with everything that we're seeing in this bill, what we see is more and more opportunity for these abuses of power to take place. And so, for example, with no drug zones, right? There have been countless proposals for decriminalizing poverty in DC, particularly with regards to drug consumption and scaling down the idea of Schedule I and Schedule II drugs, rather than taking in that community input of what it would look like to have harm reduction in the city when it comes to drug trafficking and drug usage. Instead of that, we have drug-free zones that do what? Open our people up to more criminalization, give our people even more opportunities to have touch points with police. Shameful, truly and utterly shameful. And not only that, not only is there these drug-free zones, now there is the heightened criminalization, the heightened charges with regards to ski masks as we enter winter. And so as we're going through these quote unquote solutions, that I'm sure, regardless of what anyone says on these calls to you, Brooke Pinto, you are going to hold as solutions. I think it's important to also recognize all of the issues, all of the holes, all of the scarring that this is going to cause, that people are right now warning you that this is going to cause, that you are actively ignoring, as you have with every other testimony that I've seen happen before this council. And so I'm here once again to just be a voice that says this is not how we achieve safety. This is not how we achieve the city that we all want to see. That's why we're all here. And I reclaim my time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do just want to note, because I know there have been a lot of hearings throughout the fall, that this bill, the Active Amendment Act that we're discussing today, does not speak about anti-loitering laws or about masks. Those are included in Mayor Bowser's proposal, which we will be having a hearing on later this month on November 29th. I will also just note, I take very seriously public comment. I take seriously the hundreds of witnesses that we hear from, including you, including everyone we've heard from today. It's why we have been very sure to have hearings on every component of the Secure DC plan, so that we're not just creating one opportunity for people to testify, and if it doesn't work that day, we've done meetings and walks in all 8 wards. We're having meetings all times of the day, all days of the week, to try to accommodate people's schedules. So public comment and input is always, it has always been central to my responsibility and my priority set. And it will continue as we move forward in these public safety packages. So thank you all. Afeni Evans, Harriet's Wildest Dreams.
Hi, I'm here standing in for Afeni. My name is Frankie C. Braun. I'm a lead organizer with Harriet's Wildest Dreams. As a third-generation Washingtonian and a mother of 2, safety in our community is of utmost importance to me, and I can't stress that enough. I'm a former education teacher. I'm a former special education teacher, and the daughter of formerly incarcerated parents. We all deserve safety, and the truth is that for most Black people, any increased interaction with police makes us less so. It makes us less safe. 90% of the people who are incarcerated at DC jail are Black. Majority of the people who face a judge in this city are Black. So based on those numbers alone, these new provisions will absolutely target Black people and continue to funnel us into mass incarceration. Being stopped and searched by a police officer on the assumption that you have committed a crime absolutely can be deadly. We need to look no further than Eric Garner, who was approached and did not survive that stop and frisk interaction with police with the NYPD. He was murdered due to it, and his final words were, "I can't breathe." And I do hope it is not the intent of this council to snuff out the life and breath of Black people in DC. But I'm afraid that the Active Act will do just that. DC is a city of haves and have-nots. Our communities have faced generations of wealth disparity, which is at the root cause of all the harm and violence. We cannot trust MPD to be impartial. We can't trust them to be equitable. We can't trust them to decide who to stop. MPD has a culture of violence against the community, and there is no impartial way for the police to determine who is on parole, who is on probation, who is released pretrial with the condition of consented searches. In short, what y'all are basically saying is y'all want people to walk around with freedom papers and to be able to move about the city. And that's just not, it's just not okay. And on the matter of expansion of pretrial detention, I opposed this months ago when the emergency legislation came through, and I continue to oppose it today and urge council not to use a cage as a measure to prevent crime. Pinto, you stated earlier that this bill does not address pretrial detention, but line 18 absolutely addresses pretrial detention. I just wanted to clear that up. And I'm almost out of time, so I just want y'all to know that just 2 weeks ago, a man died in Central Cell Block. A man died before he even had the time to be arraigned. And we come and say the same things time and time again, and it falls on deaf ears. And y'all need to do something that is not rooted in your feelings, but rooted in facts. And this is the illusion of safety that y'all keep trying to create. It does not actually keep us safe.
Thank you, Ms. Seaborn. Jamila White, ANC Commissioner, ANC 8A05. Okay, Alex B., Public Witness.
The DC chief judges have warned that you will be violating the Fourth Amendment by going in and searching people, even if you are able to defend this policy, which would probably end up in a lawsuit, causing more expenses to taxpayers. Why are you trying to do something that might violate the Fourth Amendment? This stop and frisk is just like Rudy Giuliani when he was mayor back in the 90s in New York, straight out of the 80s and 90s with this tough on crime and the Biden crime bill, war on drugs, and everything that has hurt Black people and perpetuates systemic and structural racism. You are actively trying to send us back to these times. We won't be fooled by your acronyms while you sit there with your $180,000 salary having your breakfast meeting and chatting about all this, and then you craftily try to put in these laws designed with the prosecutors to try and find new ways to lock up Black people for more time, like throwing bullets on the ground. Let's make up a new crime for that. Is this constitutional? I have watched the Innocence Projects on Netflix, where it points out how people have trouble distinguishing faces of people from a different race, partly the unfamiliarity of looking at those faces all growing up. So are users recruited from out of town looking at Black people and you think they're going to recognize this person? I know him, that's a parolee, and they're not going to make an error. You're setting up all types of bad situations when we know these types of police interactions can be deadly for Black people. And by putting into the bill, this is not intended for harassment, you have no control over that. Once you put this bill, it is an open season stop and frisk. You cannot stop the MPD. The FOP is suing the auditor for putting out a very carefully researched 2022 report because it dares to name the public employees, 36 officers who had to be rehired. The chief will not let the auditor even interview the officers for a staffing study, so you can't stop them. Meanwhile, where is the rent help? The ERAP program is full. I like what Ms. Bond said yesterday about set aside $1 billion for this area. Where are the reparations? Council did one meeting in June and now it's sitting doing nothing. It was supposed to start in 2024 with a task force. While you claim to be responding to the news about crimes by making up a new criminal code, this is not going to stop crimes. You have a kid willing to risk his life and steal a federal cop's car across the street from the courthouse, and the cop does kill him, plus the parks employee that came from his house to shoot a boy over cars. They have jobs like the parks and federal police. This is a very sad situation, okay, Bernard Tony Jr. and Karan Blake, because their lives are over. Now you're taking advantage of this with politics. You're welcoming a new chief from the park police. That agency killed a man from a chase on the GW Parkway, Bajan Gazay, an Iranian American. They are shooting at moving cars. What are her MPD going to do if the person will not be stopped and frisked? So I would like to know, what are you doing to be an ally? Why not help the people? The rent is too high. Buy panda, send out the panda, send out the active. Thank you. White silence is violence.
Thank you. Thank you all of the witnesses on this panel for your testimony. And I hear the frustration of a lot of you that we still have major challenges in our city that we need to have deeper, more robust, and more urgent investments in so that people have hope and have opportunity. And that work does not end today. And that is certainly not excluded from our broader mission of improving public safety. When we think about the Active Amendment Act and what we're doing on the enforcement side, again, this is one piece of 100 different strategies and interventions that we're moving forward as part of a larger plan. I want to ask you, Ms. Hogan, about this issue of strangulation and the sad reality that many victims of domestic violence know and love their abuser. And do you think that this bill gets the balance right between treating strangulation with the seriousness it deserves, because it can lead and does so often lead to homicides, but not creating an unintended consequence of not having a victim feel like they could or should come forward for risk of their loved one being in jail?
Sure. I mean, I think we definitely hear that piece of the puzzle, but I know one of the things I also often hear very, very much so from our clients is they actually don't interact with law enforcement or with the criminal justice process because they don't think that it's going to do anything. It's been very interesting to hear so many panelists talk about people who are incarcerated for an extended period of time, held pre-trial, because that's not the reality that domestic violence survivors are seeing. If a case is papered at all, it's certainly no one's going to be held. And it's not uncommon for someone to get arrested, get out, come back, and immediately assault someone again. And so many people actually don't engage because they're like, what's the point? Nothing's going to happen. So I think while certainly we would agree with a lot of what has been said here in terms of needing to find solutions to the root causes and not wanting crime prevention to be all about incarceration, I do think that it is often fairly obvious that there's going to be continuing violence from these perpetrators, and we need to treat them as such and not just kind of cycle them through and treat these crimes as less than clearly some of the other things that are happening out there. So I think that the people who are going to self-select or don't want to involve themselves in it are already doing that. I already see that. I'd like for the people who want someone to take the violence in their lives seriously have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that added context and perspective. And certainly are cases that need to be treated very seriously. And I think you commented on your testimony that over 10% of the homicide cases that we're seeing are domestic violence related. And I actually think it's much broader than that when you start thinking about intimate partner violence and, an ex with a current relationship. And it's a very broad category of cases that we have to take seriously. Ms. Sebron, I saw you kind of nodding, or what I thought was nodding. Do you have a response to that concern of victims of crime, especially around violent crime, having their perpetrator kind of come back and continue to harm them?
I will say this, the system that we have funnels in both folks who are criminalized for trivial things and people who actually commit harm in our communities. And what we do see at Court Watch is people when they do come in for these more egregious harms, we do see sometimes that they are released. And so my nod is that because the system is already intrinsically set up to protect people and protect property, it doesn't necessarily get at the root cause to where harm is coming from. So yes, that would be my response.
Thank you. Nini, I want to ask you about this idea for a pre-arrest diversion task force, and what your thoughts are on the efficacy of something like that to suggest, hey, maybe you have a need, maybe it's mental health, maybe it's substance use disorder, and let's use an avenue to give you more supports that does not include an arrest. That's a provision in the Active Amendment Act that we're discussing today, and want to get your thoughts on how you think that should work.
Actually, I think that's fine, given what agencies you're using. Because I don't know if you're aware that Harris Wildest Dreams, we actually took 15 troubled youth girls this summer who actually touched the system or were like runaway girls. And we provided what we needed to find out what their needs were, what was making them act out to do the things that they were doing. And we helped them with those resources. And I can proudly say right now that those 15 young black girls that are DC residents, constituents, are doing very well, and they're in community with each other, holding each other, because a lot of the youth are just followers. But you got to understand, you got to get to the leader, right? If we can help the leader can lead the followers. And that's where we're going now. You know, a lot of this time when you see like these teenagers out, it's like probably two of the teenagers that we have to get to, and the other teenagers are going to just follow the leader and turn their ways. So I do believe in preventive that way, but I also would like to know who are the people. You can't even get the youth to talk to the police. Trigger Project is a prime example. Those youth don't want to sit down and tell you all what's going on, because every time you all want a discussion, you got to bring the police. Like, don't bring the police. Talk to them and just be as ordinary people. And I tell the police all the time, come as yourself. We don't have bad people. We have bad cops. I don't hate the police. I hate the system. And so therefore, when you show up in that blue, it's like a threat. I'm not talking to them. No. You told me you weren't bringing the police. I mean, come as yourself. Come as community. And let's get this work done together. It's going to take all of us to save us.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for all of the work that you do and for working with those young girls this summer. I did know about that. And I think that's an excellent program and intervention. And I'm going to think more deeply about this idea of finding the leader. I think that's a really good point as we work with youth. So thank you. I want to thank you all on this panel and all of the public witnesses who testified today. These are complicated issues. These are not going to be solved overnight, and it is going to take all of us and all of you taking the time to share your viewpoint, your experiences, your concerns, opposition or support. I really appreciate your time and your feedback today. We are going to turn next to our government witnesses. If I can ask you all to join us at the table here. We have Elena Suttenberg, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs in the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. Kelly O'Meara, Executive Director of the Strategic Change Division at the Metropolitan Police Department. Katya Seminova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation, the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. And Janu Park, the Executive Director of the Criminal Code Reform Commission. Welcome all. As you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. If I can ask you all to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of the law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I would now like to invite each of our government witnesses to make any opening statement that you may have. We'll start with Ms. Suttenberg.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Pinto and members of the council. My name is Ilana Suttenberg. I'm the Special Counsel for Policy and Legislative Affairs at the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. I thank you for the opportunity to appear at today's public hearing to share the office's views on the proposed legislation. USAO strongly supports the Addressing Crime Through Targeted Interventions and Violence Enforcement or Active Amendment Act of 2023. Our office is using every available tool to combat the violent crime crisis we are experiencing in the district. This bill provides critical additional tools to hold violent offenders and gun offenders accountable and enable our office to prosecute cases that are harming our communities, filling legal gaps that will make our residents safer. Going through the provisions of the bill, first as to the searches of people who have been convicted of gun offenses under post-conviction supervision. This bill is focused on people who are on post-conviction supervision for a gun offense who are required to register as gun offenders under the DC Code. The bill provides that a person who is required to register as a gun offender who is on probation, supervised release, or parole following a gun offense shall be required to submit to a search when they're in a public place. In the district, people charged with illegally possessing a firearm are typically released pending trial, even when they have previously been convicted of a felony. While there is a presumption in the DC Code that these individuals will be detained pending trial due to the inherent dangerousness of firearms offenses, most are released. Moreover, a majority of the people convicted of carrying a pistol without a license in the district are sentenced to a period of probation, which is permitted under the guidelines. Put simply, the typical result of a prosecution for illegally carrying a firearm is that the person charged will be in the community pending resolution of his or her case, and if convicted of carrying a pistol without a license, will be sentenced to a period of probation. Our criminal justice system needs to reflect the reality that many individuals found with guns are being released back into our community after having served little to no jail time in jail. This bill is narrowly tailored to work to stop people who are given the opportunity to remain in the community despite having been convicted of gun offenses, or people given the opportunity to be released pending trial, notwithstanding a presumption of pretrial detention, from rearming themselves while they are under supervision. This will allow law enforcement to search a limited category of people for, among other things, guns that they are carrying in public places in violation of their conditions of release. This provision recognizes that swift and certain apprehension is an effective deterrent to criminal activity and draws from research from the U.S. Sentencing Commission showing that people convicted of gun offenses have higher rates of recidivism. This bill is similar to a longstanding California statute, which provides that a person on parole shall be given notice that he or she is subject to terms and conditions of his or her release from prison. That notice must include, among other things, an advisement that he or she is subject to search or seizure by a probation or parole officer or other peace officer at any time of the day or night, with or without a search warrant or with or without cause. The United States Supreme Court has upheld searches under this California provision and held that in the context of parole, the Fourth Amendment does not prohibit a police officer from conducting a suspicionless search of a parolee. On the continuum of state-imposed punishments, supervised release has been held by courts to be akin to parole and is therefore subject to a similar special needs analysis. In the context of probation, the United States Supreme Court has held that a warrantless search of a probationer, supported by reasonable suspicion and authorized by a condition of probation, is reasonable under the Fourth Amendment. But following that opinion, several federal courts of appeal have also upheld suspicionless searches of people on probation. Further, a person on probation must consent to the terms of probation, so a search of a probationer under this provision would be deemed consensual. Because the imposition of probation must be consensual, the defendant's agreement to the terms of such probation, including submitting to a search, are consensual as well. Consistent with the California statute, several other states require people convicted of certain offenses to be subject to suspicionless searches as a mandatory condition of post-conviction supervision, either through legislation or as a condition of probation or parole. In the pretrial context, this bill creates a discretionary rebuttable presumption that a person released in a case where there is a rebuttable presumption of pretrial detention shall be required to be subject to the condition that they be subject to a search when in a public place. In sum, the U.S. Supreme Court, the D.C. Court of Appeals, and other jurisdictions have recognized that in the context of probation, supervised release, and parole, a person's privacy interests may be impinged upon, given the government's strong interest in deterring recidivism and promoting desistance from criminal activity. As to the definitions of significant bodily injury and serious bodily injury, as you may be aware, the DC Code has a three-tiered classification systems for assaults, turning on the level of injury that the victim suffered, from simple assault, assault with significant bodily injury, or felony assault, and aggravated assault. Particularly since the intermediate level of felony assault was created by statute in 2006, courts have struggled to define the exact parameters of each level of assault, resulting in extensive litigation and numerous appellate opinions. This bill's clarifications will help avoid this piecemeal approach and provide much needed clarity to courts, jurors, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and the communities as to which injuries qualify as significant bodily injury, required to prove assault with significant bodily injury, and serious bodily injury, required to prove aggravated assault. Among other changes, this bill provides that a gunshot wound qualifies as a serious bodily injury for aggravated assault. This common sense change makes clear that being shot by a gun is a severe assault that should be treated as the serious bodily injury that it is. Under current law, a gunshot wound is not always even a significant bodily injury, which is a lower threshold. This bill would ensure that under the DC Code, a gunshot wound is always a serious bodily injury. As to carjacking, in a decision this summer, the DC Court of Appeals reversed the convictions for armed carjacking because the court found that, as a matter of statutory interpretation, the evidence was insufficient to establish that the car was in the victim's immediate actual possession at the time the car was taken. This bill ensures liability for carjacking in several ways. First, consistent with federal law, it ensures that the definitions under the DC Code track federal liability, and also provides that the taking of a person's car keys from the immediate actual possession of another with the purpose and effect of taking the motor vehicle of another constitute carjacking. Before this opinion, the law in the district looked to federal law, which focuses on whether a person could have regained control of his property had he not been overcome by violence or prevented by fear, which does not merely require proximity to a car. To ensure that the district's carjacking statute is interpreted in the same manner as the federal carjacking statute, this bill adopts the federal language. As to endangerment with a firearm, we strongly support the council's creation of the new felony offense of endangerment with a firearm through the Emergency Act that was passed over the summer. This bill makes several targeted modifications to this offense to enhance its applicability and utility. First, this bill increases the maximum penalty for this offense to 5 years incarceration. This would create the same maximum penalty as carrying a pistol without a license and half the maximum penalty of unlawful possession of a firearm. The harms caused by discharging a firearm as described in the statute are at least as great as the harms caused by carrying a pistol without a license, if not more so. This bill also creates enhanced penalties for discharging a firearm under certain circumstances. In the same way as carrying a pistol without a license, this bill creates heightened liability where a person commits this offense following a previous felony conviction, and also creates heightened liability where a person commits this offense by firing 5 or more bullets. This reflects the heightened danger to the community from firing more bullets, as each bullet represents an opportunity to hit another person and kill or wound them. Likewise, this builds on the Safer, a Stronger Amendment Act proposal, which proposed creating felony liability for possession of a machine gun. And this bill builds on that by requiring that where a weapon is a machine gun, that sentence be stacked on top of any other sentence, reflecting additional harms caused by possessing a machine gun. Further, this bill would fill a gap in liability by criminalizing unsafe discarding of firearms and ammunition. Discarding a firearm or ammunition creates the possibility of a child or a member of the general public finding a gun or bullets and harming themselves or others. Discarding or disposing a gun in public leaves it unsecured and increases the likelihood of crime and violence occurring through an unauthorized person gaining access. When a person throws a firearm in a public space, an untrained person might find it and harm themselves or another. Abandoned guns are left to be found by any passerby, and an improperly discarded firearm could leave a ready-to-use weapon accessible to the public at large. Abandoned firearms and ammunition may be diverted to the underground market, increasing the supply of weapons available and facilitating their use in violent crimes. In addition to the potential for other individuals to find and use the firearms and ammunition, the act of throwing either a firearm or ammunition is inherently dangerous, as it could result in bystanders being hit or harmed by expelled projectiles from the firearm or from the ammunition discharging. This bill also proposes creating a pre-arrest diversion task force, which would be charged with developing recommendations for pre-arrest diversion and implementing those recommendations. The purpose of pre-arrest diversion is to identify, at the earliest opportunity during a contact with law enforcement, the people whose root causes of criminality are not being addressed through the traditional criminal justice system. Pre-arrest diversion focuses on people who are committing low-level, non-violent misdemeanor crimes that are driven by certain root causes, including mental and behavioral health issues and substance use disorders. Although there are also opportunities in the district for post-charging diversion, including drug court and mental health court and superior court, there are some people who would be better served by earlier diversion interventions in the community outside of the court system. By addressing the root causes driving criminality at an earlier opportunity, there's a greater likelihood that these root causes will be addressed and treated. These people will then receive more supports that they need to desist from criminal activity, leading to greater public safety. Finally, as to pretrial detention, courts should have additional authority to detain adults charged with certain felony crimes pretrial when they pose a danger to the safety of another person or the community. In the district, there is a general statutory presumption that a person charged with a criminal offense will be released pending trial, except under limited circumstances. Thus, prosecutors can only request that a person be detained pending trial when authorized by statute. We support the provisions in this bill, which incorporates and builds on the provisions in the Emergency Act over the summer. This bill creates a rebuttable presumption of detention where a judge has found probable cause to believe that the person committed any crime of violence, creates greater transparency to the community where a judge decides to release a person, and a rebuttable presumption of pretrial detention exists, and provides judges additional discretion to extend the 100-day trial clock when there's good cause to do so. This bill also expands the court's ability to detain people pretrial who are charged with the most serious sexual crimes, first-degree sexual abuse and first-degree child sexual abuse, and aligns the standard of proof for a presumption of detention for the most serious crimes with the standard of proof for most serious felonies. We appreciate the council's consideration of this legislation, which will create stronger enforcement mechanisms for people who commit violent crime and gun crime, while also facilitating targeted interventions for people who commit the lower level nonviolent crime that our community is experiencing. We look forward to continuing to work with the council, our partners, and the community to combat the scourge of gun violence that our community is facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suttenberg. Kelly O'Meara from Metropolitan Police Department.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pinto, council members and staff, and community members watching this hearing. My name is Kelly O'Meara, and I'm the Executive Director of the Strategic Change Division for the Metropolitan Police Department. I appreciate the opportunity to join the committee and everyone who has testified today in discussing the Addressing Crime Through Targeted Interventions and Violence Enforcement Amendment Act, or ACTIV. To begin with, I'd like to extend Chief Smith's thanks and appreciation to Chair Pinto for your leadership and partnership as we all grapple with critical public safety challenges facing the city. Too many of our residents have been affected by violent crime in our communities, either as victims and survivors themselves, or because someone in their circle, a loved one or friend, a colleague or neighbor, has been a victim. In May, Mayor Bowser sent to the council the Safer Stronger Amendment Act to help address some of the most critical issues endangering our communities. We appreciate that Chair Pinto not only quickly scheduled a hearing on the legislation, but also proposed the Prioritizing Public Safety Emergency Amendment Act to address some legislative needs immediately. ACTIV builds upon several provisions in these bills, and Mayor Bowser supports these efforts to strengthen the tools for the criminal justice system to hold accountable individuals endangering our communities. As an initial matter, these efforts should not be confused with a general tough on crime approach, but rather a recognition of the specific dangers to our residents posed by gun offenders. As of last Friday, 872 individuals had been shot in DC this year. 97 of the victims were youth under age 18, and 196 of the shootings were fatal. The statistics are sobering, but cannot come close to capturing the impact on victims and survivors whose lives have been forever changed by people choosing to carry and use illegal guns in our city. Research indicates that gun offenders pose an ongoing increased risk to communities. Chair Pinto, as you also mentioned in your opening statement, gun offenders, when compared to non-gun offenders, generally recidivate at a higher rate, recidivate more quickly following release back into the community, and continue to recidivate later in life. A greater percentage of gun offenders are also rearrested for serious crimes. The proposed bill would strengthen the penalties for endangerment with a firearm. The emergency enacted this summer aligned with Safer Stronger in increasing the penalty for illegally firing a gun from a 1-year misdemeanor to a 2-year felony. The mayor supports the proposal in ACTIV to increase the penalty to 5 years, along with an enhanced penalty for firing 5 or more rounds. Needless to say, firing a gun in public within our densely populated city poses a significant risk. And even when no one is hit by a bullet, gunfire still terrorizes our communities. We hear from parents who are afraid to let their children play outside, from senior residents who are afraid to go to the store or visit their neighbors. We absolutely cannot accept gunfire as simply a matter of public disorder, a misdemeanor offense, when we know that lives are at risk every time a gun is illegally fired in the city. This proposal improves upon the positive steps already taken this summer. The mayor also proposed in Safer Stronger to increase the penalty for possessing a ghost gun or a machine gun from the current penalty of 1 year to a maximum of 5 years. Active builds upon this by modifying the sentencing structure to increase the likelihood that an offender will receive some term of imprisonment, a much stronger deterrent than the probation that is often the result of cases today. This proposal addresses dangerous trends on our streets. In 2022, 17% of the guns recovered in the district were untraceable, privately made firearms, otherwise known as ghost guns. And the number of guns that were modified with conversion switches, which convert them from semi-automatic guns to fully automatic ones, has jumped alarmingly from 66 in 2021 to 159 in just the first 10 months of 2023. What does this tell us? Criminals in DC have guns that are more dangerous and harder to trace. Active also builds on this summer's efforts to strengthen pretrial detention provisions for individuals awaiting trial for violent crimes. Mayor Bowser's proposed legislation and the enacted emergency gave the court additional discretion to consider whether detention is appropriate in these cases. The detention is not mandatory, and judges can still make a determination that the person charged does not pose a danger to the community and should be released pending trial. Active would enhance transparency to the public by requiring judges to document their rationale in cases where they determine that someone subject to a rebuttable presumption for detention does not pose a danger and therefore should be released pending trial. The administration, like the council, is inundated with questions from residents about the criminal justice process and decisions in specific cases. These findings are a reasonable approach to ensuring that our residents have access to more information about decisions with a significant impact on safety in their neighborhoods. Active also proposes a new tool to directly support police efforts to get illegal guns out of the hands of repeat gun offenders. The proposal authorizes police to stop and search gun offenders on probation, parole, potentially pretrial release, who are on notice by the court that they may be subject to such stops or searches. To the extent that relevant court rulings continue to support the constitutionality of these stops and searches, the mayor supports this proposal that focuses deterrence on the offenders most likely to contribute to violence in our community. A recent comprehensive analysis by the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform of homicides and non-fatal shootings in DC underscores why this focused deterrence can help to reduce homicides. The report confirmed that most gun violence is highly concentrated on a small number of very high-risk individuals. Homicide arrestees in the districts had an average of 2 prior gun arrests, and up to a quarter of the victims and offenders were on supervised release. About half of the homicides were motivated or precipitated by personal disputes or group conflict, including, and I quote, petty conflict over a young woman, a simple argument, or the now ubiquitous social media slight. As the report also so clearly articulated, this small number of very high-risk individuals are identifiable. Their violence is predictable, and therefore it is preventable. While there are a number of efforts in the district to reduce violence through targeted intervention and services, and of course the council has held hearings on that as well, deterring the people most likely to commit gun violence from carrying guns at all is the surest way to reduce deadly violence. While DC's criminal justice partners would need to develop a detailed implementation plan, one potential path is that the court or supervision agency would enter the requisite order into the Washington Area Law Enforcement System, or WALES, an information system that provides critical information to officers directly on the street. There are 2 general scenarios for how this new authority might be used. During a traffic or investigative stop that's already based on reasonable articulable suspicion and would potentially already be happening, an officer running the name of the subject through Wales may learn that the individual is under supervision and subject to the requisite notice, and a search would therefore be authorized. A second scenario hinges on police knowing that a specific individual is subject to supervision and an order. For example, officers may be familiar with an individual on their beat and know that they're under a court order. An officer could, under that scenario, initiate a stop and search with this information and authority. But to be absolutely clear, this new authority would not change MPD's commitment to fair, professional, and constitutional policing. It would not, for example, authorize random stops. It would not authorize jump out squads. This limited authority is narrowly focused on the people most likely to be committing violence in our community and could be a vital and constitutional tool to allow police to get illegal guns out of the hands of the people most likely to use them. In short, it could literally save lives in our city. Lastly, I'd like to pivot from the topic of gun violence to focus on the proposal for pre-arrest diversion task force. The administration strongly supports the goal of establishing a pre-arrest diversion program to ensure that individuals with chronic and crisis behavioral health needs who commit minor offenses can get support and services rather than being involved in a criminal justice system that doesn't meet their needs or the community's needs. In 2017 and 2018, I worked with an interagency team to develop the city's first pre-arrest diversion program. I've attached to my testimony the 2019 report on the pilot, so I'll highlight just a couple of points here. That planning process also included engagement with stakeholders. The pilot was staffed with 9 FTEs at DBH and MPD patrol officers working around Gallery Place and the Starburst Plaza area were trained in the program. The selected areas had the highest concentrations of arrests for low-level offenses that were potentially correlated with unmet behavioral health needs or social service needs, such as disorderly conduct, drug possession, prostitution, and low-level theft, such as shoplifting or survival theft. The feedback from program participants, more than 80 enrolled individuals, and more than 200 additional community members engaged, was strongly positive. However, between changing leadership at DBH in 2019 and then the unprecedented demands of the pandemic, the program was put on hold. Since then, under the committed leadership of Dr. Bazran and first Chief Conti and now Chief Smith, the MPD DBH partnership has grown stronger and in new areas. In 2022, MPD hired its first behavioral health partnerships coordinator to focus solely on the intersection between the two agencies and other partners. Over the past 2 years, DBH has trained almost all MPD members as either crisis intervention officers or in mental health first aid. This summer, we launched our first co-response team, and MPD has been happy to support DBH efforts to launch the DC Stabilization Center, which opened last week, and the 911 Alternative Response Project. While much work has been done to improve services to our community members, we recognize that a pre-arrest diversion program could play a vital role in connecting individuals to services while reducing criminal justice involvement. Indeed, MPD officers frequently ask about diversion alternatives to arrest. Nevertheless, it is unclear that a task force is needed to accomplish this. DBH can learn from the pilot while using existing relationships and work groups to constructively engage with criminal justice partners and other stakeholders. Dr. Richard Bebout, Chief of Crisis Services for DBH, is here to help address questions about the proposal and current DBH priorities. If a task force is established, the administration recommends organizing it under the CJCC. In closing, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on this important legislation. We know the administration, the council, our criminal justice partners are all united in our goal to reduce violence in the district. We believe that the active includes tools that could help us make the city safer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samira. Katya Seminova from the Public Defender Service.
Good afternoon. I'm Katerina Semyonova, Special Counsel for Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. PDS opposes the Active Amendment Act, which would make permanent many of the harmful legislative changes included in temporary and emergency legislation passed this summer, and which includes new, ineffectual, and detrimental provisions that extend pretrial detention, erode speedy trial rights, broaden criminal offenses, increase penalties, and are certain to result in police harassment and unconstitutional searches and seizures. Because they are the wrong approach, the temporary and emergency amendments have not had a meaningful impact on reducing crime, and there's still too little attention on what the district has called its whole government approach to public safety. Again, PDS calls on the council to provide meaningful oversight of violence reduction programs and to fund and monitor the district agencies and initiatives that are supposed to address the root causes of crime, including a lack of safe housing, the need for family and youth support, and school and community-based mental health programs. PDS's oral testimony will focus on pretrial detention, speedy trial rights, and changes to the definition of carjacking. Our written testimony will address the remaining provisions. In 2017, the Connecticut Sentencing Commission reported to the governor that, quote, the District of Columbia's pretrial justice system is widely recognized as one of the national models. The system effectively promotes community safety and future court appearance while protecting the rights of the accused. The system has consistently achieved high rates of release in court appearance and has maintained a low rate of arrest for individuals on pretrial release. Those words are just as true today. The Pretrial Services Agency reported in 2022 that 92% of people on release remained arrest-free. These are not statutes that need to be rewritten. Under the current system, pretrial release is presumed, as it should be, because all individuals are presumed innocent. Judges have wide discretion to detain individuals when they find that there's no combination of conditions that preserve community safety. The presumption of release is flipped, meaning there's a presumption of detention in 8 circumstances. The temporary legislation expanded that presumption of detention to include all crimes of violence, regardless of whether they are armed. This legislation would make that change permanent. While crime of violence as a label seems to describe truly violent conduct, in reality, that's just not the case. The crime of robbery falls under the definition of crime of violence, but a robbery can be snatching a backpack from a park bench without ever touching its owner. Crime of violence also includes second-degree burglary, which includes conduct like stealing a bike from a porch of an unoccupied home. To be clear, judges can already detain people who are accused of these crimes, and judges can always revoke release for noncompliance. But a presumption of detention in these instances is not appropriate. As a constitutional matter, preventative detention cannot be about punishment. Thus, this is not a question of whether a person convicted of stealing a backpack or stealing a bike should go to prison. Rather, it is a question about reducing the discretion of the court to determine that a person who is only accused of these crimes should be presumed to be dangerous without first considering the individual's prior conduct and circumstances. Going far beyond the temporary legislation, the bill would also define misdemeanor sexual abuse and misdemeanor sexual abuse of a child as a crime of violence, and would therefore require judges to apply a presumption of detention to those offenses. Misdemeanor sexual abuse can include touching someone on the buttocks on the outside of their pants and coat, presuming detention, and therefore requiring prolonged detention at the DC jail, and the likely loss of housing, employment, educational programming, and contact with family for this sort of conduct is an extreme and inappropriate response. Further, prior to the temporary and emergency changes made this summer, there was a rebuttable presumption of detention for murder and assault with intent to kill while armed. Those charges only when a judge found that there was a substantial probability that the individual committed the offense. The Active Amendment Act would permanently lower this standard to probable cause. To be clear, most individuals who are charged with these offenses are ordered detained pre-trial. But the more rigorous substantial probability standard should apply, given that individuals held on these offenses do not have a statutory right to speedy trial, which means that they routinely spend 3 years of their lives waiting at the DC jail for a trial. This proposed legislation also undoes an important distinction that has existed at least since 2001. The council has recognized that the cases of murder and assault with intent to kill are typically more complex and require a longer pretrial period and are therefore dealt with in a special pretrial detention statute, 23-1325, which does not have a speedy trial component. First-degree sexual abuse and first-degree child sexual abuse have always been subject to 23-1322 and are therefore covered by the 90-day indictment clock and the 100-day trial clock that apply to individuals held on all offenses apart from murder and assault with intent to kill. This legislation would add first-degree sexual abuse and first-degree child sexual abuse to 23-13-25, and therefore remove speedy trial rights for these offenses. There is no rationale for this change. Indeed, in a recent legislative proposal from USAO that was taken up in the Accountability and Victim Protection Amendment Act, USAO argued that cases involving child victims, for example, child sexual abuse cases, should move faster to trial, not slower. Sexual abuse cases often involve a small universe of witnesses and straightforward issues with respect to DNA testing. But if the cases are more complicated, there are existing provisions that allow the government to delay indictment and trial beyond the 190 days, beyond the 90 and 100 days. This change should therefore be rejected. This legislation would also remove an important control on prosecution requests for continuances. Current law allows judges to extend the 90 and 100-day clocks indefinitely, but only in 20-day increments if there is good cause. The statute includes a long, non-exhaustive list of situations that may qualify as good cause, such as difficult legal issues, complex investigations, and forensic analysis. Judges routinely find good cause and grant these extensions. The proposed legislation removes the 20-day limitation and requires judges to presume good cause in some matters related to forensic testing. These changes should also be rejected. The 20-day limitation protects defendants from spiraling into indefinite detention and hopelessness, and on the flip side, merely requires lawyers to appear in court. Any notion that forensic issues at DFS present a novel circumstance requiring this legislation should be dispelled. These time limits existed long before DFS's creation, and since 2015, DFS has experienced periodic suspensions of DNA testing. These issues do not warrant rewriting the law. Evidence testing is routinely outsourced and done at private labs. If that process results in a delay, the current statute already allows for continuances. Further, removing this important check on continuances will have a large fiscal impact. The district pays for pretrial detention, but not for incarceration in the BOP. Longer periods of pretrial detention will result in higher daily costs for the DC jail, and more district funds will be spent on lawsuits that are likely to accompany prolonged detention in understaffed and physically deteriorating facilities where the DOC already fails to meet the basic needs of residents for nutrition and medical care. These extra costs will mean that the district will have less money for education, housing, and effective public safety programs. With respect to carjacking, there's no denying that the district has experienced more carjacking offenses and that the offenses have had terrible consequences. But this bill will do nothing to prevent carjacking or to prevent or to prosecute the offense of actually carjacking someone. The proposed amendment would change the definition of carjacking to remove any requirement that a vehicle is taken from the immediate actual possession of an individual. Instead, it would define robbery of car keys, meaning taking keys from the possession of someone, with the intent of taking a vehicle at any point in the future and then taking the vehicle as carjacking. These offenses, taking car keys and using a vehicle, are already criminalized as robbery and unauthorized use of a vehicle, or UUV. These offenses are severely punished and can result in mandatory terms of incarceration if they are committed while armed. But robbery and UUV are correctly punished less severely than carjacking, which carries a mandatory minimum term of imprisonment of 7 years or 15 years if committed while armed. It makes sense to maintain this distinction and this proportionality. In 1993, when the council first criminalized carjacking distinctly from robbery, it was responding to more dangerous and violent conduct that the council believed warranted additional penalties. It was the danger of being removed from a vehicle, the possibility of death, and the danger to child passengers that led states and the federal government to criminalize carjacking separately from robbery. The council based the new carjacking statute on the robbery statute, requiring a car to be taken from the immediate actual possession of the person. Immediate actual possession does not require that the individual be actually in the car. Rather, immediate actual possession is retained if the car is within such range that a victim could, if not deterred by violence or fear, retain actual physical control over it. Carjacking convictions have been sustained when a complainant is at a parking gate or at a payphone close to their car, and certainly include situations where an individual is getting gas. But it could be that the United States Attorney's Office proposed these changes because this year the DC Court of Appeals overturned a carjacking conviction where car keys were taken from an individual who was 80 to 100 feet from their car, and where the individual did not have a line of sight to their car and only learned of the taking of the car minutes later. This conduct still would have constituted the offense of robbery and unauthorized use of a vehicle. The council should not legislate with the specific intent of criminalizing each factual instance requested by the USAO. It should maintain the current definition, which preserves proportionality. Finally, broadening the offense will not prevent carjacking. Just last week, community members testified about the lack of services for young people who are not system involved. They testified that youth are unable to access mentoring, credible messengers, and case management prior to being accused of an offense. Community members asked for year-round job programs, recreation centers that are fully open on weekends and after school, and access to grief counseling and mental health care as measures that prevent system involvement. These are the needed changes, not moving the conduct of carjacking from one highly penalized DC code section to another. Thank you, and PDS welcomes your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Seminova. Director Park.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you for allowing me to testify today on behalf of the CCRC regarding the ACTIVE Act. My comments will be abridged, but we have submitted more detailed written testimony to the committee this morning. My oral testimony today will focus on the provision of this bill related to carjacking, the definitions of significant and serious bodily injury, and the provisions that would authorize warrantless and suspicionless searches of certain individuals. So with respect to carjacking, this bill would expand the offense to include taking a person's car keys by force or threats and subsequently using the keys to steal a car. The CCRC opposes this change because it expands the scope of this offense beyond protecting the core interest that the carjacking offense is designed to protect. So when this council first created the carjacking offense, this committee's report stated that carjacking is a robbery of a motor vehicle, but that it's an especially traumatic experience because, I quote, most feel that being inside of their car offers some protection from the outside world. Carjacking invades their zone of privacy in a way that perhaps is similar only to burglary. U.S. Attorney Graves also echoed these sentiments actually to me that I attended with him before the 2nd District Citizens Advisory Council when he argued that carjacking should be treated as categorically distinct precisely because it involves this invasion of a person's sense of privacy and safety within their vehicle. But under this revision, carjacking now includes stealing a motor vehicle, regardless of whether the owner is anywhere near the vehicle at the time, or if a substantial amount of time passes between the initial robbery of the keys and the taking of the vehicle. And in these cases, a person's sense of privacy and safety within their vehicle is not implicated any more than an ordinary case of auto theft. Now, the conduct that would constitute this proposed version of carjacking undoubtedly violates a person's general sense of safety and property interests, but those interests are adequately criminalized by separate felony offenses, including robbery and theft. In most cases, it would be first-degree theft. And not only that, but under the sentencing guidelines, sentences for these two offenses are required to be served consecutively. And this distinction between robbery and carjacking, it's of course more than a label. It's vital because carjacking carries very onerous mandatory minimum sentences. Now, previously, the CCRC has recommended abolishing these mandatory minimum sentences, but they remain in effect, and they're at least putatively justified, again, by the violation of sense of safety that people have within those vehicles, not by some more generalized concern about general safety or the inherent value of a vehicle. And we know this because offenses such as criminal threats, assaults, robberies, auto theft, et cetera, are not subject to these kinds of mandatory minimum sentences. The district's already a national outlier in having a separate carjacking offense at all. And based on our analysis, we would become the only jurisdiction to broaden the carjacking offense in this manner. So next, the definitions of significant and serious bodily injury. So the bill would codify new definitions for these terms. And overall, the CCRC supports codifying these definitions. It's not really possible to always create bright lines distinguishing these grades of injury, but these new definitions really do improve clarity and the overall proportionality. But we do want to highlight a few potential issues that we feel could really blur the distinctions between these two various forms of injury. So first, the bill would categorize any traumatic brain injury as a per se serious bodily injury. And we believe that this is really inconsistent with how significant and serious bodily injuries are otherwise defined. So, for example, significant bodily injury includes any loss of consciousness, whereas a serious bodily injury would include a more protracted or extended loss of consciousness. But even a minor concussion can result in a very brief loss of consciousness or even no loss of consciousness at all. So under this proposed definition, a very minor concussion that leaves someone wobbly in the knees with no long-term symptoms would be treated as the same offense as causing very severe head trauma that left someone in a comatose state. This really risks imposing disproportionate penalties relative to the conduct. Next, the serious bodily injury definition is defined to include a protracted loss of consciousness. So this is consistent with what the RCCA recommended, but the CCRC believes actually now that this language should be amended to ensure that losses of consciousness that are lasting hours or even many minutes suffice as a serious bodily injury. So the serious bodily injury definition also includes protracted impairment of a body part or a protracted disfigurement. The DCCA has interpreted these terms to mean a period lasting at least many months, typically 6 months or more. So the concern here would be that a court or fact finder would then similarly interpret this definition to require that that loss of consciousness also lasts at least many months or more. That's really too high of a standard. So the CSIRS actually recommends using the word extended instead. It's not exactly crystal clear, but it would distinguish between the protracted time period, which really would span at least several months or more. Next, the definition of serious bodily injury includes certain classes of injuries, such as life-threatening injuries or injuries that cause a protracted impairment of a body part. But it also includes injuries that would have resulted in those types of injuries were it not for immediate hospitalization or medical care. And so the CCRC opposes this part of the definition because it really risks conflating the kinds of injuries that really should be treated as significant and those that should be treated as serious. So for example, the term significant bodily injury is defined to include bone fractures, lacerations requiring stitches, second-degree burns, as types of injuries that warrant felony assault liability, but not aggravated assault liability. But all these injuries, absent medical care, can very often result in protracted impairment or even life-threatening infections. Most bone fractures, for example, if untreated, will, even though they may heal in a matter of weeks or months, if untreated, can result in protracted impairments. And so this clause of the definition would really roll in a lot of injuries that have been designated as significant and be treated as serious, again, resulting in potentially disproportionately severe penalties. And so last, I want to touch on the warrantless search provision. So this bill includes 2 separate provisions that would permit warrantless and suspicionless searches of various classes of persons. First, with respect to the pretrial search provision, even just setting aside the substantive merits and constitutional concerns, which I'll discuss in a bit, the CSIRS believes that unfortunately there's a design flaw in how this presumption has been drafted. And I think to illustrate, we can compare this to compare this proposed rebuttable presumption to the presumption that already exists under section 231322. So under 231322, a judicial officer shall order a person detained pending trial if certain factual conditions are present, i.e. that there's no condition or combination of conditions of release that can assure the safety of the community. So to be clear, there's actually no rebuttable presumption that the person will be detained pending trial. Instead, there's certain conditions that create a rebuttable presumption that the factual basis justifying pretrial detention are present. And so this factual basis serves 2 roles. So first, it provides judges with guidance of how they should go about deciding whether or not to detain someone pretrial, and also makes it clear how a defendant will go about rebutting that presumption. They would present evidence showing that they're not a danger to the community. The proposed rebuttal presumption relating to consent searches, unfortunately, does not provide any factual basis that would justify the consent search condition. So this means that judges are going to have no guidance as to whether they should decide to impose this consent search provision as a condition of release. And it's not really clear at all how defendants can go about rebutting that presumption in the first place. So unfortunately, this provision appears unworkable as written. If the committee wishes to create this condition of release, we would recommend that it specify certain factual bases that would guide a judge's decision and whether to impose this condition. And then in addition, identify certain circumstances that would create a rebuttable presumption that the factual basis exists. Next, I want to discuss whether or not these presumptions are constitutional and whether or not they violate defendants' Fourth Amendment rights. And the short answer is that it's unclear, and it would depend on the specifics of the case. And so really the leading case here is Sampson v. California. This is where the Supreme Court was analyzing a somewhat similar provision out of California that I believe this provision was, to a significant degree, was modeled off of. And there the court did uphold warrantless and suspicionless searches of parolees. It held that the governmental interest in addressing recidivism justified the searches when balanced against the liberty intrusion of these parolees. But it should note that the court, in reaching this decision, made it very clear that part of its decision was grounded on the fact that parolees have very, very limited expectations of privacy. They're almost more akin to incarcerated persons. They know that even probationers have a significantly greater expectation of privacy. And the provisions of this bill, of course, would not just apply to parolees. They would apply to people on probation, to people on pretrial release, and people on supervised release. These are all people who have a greater expectation of privacy than probationers under the Sampson case. And further, the Sampson case, so it wasn't decided on the special needs doctrine. The court actually applied a totality of the circumstances analysis, which means that any given fact of a case could be relevant in determining whether a search is constitutional or not. So for example, in the Sampson case, part of the holding was based on the fact that the defendant in the Sampson case had ample notice that he would be subject to these searches. Now, the provision in these bills do have notice provisions, at least as to district defendants, but it's unclear how defendants who have been convicted of comparable offenses in other jurisdictions would receive notice that they're also subject to these consent searches. So this is, for example, a class of defendants that could plausibly argue that they are similar, they're differently situated from the defendants in Sampson, and that notwithstanding that decision, that their constitutional rights would bar these kinds of searches. And even in other cases, including some of those that cited by USAO in its testimony, that upheld warrantless and suspicionless searches of probationers, often in those cases, the courts looked to the severity of the crime for which a person was serving probation in deciding whether or not that search was actually constitutional or not. And so similarly here, I think defendants will be able to raise the nature of the offense for which they're serving probation or the offense that they're on supervised release for, et cetera, as a factor in determining whether or not a search provision, a consensual search under these provisions is actually constitutional. And then lastly, with respect to consent, and there has been some talk about, these provisions would be consensual because people on probation or parole or supervised release, at least in some sense, would have agreed to the terms of their release. But clearly agreeing to those terms, at least, is to some degree coercive because the decision is otherwise they have to go behind bars. And in the Sampson case, the court actually explicitly decided not to decide whether the consent of the parolees was effective consent for the purposes of the Fourth Amendment. So whether or not a person agrees to those terms of release, whether that makes those searches therefore constitutional, is actually an unresolved issue under Supreme Court case law. So that concludes my prepared remarks, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, great. Well, thank you all very much. I want to note we have been rejoined by Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Henderson, and Councilmember Allen. We will be going in that order for 10-minute rounds for our government witnesses. So let's start with the conditional searches, because that, I think almost all of you all raised it in your testimony, and that came up a lot today from our public witnesses. We have a value in this city of continuing to look for non-carceral options for people. And I would argue that one of those things that we look at is early release, compassionate release, pretrial release. And as we have a proliferation of illegal firearms and use of those guns throughout our communities, in our streets every day, to suggest that one of the conditions of as a better outcome than being incarcerated, one of those conditions is going to be that you cannot have access to an illegal firearm, and there's got to be some enforcement mechanism to ensure that that is upheld, is kind of what we're trying to accomplish here. When we look at the data around rearrests and the fact that only 47% of people who are committed, have committed an offense are rearrested, but 68% of people who've committed gun-related offenses are rearrested, this is a particularly important category of people to think about when we're trying to drive down gun violence. So I want to start with you, Ms. Suttenberg, and thinking about this problem. I've heard the U.S. Attorney say before that in getting illegal firearms off our streets and reducing violence, that he believes this could be one of, if not the most important ways to do that. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the challenge we're seeing with repeat offenses, with illegal firearms, and this specific category of people who have been released early, to allow for us to enforce an agreement that you can't have an illegal firearm on our streets when you're released early?
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for the question, and thank you for your leadership on this bill. So we agree with what you set forth. I think this legislation responds to the unique moment that we're finding ourselves in right now. There is a gun crisis in the city. There is a proliferation of guns. There are people who have been convicted of guns who are not detained as they would be eligible to do, and a court would certainly be entitled to do under the law. And what are we doing in those circumstances to ensure that they're complying with the law, that they're complying with the conditions of their supervision, and that they're being deterred from committing future offenses, including violent crime or possession of gun offenses. This provision with respect to the post-conviction supervision is very narrowly tailored to address the people who are actually already required to register as gun offenders in the district, and provides that those limited set of people can be subject to searches by law enforcement. I echo U.S. Attorney Graves's comments that this is an important tool in the toolbox of how we can apprehend people who have committed gun offenses and who may be continuing to harm our communities. And this is a crucial tool that will facilitate prosecutions of these cases in the district.
Thank you very much. Kelly, can you talk about how this would work in practice? We've heard a number of folks today and over the last several weeks say, well, this could lead to profiling. This could lead to harassment. How would police know who has consented to these preconditions of release? Can you elaborate a little bit more on how this would work in practice to actually find these guns?
Absolutely. And we appreciate the real concern about any authorization for random stops and searches. This would be targeted, as I mentioned in my testimony, we would still need to work out with the court, with the supervision agency, how we're going to ensure that our officers have the necessary information on the street when they're working. And so, I proposed that one of our information systems, the Washington area law enforcement system, that's something that our officers use every day with every stop. And so really we could see two different scenarios where they're making a stop and they already have reasonable articulable suspicion for the stop, and they run somebody through the system. And then with that additional information, they would know that they were authorized to conduct a search. And so that would not be a new stop authorized under this, but it would be a new tool, a new authorization for a search. The other scenario is officers would have to know the person that they are stopping. They would need to know that conclusively that individual is John Doe, and John Doe is under supervised release and has received notice of their requirement to comply with these stops and searches. And so that is another scenario where we might see this used. I mentioned, a patrol officer who knows the people on their beat. They know, for instance, that John Doe may have already been convicted of gun offenses in the community. And so they may be able to use it at that time.
What are the current rules surrounding an officer's ability to look up an individual, to ask them for their name, or to confirm if they are on this prohibited list of having a firearm?
Sure. They can ask anyone for their name. That's not an issue. But in order to conduct a stop, they need to have reasonable articulable suspicion. And so there's more than half of our stops in the city are traffic stops, for instance. Another quarter of them end in arrest. And I heard some discussion earlier today. I think, and I don't want to misquote, so I would need to go back to the video. I think it was said that 91% of our stops don't result in any action, and that was a misstatement or inaccurate. Only about 20% of our stops don't end in either a traffic ticket or an arrest. Only about 11 or 12% of our stops involve any type of search, whether it is a protective pat down, a consent search, a probable cause search, or a warrant search. And so they're really narrow. And those situations where they're not ending in some type of arrest or ticket, they're actually really important stops. One, we may do an investigation. We are called to the scene of something and we determine, we understand you're upset, but no crime was committed. Or we can mediate between, a subject and a victim. before anything escalates to an arrest. For instance, some business owners, they want to report a shoplifting, but they just want their property back. They don't want us to arrest someone. Or it could be a formal or informal diversion. So I think it's really important to consider those parameters when we're talking about our stops. We're not talking about a lot of random stops on the street of people. That's not what has happened. They have to be authorized.
Is there a mistake of misidentifying someone? Or a risk, I should say?
Certainly, I can't say that that isn't a chance. Absolutely, something could happen where there's a misidentification. But we would train our officers that they have to be able to conclusively know who somebody is. But we do stop, for instance, we put out BOLOs, be on the lookout for, all the time when we have information about somebody who committed a crime. And so there is always a possibility of a stop based on a misidentification. But that's why we also require our stops to be professional, explain why it's happening, give the information, treat people with respect. And if they are not the right person, release them right away. I think 3/4 of our stops take less than 15 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Seminova, can you talk about the balance that we need to be seeking here between looking for non-carceral options for people, and again, would argue that not being behind bars is still a preferable outcome for a lot of people than pre-consenting to a search. But this balance between making sure that we're removing illegal firearms off our streets, but still being respectful and honoring people's privacy interests when they come home.
I think there are a couple concepts that are sort of combining here. And one is that individuals who have completed their sentences, who have been sentenced by a judge, for instance, to 24 months of incarceration, the second portion of their sentence is a period of supervised release. So they have completed their entirety of their sentence, and now they have transitioned into supervised release. Or somebody who has been released on parole, and there's an ever smaller number of individuals who are on parole, on probation, who are given probation by the court. This is thousands of people a year. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I will find it for you. But it's thousands of people each year who cycle, who at some point touch one of these supervision entities, either the Pretrial Services Agency for pretrial or CSOSA, who are supervised after they have completed their carceral sentence or on supervised release or on parole. What studies have what the district has received information about is that there's a minuscule number of individuals who need targeted interventions, and that it is not the thousands of people who are returning citizens who are supporting the district as safe passage workers, violence interrupters, who are making incredible headways in programs that you heard from today, that all of whom need targeted interventions. And the targeted interventions so first we have a minuscule number of individuals that the district has identified. We've heard in meetings in council hearings as discussed that it's a very small number of individuals, and the interventions for those individuals are not random searches. The interventions that will support those individuals and will support a safer district and will support community safety are housing, employment, case management where necessary, mental health support, family support. They are not subjecting them to random searches at any given point. And it's not just a narrow set. Again, it is thousands of individuals who would fall under this provision.
Thank you. Thank you all. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. O'Meara, I'm going to start with you. You provided several scenarios where the random searches might exist. One was by running a name through the Will system, and another was maybe an officer would see someone that they're familiar with on their beat. It then became clear that there's still work that needs to be done with the courts figure out how this would work. So just to make clear, with this proposal, there isn't a clear pathway for how this would be implemented on the ground by MPD. Is that accurate to say?
Oh, thank you. There are options. And so the implementation discussion hasn't taken place, but there are already court orders entered into Wales. It's already a process that works in other parameters. So I think that is a very reasonable way to implement it.
But as of today, there isn't a definitive pathway for how this would be implemented by MPD.
Correct. It has not been discussed with the court until we get further in the
And
process
picking
with
up
the
on that
council.
first scenario, that an officer might see an individual and run their name through the Wales system. Let's take that, for example. How can you guarantee that the officer is able to retrieve the name of the individual? So I'm the officer, I say, what is your name? And the individual says, I'm not going to tell you. Then what happens?
And that's certainly a very real scenario. What we see, I mentioned that more than half of our stops are traffic stops. So in those scenarios, someone is required to show their identification. And so then we do have conclusive information about what their identification
But let's
is.
say it's not a traffic stop.
Yeah.
I'm walking through a community and I have a reasonable suspicion that you're up to no good. I stop you because I want to run you through the Wales system. I ask for your name and then you deny me. Let's continue that scenario.
Mhm.
Then what would happen?
Absolutely. So in that scenario, if the individual couldn't be identified, they can't be run through Wales. The officers continue to investigate whatever they think is happening at that point. If they end up with probable cause to make an arrest for a crime, then that's how they move forward. And the conclusive identification happens at the station during booking. And so in those scenarios, they wouldn't be able to run it. They wouldn't be able to get it to activate that additional authority if they don't have that information.
Unless the
So
officer
really good.
were able to effect an arrest in some other way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good question. Thank you.
Director Park, I wanted to come to you because you provided really fascinating testimony about the court decision on this. And I just want to check my understanding. You're saying that the court weighed in on the California statute, but they did not weigh in on the consent that one might provide upon release from jail. Is that accurate?
That's right. Yeah. So in the Sampson case, they ruled that the search was constitutional simply by balancing the government's interest against the degree of privacy intrusion involved in the search, which in their estimation, they said was relatively minimal given the small expectation of privacy that parolees have under California state law.
So in effect, we won't know whether or not this is constitutional until perhaps there is a challenge to someone being arrested.
That's right. And one thing under Sampson is that, again, they apply what's called a totality of the circumstances test. So this is not a bright line case that now universally holds that all searches, even of parolees, are necessarily constitutional. Any number of factors could be raised to distinguish the nature of the search and the way that the defendant was his or her individual circumstances to differ from those in Sampson. So it does seem like, and maybe Peters can speak more to that there will be significant litigation for defendants who are subject to these types of searches. And I think that in many circumstances, they would be able to at least meaningfully distinguish themselves from the defendant that was involved in the Sampson case. Now, how that will be resolved at the DCCA, I can't say, but I think there will be genuine legal issues that will have to be litigated before that court.
Thank you for that. It gives me serious pause that we are entertaining a policy that would have such a devastating impact on thousands of residents, and that we don't even know whether or not it's constitutional. And with that, I understand the intention, but I just caution the council for taking too harsh of an approach here. And I just think we need to better understand the impact. Ms. Sutterberg, I want to come to you. You talked about several things. I caught the tail end of your testimony, but I wanted to link it to something Ms. Amaro was saying, and it's about probation. I have long questioned the reasons why the U.S. Attorney's Office declines taking up certain cases, takes plea deals in certain cases, and the list goes on. Can you just speak to two things? One, if there is any data since the council took the emergency action earlier this summer that would point to an increase in papering rates for the U.S. Attorney's Office. So that's one, because part of the narrative that we heard was we needed to take this action so that the U.S. Attorney's Office could bring down its declination rates. The second question I would have is more forward-looking. What numbers or statistics would you point the council to say the random search policy would affect, if that makes sense? So one is, do you have any data that you can reference that highlights whether or not the emergency we've already enacted is working? And then what data points would you point us to for the random search policy that I believe in your testimony you suggest that the U.S. Attorney's Office is supportive of?
Sure, thank you. And just to follow up on kind of initial question, when we're kind of talking about the constitutionality, we can also look to other jurisdictions when we're doing this. California has had this policy longstanding for a long time. That was actually what was upheld by the Supreme Court. So we can certainly look to their implementation and court decisions. I kind of went through a lot of other states in my testimony. Illinois has a similar statute and kind of other progressive jurisdictions as well. So I don't want to go too far into that, but I go pretty deep into that in my testimony. In terms of the emergency legislation, we absolutely support the Prioritizing Public Safety Emergency Act. It had crucial provisions that were important in a lot of respects. Prosecution charging rates is one part of that, and I'm happy to go into that a little bit more and talk about how in the last quarter of the last fiscal year, we're at about a 60% charging rate, and I can kind of discuss that a little bit more when you kind of account for some other factors.
And that's a 60% charging rate as compared to what?
So in the last quarter of the last fiscal year, there are about 60% of the cases that we are either charging or are referring to federal court or to the Office of the Attorney General for prosecution.
As compared to what number?
As compared to in the previous fiscal year, there were approximately 33% that were charged. And then in the last quarter of the last fiscal year, our numbers were the highest, because in part that reflects that drug testing has been kind of brought back to capacity by the mayor's and DFS's contract that allowed us to outsource drug testing.
So if I had to characterize that, it's safe to say the U.S. Attorney's Office went from roughly 30% to 60% charging rates, in part because of the emergency action that the council took.
So that's what I wanted to, the emergency legislation is a crucial tool in the toolbox of prosecution.
I got you.
Charging is one part of that.
I got you.
I will say one of the things it did, for example, was strangulation. And we have been able to charge felony strangulation. That might have been charged as simple assault previously. So we could have charged a case, but it's allowed us to charge the more serious felony, which is an important part of it.
And in
Likewise,
my last 40 seconds,
Yes.
and Ms. Semenova, I'm going to get to you in my next round. But Ms. Suttenberg, what data points would you encourage the council to look at as we entertain whether or not to enact this policy regarding random searches?
Sure. One of the things that we've talked about is just the reality of how our current system is structured and how we need to reflect those realities when we are looking for non-carceral solutions in some circumstances, when people are released pre-trial over our objection and notwithstanding a rebuttable presumption of detention. But we can also look at the number of people who are sentenced to gun crimes, who are on probation, when they would have been entitled under the law to be in prison. For example, the DC Sentencing Commission's annual report goes through that data, and they reflect that in 2022, so this is the annual report from 2022, 57% of people sentenced to carrying a pistol without a license received a probationary sentence. We can agree or disagree whether that is appropriate, and I think reasonable minds can, look at the facts of each case and have disagreements. But understanding that, I think, is a crucial part of the conversation when we're kind of looking at what are the sentencing structures and what are we looking to provide as an alternative to prison in those situations where the community deems that appropriate.
Thank you. I am over my time. I'm noticing
It-
Councilmember Pinto stepped out, so
It is me.
Councilmember Henderson.
Temporarily chairing for a moment. Good afternoon. So I'm gonna do my 10-minute round. Councilmember Parker, as well as Councilmember Pinto, went pretty in depth on some of the provisions regarding the searches, which I similarly have some concerns on, and I'll probably ask some follow-up questions, but I want to make sure I get to some of the other elements that were presented in the bill. So I want to ask a little about the speedy trial provisions. So the legislation as introduced proposes eliminating the requirement that extensions to the 100-day clock be granted only in 20-day increments. Under the guise of saying that it would grant judges more flexibility in cases where parties aren't ready to go to trial within the 100 days. Ms. Suttenberg, I wanted to ask, what was the rationale behind granting extensions in 20-day increments, if you have any context there?
I don't have that specific legislative history in front of me.
Okay.
I mean, I think my understanding is that this was meant to recognize, this is my supposition, that it was meant to recognize that in most cases, we want the cases to go to trial within 100 days, but there are exceptions, and those are valid exceptions. And this is, of course, only when the government requests an extension to the 100-day clock.
Okay. Is it procedurally difficult right now for prosecutors to ask for extensions?
Well, it has to be done in every 20 days. So even if you know that it's just impossible, that we're not going to be going to trial in 20 days, it's just, I mean, victims have to kind of recalibrate their lives every 20 days. Oh, this case might be going to trial in 20 days. And witnesses, we have to, line up the witnesses. So it's a substantial scheduling and logistical issue. And the court could grant an extension under 20 days under this law, to be clear.
Yep.
The court could continue its current practice if that's what they decided. This just gives them the discretion to right size the extension to the time that they see fit. So they could continue to do 20-day extensions.
Is there no concern there, though? I mean, judicial discretion is one thing, but it could go beyond the scope of allowing for someone to be able to have a speedy trial. No, I mean, Ms. Semenova, is this some of the concerns that PDS raised around this provision? Yes.
Absolutely. And I think with witnesses and with the government has the ability to tell their witnesses to calibrate their expectations. We will not be ready on X day because of forensic testing. We are going to ask the judge for continuances. We will ask the judge for continuances because we know that the DNA testing will take 60 days. So we will ask in 20-day increments for 3 periods of, So I think this is a communication issue, and I don't think that this is one that should be resolved by creating indefinite detention for an individual who is held at the DC jail when the problem is solved with communication with their witnesses.
Okay. Ms. Suttenberg, I'm curious how many cases, I don't know if you even have this data, but let's guess or take a estimation. How many cases don't actually go to trial within 100 days?
Probably most of them. I looked
Most?
at Semenova as well. I think there are, this is not based on concrete data, but I think most cases that are 100-day cases do not go to trial in 100 days.
Okay. Do you have any
That's not based on any concrete data. That is just my anecdotal experience.
Right. Do you have any concerns though? The rational person in me has a concern that we don't have a guardrail here so that there is no, okay, and we absolutely must come back and talk about this in 20 days or 25 days or 30 days. But to provide a blanket extension seems to me as though we would get into a situation where, the government is still trying to put its case together. And in the meantime, someone is sitting in jail for over a year waiting for their case to come to trial.
Well, when we're talking about putting the case together, it could be that we're waiting on DNA testing, right? And there's a specific provision for that. Or it could be, that a witness is unavailable. It could be, there's a lot of different issues that cause a case to have to get continued. Forensic analysis is one of the most common ones, once again, based on my anecdotal experience. The guardrail is that it's up to the courts to kind of ensure that people are going to trial relatively quickly. They could have a check-in every 20 days if they wanted to, or they could, just not continue the trial. When a trial is continued, all of the officers on the case have to be brought in and provided notice, and then they have to, clear their schedules and be waiting in court that day unless, they're told otherwise. So it's not just a communication issue. It's also just allowing judges to be able to manage their calendars and provide realistic timeframes for when this case might actually go to trial in a realistic time.
But even with the check-in, I guess I'm struggling to understand what is the burden of 20 days?
The burden is it's not just like a hearing date where you come back in and check. It's the trial is only continued for 20 days. I mean, a lot of times there's kind of an informal understanding that it's not going to happen, but the burden is that it makes no sense to just continue. And like 20 days is a pretty arbitrary number, right? So a court could still say, we think this is a pretty minimal thing. Maybe this witness is overseas as the victim or overseas in, military service, but they'll be back in 30 days. So we'll just set it for 30 days out or something, right? Like, why would we set it in 20 days when we know that person, it's impossible that they will be here on the 20-day mark?
Okay. Let me ask a couple of questions in terms of the pretrial detention. So my understanding is that this would in some ways expand the scope of the emergency legislation that was already passed, raising the burden of proof from substantial probability standard to the probable cause standard for a judge to release someone pending trial when the person has committed any offenses listed in the section while armed with or having readily available a pistol, a firearm, an imitation firearm, and then we add or other dangerous or deadly weapon, or the introduced version adds that additional clause. What other types of weapons do we imagine to be captured by that?
A knife, for example. If you murder someone with a knife, then that right now would not fall under the rebuttable presumption, but under this, it would.
Okay. All right. So we were thinking knife and not, well, I don't know. I guess it could be like some other type of blunt object.
There are other things that could be used as well. A knife is a common object that is used, unfortunately, in addition to a firearm. And so that one is kind of the most readily available examples. But unfortunately, there are many things that could fall under the deadly or dangerous weapon definition that could be a basis for detention under that provision.
Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the carjacking changes. So in our criminal code, carjacking currently sits within the robbery section. So I think it's fair to say that, well, let's see. Can we all agree that carjacking is a subset of a robbery? Yes. Okay. I don't know if everybody can see. They all shook their heads. Yes. Okay. So I'm curious, why does USAO think that they are at a disadvantage if the theft of keys is separate and away from a car continues to be treated as a robbery as opposed to be treated as a carjacking?
So I don't think we actually agree with that proposition. I think it is a different harm.
Okay.
There are parallels, and a carjacking often and a robbery can be similar, and similar harms can result depending on it. But a carjacking is a more unique invasion of your personal space, of your car, which is kind of something where you have more of a privacy interest, where you have more of a sense of security, let's just say, than you might if you were kind of out on the street. So I think that there are analogs between robbery and carjacking, but I think carjacking is a different type of harm frequently than a robbery.
Okay, so just to clarify for the public, the bill as introduced amends the definition of carjacking to include situations where the victim is not in or immediately next to their vehicle. Right? I think I have that right. Yes. So my understanding or my staff's explanation was that we're changing this to align with the federal definition. But when I look up the federal definition, this isn't exactly what the federal definition says.
The federal definition is person or presence of another, which is what this language was changed to. And then there was also language added about the keys. Like it aligns it.
Oh, okay. So we were aligning and then there was an addition.
That's correct. In part, I don't want to preempt your question.
Go ahead.
In the Court of Appeals decision most recently, where they limited what immediate actual possession means under the statute, they kind of alluded to without deciding that the situation in that case would not even fall under the federal carjacking statute. And so this would clearly encompass that scenario, but would also encompass other scenarios that I believe the community would agree should be a carjacking. For example, if you leave your child in the car, you take your keys with you, and then the person steals the keys from you and drives off with your child in the car, right? They're not stealing the car from the child. So this would encompass that type of scenario as well.
Okay. I'm over my time. I'm going to be a good model here. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Councilmember and Chair Pinto for holding today's hearing. I think everybody on this dais, everybody in this room knows that public safety is our #1 priority. And I think between the executive branch and the legislative branch, I think it is a shared priority. As I look at the legislation, as we have a lot of bills have introduced, I think they're aimed at improving public safety. We've passed emergency legislation earlier this summer aimed at trying to work on that as well. And at least for myself, as these proposals make their way through, I'm open to considering what tools and changes that need to be made. And to do that, I'm kind of trying to look at it with 3 different things in mind. One is the proposal going to be something that is smart, equitable, and most importantly, effective in terms of making that change? Secondly, does it fill a gap in our laws that need to be filled? And then third, does it help require a coordinated strategic approach across government and community to focus on public safety? So those are kind of my 3 metrics that I'm looking for. What I want to go on, I was going to ask several questions around the warrantless searches, but I think my colleagues have kind of asked that. I do have operational concerns, and Ms. O'Meara, thanks for kind of walking through what I think you kind of said. There's a lot that's not known yet in terms of how MPD would actually implement a policy like that. I will say that kind of concerns me, right? How would you implement that? But I think that kind of got on the record about a lot of those questions. So I'm going to focus on a couple other things with my limited time. I'm going to pick up Ms. Suttenberg, if I can, with you on the conversation you were just having, because this is one thing I wanted to make sure we could walk through and understand from a fact pattern perspective. Is this a gap in the law that we need to try to think through how to fill? So for example, carjacking currently is limited to immediate actual possession of the motor vehicle. With the appeals decision you're talking about, is the fact pattern that you're finding that if someone were to commit, under the legal definition here, an armed robbery of, my wallet, my keys, and my phone, but I'm not in my vehicle, I'm standing next to it on the sidewalk, and then that person then takes my keys and then they get in the car and drive away. Are you saying that the Court of Appeals decision is making that such that that doesn't meet the standard of a carjacking, that would be an armed robbery, then followed by a motor vehicle theft?
So perhaps it might be easiest to kind of say what the Court of Appeals did say, and then I can't comment on exact parameters of what that implications would be. But essentially, in the case that was the Court of Appeals decision, the victim parked his car in a parking lot, walked around the corner to go into the apartment building, was robbed at gunpoint there, stolen of, among other things, his keys. The victim, who was terrified of being shot, hid in the bushes to avert being shot, and for that reason did not follow the assailants to see where they went and did not go around the corner to see them steal his car. So because he could not see them and was farther away, he was not deemed to be an immediate actual possession of the car. The federal case law that interprets the federal law, which the Court of Appeals had previously kind of cited to, focuses not just on a concrete distance and a specific distance, but rather on whether a person could have regained control of their car had they not been overcome by violence or prevented by fear, not just proximity. And so that's what we're kind of looking to. And so I don't think I exactly touched on the circumstances, but that's...
Yeah, what I'm trying to think through is, how does this proposal fill a gap? But also, how do we make sure a proposal is not overly broad, right? So is it possible, like the way that I believe the language as introduced speaks, it's regardless of time. So for example, someone could commit that armed robbery and then an hour later take the vehicle. Probably doesn't, to the most reasonable people, that's not necessarily the legal definition of what would be a carjacking, to be a motor vehicle theft. How does that, like, how does the language change being proposed here focus on the immediate harm that's being done? Now, the other part of the conversation I'll note, in the district, and we did make this decision, a carjacking is a unique harm. It's not a robbery. Even though most other states do categorize it as robbery, we chose that it is a unique harm, and so that's why it's standalone. But that's, I know my time's going to keep ticking down. I have a couple other issues I wanted to get to, but that's what I'm trying to make sure I understand is how, like, what is our goal of being effective? Also, if you're able to charge that person with an armed robbery, if they assaulted them, you've got the assault and you've got the motor vehicle theft. What increases the effectiveness of a prosecution by being able to have that be now an armed carjacking versus the armed robbery, the assault, and the motor vehicle theft?
So I think, first of all, it does require that the keys be taken with the purpose and effect of taking the car. So it's kind of an additional, like if you just rob somebody of their keys at gunpoint, I agree that that would just be a robbery. This has kind of the additional requirement that it's done to steal the car.
Why else would I steal your keys? Wouldn't
Well,
I assume my effect is that I'm trying to take your car?
Intent could be inferred, absolutely. And I agree with you that that might often be the case. But, you know, there could be situations where that is not the factual scenario, but I agree with you that I would typically do that with the purpose of doing that.
Okay. Just for time, I'm going to move on to a couple other questions if I can. I wanted to move to section 6, and Ms. Suttenberg, I'm going to come back to you on this one as well. So this, under the proposal that you have put forward, it would create a new law, a new penalty of unlawful discarding of a firearm and ammunition with an offense punishable up to 5 years with up to 10 years for those convicted of a prior felony. And I want to make sure I understand the fact pattern of what we're trying to accomplish here. Is this officers are trying to make a stop, person takes off running, they ditch the gun, and that is the unlawful discarding of that firearm?
Yes, that is one example of that. That is one example of the law.
Okay. In that fact pattern, how does it work? Wouldn't I still need to show that from a CPWL perspective that you had possession of that, right? Before you discharged it, or sorry, not discharged, before you discarded it?
So you could also be guilty of the CPWL. Yes, I agree. But there are different harms that are kind of incurred. And we do recognize, the different harms involved in different possessory offenses. We have CPWL, but if you also have a prior felony, that's a different harm. So it's overlap in that you have to possess it at some point, but there's a different harm incurred to the community by it.
The harm being that I toss the gun while I run.
That's correct. Both leaving the discarded gun there, but also the act of the throwing it could cause it to discharge.
Is there a situation where you've had difficulty being able to move a case forward on a possession because in the midst of that chase, they discarded that weapon? And so therefore you have a harder time proving actual possession?
It is a frequent fact pattern that people discard their guns
Yes.
to lessen the chances of apprehension. Yes.
I'm not going to apprehension, but I'm going with actual charging. Are you able to move forward a CPWL charge, even if they have discarded that gun? So it's not actually on their possession at the time of MPD making that arrest.
Yes, legally, we can prove that case. I mean, it not being on their person is a frequent defense that it was never my gun. And therefore we have to prove, of course, and that's where DNA testing comes into play and kind of other circumstances that we can prove.
And body worn camera footage and other things like
Sure.
that. Okay. So how would this law, like, should I think of this more as a penalty enhancement, right? Like if you're going to be trying to look at somebody and be able to charge them and move forward with the CPWL and they have possession, is the discarding the gun more akin to like a penalty enhancement?
Well, it's a new crime. It would only be a penalty enhancement if the judge were to essentially kind of stack the penalties, which could be appropriate in certain circumstances. But it's a new crime. And so the judge would have kind of discretion to assess whether it would be in addition to or concurrent with, the other penalties imposed in the case.
Okay. And is that going to make, like, into our effectiveness, does that make it less likely that I'm carrying a gun?
I'm sorry, fact that it's enhancement or the penalty itself?
If we're going to create a new criminal penalty, like I've already possessed the gun, that's already a crime. And now that my discarding it, I'm trying to get at the effectiveness. How effective is that going to be at being able to stop what we all want, which is I don't want that person to have that gun. I don't want to see that gun in the community. So that's the question there. Since my time is going to run out here, I want to get one more question in if I can. And that is in section 7, it requires that a judge must issue a written opinion if they decide to release a suspect charged with a violent offense. I might direct this to Ms. Suttenberg, and just if I can, Madam Chair, just as my time is ticking down, is the goal of that to say that you want to have the judge write an opinion when they choose not to hold someone pretrial?
When there is a rebuttable presumption of detention, that is correct. If they hold somebody because of that, they have to write a written opinion. And we're saying the counter, when they release someone notwithstanding a rebuttable presumption of detention, it would provide a greater measure of transparency and accountability to the community to understand why the judge did that.
Okay, so the goal behind this, policy goal behind this, is that whether that individual is held or not held, there should be a written opinion about it.
Where there's a rebuttable presumption of detention, this wouldn't be just, a simple assault if you're released. This wouldn't apply to that. It's just the limited category of where there's a rebuttable presumption of detention.
But what you're trying to
But
say,
yes.
if I can, Madam Chair, just to make sure I finish this thought, you're saying to make sure that the judge has a written opinion, because what I don't want is to have a requirement on the judge to say, we only want a written opinion when you decide one way, right? If what you're saying is we want a written opinion across the board, because from a policy perspective, it's valuable to me to know when a judge makes a decision to hold, and it's valuable to me to have a decision when a judge does not hold. Is that your policy goal with that?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen and Henderson and Parker. So Director Park, I want to dig in a little bit more to the definitions around the serious bodily injury and the significant bodily injury. And you spoke a little bit about this in your testimony, but can you expand on some of the practical and legal effects of those changes? And then Ms. Suttenberg, if you can talk about in your experience in seeing these types of cases, why you think those distinctions are important.
Yeah, so again, these distinctions are extremely important because they distinguish between misdemeanors, assaults, felony assault, and then ag assaults, which are a much more serious offense. And the idea being that the severity of these offenses are tied to the severity of the actual injury that's inflicted. And I think overall, these definitions do a pretty good job of that. It's just that in the ways that we raised in our testimony, there's times where injuries that are really consistent with the ways that, say, a significant bodily injury has otherwise been defined, due to the various prongs, are now going to kick it up into serious bodily injury territory, even though the actual injury of the severity of that injury is not comparably as severe as other kinds of serious bodily injuries. So it's going to result, so again, a very relatively minor bone fracture. The definition is made clear that ought to be treated as a significant bodily injury. If a person goes to the doctor, gets a cast on it, they're healed up in 4 to 6 weeks, that should be treated as a felony assault, not an ag assault. Under this definition, though, there could be evidence to show that, hey, had this person not gone to the doctor and never received a cast at all, that arm would not have healed properly, and they could have had protracted, even permanent impaired use of their arm. Now, all of a sudden, this relatively minor fracture, which otherwise is supposed to be treated as a felony assault, would then now be treated as an aggravated assault, equivalent to a much more serious kind of injury.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Suttenberg, what are you seeing with these cases under current law that is undermining your ability to bring the cases with the seriousness, what's the word I'm looking for? The seriousness with which the injury is causing?
Sure. So I think first, this just provides clarity as to what are the significant bodily injuries, what are the serious bodily injuries, by spelling them out much more clearly and clarifying for everyone exactly what qualifies as each of the injury thresholds. There's kind of a few targeted things that I think this does respond to, and that kind of it improves our ability to and capability to prosecute under. For example, the gunshot wounds, which I talked about earlier, clarifying that that's a per se significant serious bodily injury. That's always an aggravated assault. I do think that if a doctor were to opine that, a fracture of a bone could have resulted in, this protracted loss, obvious disfigurement as a result, then that would be appropriate for, a serious bodily injury. And so I do think, our law recognizes different thresholds of injury, and kind of clarifying which one is under which piece provides some insights. I did include a lot of citations to specific cases in my full written testimony, one in particular that actually includes a picture of the victim in the opinion, Wilson v. United States, that found that there was not a significant bodily injury. And I think that's actually a pretty good example of cases where, the U.S. Attorney's Office believes, and we think that the community would agree, that there should have been significant bodily injury in that case.
Okay. And then, Samira, in terms of the discarding of a firearm offense, one of the pieces of feedback that we've heard from somebody opposed to the bill or this provision is saying, well, why would we want to encourage somebody to keep their gun if they are fleeing from the police? Couldn't that lead to a shootout between a suspect and an officer if we're encouraging them to hold on to their gun fleeing a scene? Can you speak to that from MPD's perspective?
Sure. I mean, that's a really good question and good point. But I think having a criminal offense on either side, whether it's possessed or thrown, means that it's not an incentive either way. If they throw it, there might be a charge. If they possess it, there might be a charge. So it's not a higher penalty, I think, for CPWL. So it's the same.
It's the same, so that they're not incentivized to get rid of it.
Right.
When they're about to get caught.
Right. The goal is to deter them from carrying the guns to begin with.
Okay.
If I could respond, I don't see how it can be an incentive to get rid of it, where getting rid of something involves inherently the possession of something first. So I don't think anybody is choosing in a binary situation. If I throw this, I have never possessed it. If there's proof that it was thrown, it came from something and was thrown somewhere else. And therefore it is the offense of carrying a pistol without a license. It is the offense of possession of a firearm by somebody previously convicted of a felony, which is a commonly charged offense by USAO. It's also unlawful possession of a firearm under another statute. So there's ample ways in which this is criminalized. The way that this is written also would include depositing any loaded or unloaded firearm or ammunition in any place other than the person's dwelling place, place of business, or other land possessed by the person. So this is now putting a firearm in a glove box. Now you've possessed the firearm, or I guess you're in possession of the firearm, and now it's also the offense of storing it, essentially putting it somewhere. If it's put at the house of a friend, if it is put anywhere, it is also this additional offense. It is the layering of additional criminal penalties on conduct that is already punished. And I would say that here it's actually incentivizing really dangerous conduct, because it is saying do not, if an officer is saying that they saw a firearm and an individual is incentivized not to put the firearm down, then it's also at the same time going to be used as a justification for violence for shooting by an officer. And that's what that will encourage, to say, hold on to a weapon. And then the way that this exception is written also, where the person threw discarded while in fact voluntarily surrendering the item. Unless expressly directed by law enforcement to throw, discard, or deposit, and does so in the manner directed by the officer and not while fleeing or attempting to elude. So, it creates just an incredible amount of ambiguity and disincentive to comply with an order that might be given by an officer by writing this exception so in such a way that really prevents anybody from potentially sort of invoking that exception. And if what the council wants to do is increase safety, there are statutes already that prohibit the possession, which would prohibit the throwing. And you don't want a situation where there is sort of this kind of ambiguity about what to do with a firearm if there is a confrontation between a resident and an officer.
Okay. Well, thank you for raising that. And I want to hear particularly MPD's response to that, as we certainly don't want to have more incidences of more weapons or officer involved shootings. But as you think about that, one of the issues that we're trying to be responsive to is what we're seeing. And I hear these cases all the time of somebody witnessed a shooting and person ran away and they threw their gun, or somebody comes out in the morning of their home and finds a weapon in their tree box or on their yard or next to their sidewalk when their young child is going out there to play. And it's this feeling of frustration that we're hearing a lot of from members of our community of, why are there these illegal firearms that are being discarded? There's a lot of more examples. I get them every week just from residents of weapons being placed underneath benches and tree boxes, kind of all around. And so when I think about this benefit, I think about making sure that discarding of a firearm is in and of itself recognized for the harm that it is causing. But I think what Councilmember Allen was trying to get at, which is an interesting question, is has the lack of this bill being passed undermined the ability to bring these cases right now? And so if you can kind of finish that thought that you all started to get into, and then we'll turn to Ms. Amira.
Sure. So I will just kind of back out for a second. Our goal, I think our collective goal, is to disincentivize illegal firearm possession, period, right? There's exceptions here for lawful gun owners who use it in the manner that they're permitted, but that's kind of our overarching goal, and to reduce the amount of unsafe gun practices that happen, right? We don't want people to be illegally possessing firearms, but then we don't want people to be throwing guns and kind of creating additional potential harms. And so I think that that's kind of the focus that we need to look at in terms of, this is another tool in the toolbox that both prosecutors can use when we're evaluating these cases, that MPD can use when they're assessing what crimes have been committed and what they have probable cause to arrest on. So, the fact that we have one gun possessory offense already, or several possessory offenses in the code, right? Carrying a pistol without a license, felon in possession, doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a separate offense for essentially dumping a firearm in what could be a much more dangerous way than any of the things that are criminalized under the general illegal dumping statute.
Do you want to quickly just kind of respond to the conversation?
And they can already charge based on, if it's known that someone throws a gun, they can already charge possession. But I think it's similar to when we have legal guns, there's law that establishes that it's illegal to store it in a manner that children can have access to. That doesn't carry to illegal guns. And so this is sort of parallel to that in terms of an offense for not illegally storing an illegal gun, but rather putting it in situations where it can increase the danger to the community, increase the likelihood that kids can come across it and use it. As Ms. Sundberg said, just the simple throwing can endanger people because many guns are unsafe guns, which is an oxymoron, but they can fire when they hit the ground. And so it's just the additional conduct there.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that context.
If the gun were to discharge, that would also, in all likelihood, constitute the reckless discharge of a firearm offense, like the new, firing off a gun in public that may require knowingly.
The new
firing
endangerment
off.
with a firearm.
Yeah, it can. I mean, depending on uncertain facts. But I think that I just want to point, with respect to deterrence, I think in the moment someone's fleeing from law enforcement, where they decide to chuck the gun into the bushes, they are not going to make that decision based on whether this offense is on the books or not. As to whether it may more generally deter a person from possessing the gun in the first place, again, I think what Councilmember Allen was getting at is, even though it's not an element of this offense, to convict someone of discarding the fence, you have to prove that they possessed it in the first place. You probably have to actually go find the gun in the bushes, wherever the person threw it, which means in virtually all the cases where you get a conviction for this discard offense, you can also get a conviction for at least CPWL, and if they have a prior felony, for felon in possession. And just looking at the sentencing data, right now, even the longest sentences that we see, are still far from statutory maxima. And so if we have these kinds of cases where someone throws a gun, not just into the bushes, but under a bench at a playground, in a case that we find especially dangerous, those are all relevant facts that the government can raise at sentencing to say, not only does this guy possess a gun, he chucked it under a bench in a crowded playground, sends this guy closer to the max, and judges still have ample discretion to increase their sentences. And so to whatever extent there can be extra deterrent effect from a somewhat harsher sentence, that's already allowable under current law and the current penalty structure that we have on the books.
Okay, thank you for that. And I hear you on the, the circumstance of someone's fleeing a shooting and they're not necessarily thinking about what says in the statute. I would also say, though, you could make that argument for every criminal offense and penalty, and we're not here arguing to get rid of the whole criminal penal code. So I think it only goes so far, but I hear you on the sentencing enhancement. Councilor Parker?
Yes, Ms. Simonova, I want to start with you. You testified about concern for enhancing the rebuttable presumption in favor of pretrial detention in cases involving violent crimes and sexual abuse. And you gave the example of an individual that may touch someone, but that now they would be up for pretrial detention. And you also talked about concerns with getting rid of the 20-day extension limitation. Can you just elaborate why you're concerned about enhancing the rebuttable presumption for those sexual offenses? And then, Ms. Suttenberg, I'm going to come to you with a similar question. If you can speak on behalf of the U.S. Attorney's Office about what you're seeing in cases, why this is necessary. So, yes.
Thank you. So misdemeanor sexual abuse is a very broad statute under the DC Code. It involves non-consensual sexual contact and sexual acts, which really involves basically everything that's in the felony chapter of much of the contact that could happen for a felony sexual assault in the code. So it is a very broad offense. So if if the government is choosing to charge misdemeanor sexual abuse, that means that they're making either the conduct is the lowest form of contact, which would be sexual contact, which can include touching the buttocks that are over clothing, right? So it's either they're making a choice to charge it as the very lowest form of contact because it is, or the very lowest form of the offense because the contact is in fact the least serious, or they're making some other calculated decision not to charge more serious conduct as a different felony offense, even though it could fall under misdemeanor. So what you have with misdemeanor sexual abuse and a true misdemeanor sexual abuse is conduct that can be pretty minor, like the touching somebody's clothed buttocks, and creating a rebuttable presumption of detention at the jail for that offense pre-trial, which will require somebody, if that rebuttable presumption of detention is not rebutted, then it would require somebody to be held for 100 days prior to having a trial at which they can be released. It's a statute that requires a 180-day maximum sentence. That is the maximum authorized punishment for the offense. So the pretrial period of detention would likely be more than the individual would receive as a sentence on a single instance of this conduct, and a really considerable amount of detention that would be quasi punishment for this offense. So that's what it's shifting it over there, and that's what is really problematic. Further, if this is an individual who has multiple prior offenses for misdemeanor sexual abuse, who's on probation, supervision, or release in a prior case, there is already, the judge can detain that individual. They can detain them because of this prior offense, or they can detain them in order to, and revoke the conditions of release in the other case as a result of a new case.
In other words, this is, you would argue, unnecessary.
It's an incredibly draconian and punitive response to conduct that is not considered at such a serious level, I think, within the community, that it warrants a rebuttable presumption, a presumption that this person, that nothing that the judge can do, GPS monitoring, daily check-ins, that there's nothing that should be able to satisfy the community safety, that we should not start with that sort of presumption with that sort of offense.
And then Ms. Sutterberg, the things that the U.S. Attorney's Office is seeing that would point to this being necessary.
Sure. So I think that my understanding of this provision is it's actually kind of in conjunction with a different bill pending, the Accountability and Victim Protection Amendment Act, which kind of creates heightened penalties for misdemeanor sexual abuse and kind of creates new code provisions that this would refer to. So it would only be for those provisions when it's essentially a misdemeanor, a repeat misdemeanor offense, when you have a prior conviction for misdemeanor sexual abuse, which has been proposed by separate legislation to be a felony. So that's what it's focused on.
And to the argument that there are already measures afforded to the judge, for instance, to detain those individuals, especially if they're repeat offenders, what might you say as to why we need this enhancement?
So they're only measures to detain them if they are actively on supervision and in violation of those conditions, unless it's a crime of violence or dangerous crime. So for example, if you commit a misdemeanor under current law, you cannot be detained on that offense, or even a felony if it's not a dangerous crime or crime of violence. The only way that you could be detained on it is if you are, for example, in violation of a condition of pretrial release, or you're in violation of a condition of post-conviction detention. If you, for example, as some repeat offenders do, don't get a period of community supervision to accompany that sentence, you're sentenced to what we call straight time, then there wouldn't be any period of community supervision. So it would just be, you couldn't be held in violation of your release because you weren't on release.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense. I want to follow up, but I did want to come to Ms. O'Meara. I wanted to talk about the proposed task force. And what I heard from your testimony was that, yes, this is nice, but we believe DBH in many ways is already doing this work. That's what I got from parts of the testimony. And I just wanted to ask some follow-up questions. You talked about that DBH ran a pilot, I think it was before 2019 was the date given, and that the feedback was positive. And then you recommended organizing this task force under the CJCC. Why? Let's start there. So why would you recommend the CJCC?
Because they are already set up in hosting a number of standing committees that are working in the partnership between the criminal justice system and the Department of Behavioral Health. If I may
Yes.
clarify a bit of my statement, we actually do support a pre-arrest diversion program. There isn't one currently operating right now. DBH is doing a lot of great work in working to improve services and expand services to individuals in need, specifically in partnership with MPD. But there is a specific need for a pre-arrest diversion program. But we think we could potentially develop one and implement one without the task force.
And create it within the CJCC.
No, create the program within DBH. If there's a task force stood up,
I see. I
we
got
would
you.
recommend it be under, sorry for any.
No,
confusion
I
there.
got
Yeah.
it. I got it. So in other words, this may not be our first choice or our preference, but if it is created, you're recommending the CJCC.
Correct. If the task force is created, yes.
Understood. And do you have data, and maybe Dr. Bebout can reference some that would highlight the efforts currently underway that you might say are successful for reasons why we may not need to lean towards this task force?
Again, I think we need a pre-arrest diversion program.
Yes.
I advocated for it back, before the pandemic, stood one up. I think it has potential to be successful. Our officers still want a pre-arrest diversion program. So we absolutely support that. It is only that we think our partners are already working together and can effectively do it. without a task force. The work that we're doing together. So for instance, the co-response team, that is something we stood up in June initially, or rather May. DBH has hired on 5 new personnel that are working in partnership with 5 officers, working to respond to calls for service within the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 6th district. We just got grant funding to expand next year to the 7th district. So far, our officers have responded, have engaged with more than 400 individuals, individuals in the community with mental health needs. Out of those, we've only had 17 arrests and no uses of force by members of this team. So I think there's an example of positive
That's
work being
helpful.
done. Yep.
And so in my last 30 seconds, what is preventing DBH from standing this up?
Oh, I don't think they're prevention. I think they're interested in as well. It's a matter of the number of priorities and projects that they're running concurrently.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Thank you. That is my time. And I'm not sure we're going to have another round. So I want to thank you all for your testimony. And I likely will have follow-up questions that I'll send through the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for being here and for your continued engagement on these really important issues, and look forward to working with you and seeing what other ideas or questions that you have as we move forward. Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Suttenberg, about the strangulation component. We heard from some folks in the anti-domestic violence advocacy community today about their frustrations of a number of their cases not having serious consequences, and the perpetrators being not just back out, but in a lot of these cases back home. Later that day, the next day, is a continuing piece of feedback that we hear. And so can you speak about the strangulation component, why that's important to be part of the pretrial detention presumption?
Sure. Thank you for that question. Strangulation, as you're aware, is something that's been deemed a felony, and I think all but one other state and the district through the emergency bill designated as strangulation, which is such a crucial part of the domestic violence prevention infrastructure. Under current law, if it is not a crime of violence, then we are limited in how we can seek pretrial detention. There are other charges that could apply where we could seek pretrial detention, but it is not on its own eligible for pretrial detention. Because one of the goals of creating a felony offense of strangulation is to recognize the potential future lethality, incapacitating the person who's committed the strangulation at the earliest opportunity is important. And so that is one impact of it being a crime of violence. In addition, there's some enhancements that would only apply if it's a crime of violence. For example, if it's done against a minor. And so that would allow that enhancement to apply as well if it were a crime of violence.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Semenova, as we think about the pre-arrest diversion, can you speak to some of your experiences with clients, if you think that something like this would be helpful, how you think it could be stood up most effectively?
So I think the most effective thing would be not pre-arrest diversion, but to have a non-law enforcement response to community needs. So I believe it was 2021, the committee held a hearing on non-law enforcement response to community needs. The Whitebird Clinic from Oregon testified. I believe it was the Whitebird Clinic. It's a model. They run a program called Cahoots, where there's a crisis response that is done from a community organization, where a community organization would have a contract. 911 calls in some instances are routed directly to that organization. They talk to the individual, they help them navigate services, case management, crisis intervention, et cetera. It is not run through police, at least after the point of the initial contact. And I think on most of their calls was the testimony that they do not go with police officers once the call is triaged to them. And so I think I would provide my testimony from that hearing, but I think that is a really effective model, and it would reach more people. And that some of the frustrations that I think were identified in either the NEAR Act reporting on the police arrest diversion pilot or in the auditor's reporting of it was just the amount of needs that individuals have that cannot be met through this model. I remember that there were long waiting periods where people were waiting for a social worker to come and interview them. And a lot of that trust and real support that needs to be provided over long periods of time to individuals can best be provided through a non-law enforcement model. And the individuals that would be part of the pre-arrest diversion task force are very much government oriented. I saw there were organizations listed, but it's a government oriented approach to this, whereas a community oriented approach would be likely much more effective and meaningful in helping individuals over the long term.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that feedback, and we can definitely take a note of that. And I think you're right as we think about trust building. I hesitate to give this example because I know you and I have discussed in the past, and I think it's important not to legislate based off of, one outlier case. But there's a particular location in Ward 2 where the same individuals are out every day, oftentimes using drugs, selling drugs, buying or selling weapons. We've had behavioral health out there. We've had substance use experts out there. We've had community group after community group out there, to which the feedback is often extreme expletives or threats. Including myself saying, is there anything that we could help with? And so I just raised that to say, I worry about this category of cases that are including people who might not be responsive to the type of feedback or supports that we're talking about that are absolutely appropriate for a lot of other people in our city who need it, but then also aren't having accountability in the criminal justice system. So if somebody has a unmet mental health need, we're not really meeting it because they may say, we don't want the services that you're offering. But then if something grows violent, which in this circumstance, it has several times, there's also no accountability on the other end, because if it is brought through the criminal justice system, we've had our judges say, well, this is a mental health issue and there's nothing that we can really do here. And so I just say that example as a broader category of, as we think about pre-arrest diversion, which is why I think government focus is important here, is that this is a category of cases that otherwise would go through law enforcement. This isn't a run-of-the-mill, we need additional supports and services for our neighborhoods. This is for categories that have grown violent, or that have grown really problematic to a specific community or larger neighborhood that right now are being pretty unaddressed. And so I don't know if anyone has an answer to that. I just wanted to articulate a little bit more of these kind of middle ground cases that I'm trying to grapple with intervening in a thoughtful, comprehensive way that provides someone the needs that they have and provides accountability to the community.
I think it's positive if it is truly diverting individuals from otherwise being involved in the criminal legal system. So if these are cases that would be charged and prosecuted and individuals who would be brought through court, if there is an alternative because MPD has decided to divert those individuals, there is a citation release program, but if MPD wants to have a more robust, it would have to work with the U.S. Attorney's Office at that point to decide cases where they could charge them, but then still divert cases like that. That is absolutely a positive outcome, and PDS would support individuals not being held pretrial and not having to go through the criminal legal system and otherwise receiving support. I have not, in my experience, seen judges say the elements of the offense were met here, but the individual suffers from mental health issues, therefore I'm not going to detain them. And I don't know that Ms. Suttenberg would disagree with me that there is a mental health diversion court. The number of cases that go there are small and they are controlled by charge, but it is not a case where I think that DC Superior Court judges decide not to hear cases because of individual struggles with mental health needs.
Go ahead, Ms. O'Meara, and then Ms. Suttonberg, if you can comment on this conversation, but also on the task force idea in general.
Thank you, council member, and thank you for those comments as well. I wanted to sort of respond, if I might, to a couple of the points raised. One, when we operated the other program, we sort of operated on a number of principles, but one of them was all carrot, no stick. The charges were not held over someone's head, waiting to see whether they succeeded in the program or didn't succeed in the program. And I think that was really important for the partnership that developed between DBH and the individuals that were engaged. DBH is running a 911 diversion program, pilot together with OUC. We're supporting it, but really it doesn't involve us too much, but they are working to develop alternatives where police would not be sent out. But to your point, there are still a lot of circumstances where MPD is involved. And so this would provide other opportunities. I also think it's important to keep in mind that some of the scope of the need has changed as well, just in the past 5 years, in terms of we are seeing, I think there's, statistics that I don't know off the top of my head, behavioral health statistics about what we're seeing in terms of needs in the community that have grown since the pandemic. However, we are not arresting as many people under those types of scenarios. The charges that were eligible under the pre-arrest diversion program, which were lower level misdemeanors, they would not have included any simple assaults or violence against anyone, but those lower level misdemeanors, before the pandemic in 2018, 2019, there were about 7,500 to 8,000 arrests under those charges. That's not to say all those people were eligible, because again, it's the charge married up with the behavioral health needs. But today it's more like 3,000 a year under those charges. So we're already doing a lot to reduce the criminalization of a lot of that behavior. Thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Thank you. And I think building on what Ms. O'Meara said, and I do want to kind of commend Ms. O'Meara in particular, because I think she has spent a lot of her time kind of thinking through these issues and how we can best tailor law enforcement responses and alternative responses to meet the different needs that we're seeing in the community. And I think this bill in particular recognizes that we have a different approach when we see violent crime than we do when we see untreated mental health. This task force provides a space to recognize the unique structures in the district and kind of develop a program that is uniquely tailored for the district and responds to the unique needs and circumstances that we're seeing in the district in conjunction with all of the other things, right? It's different from mental health court, which is an important part, and we strongly support mental health court, but it's a different intercept on the sequential intercept model, and kind of thinking through all of the different points where we can be involved to really reduce crime, and that is everybody's goal in the community. So this task force is just a place for people to come together and to continue to think about and foster these ideas.
Thank you very much. I am sorry I didn't see you here on Zoom, Councilmember Fruman. Just in under the wire, or maybe you've been here for a long time. But welcome back. And if you'd like a 10-minute round with our government witnesses, please go ahead.
So thank you very much. I've been in and out listening all day. And I actually want to start by following up on what you were asking about, Chair Pinto, because this is something that I was asking about earlier this morning. There's this space where it is criminal conduct that's going on, but it is there are clear mental health issues that underlie it. And I hear from officers all the time that they're not sure how to deal with that situation, because they don't want to criminalize it, but they also have an obligation to keep the community safe. And this is happening, in my experience, more and more. And when acceptance of treatment is voluntary, you can get stuck. And I was hearing Miss Semenova saying that in a setting like, if I understood it correctly, and correct me, but in a setting in which there may be criminal conduct, that the police could bring a charge and hold that, in a sense, hold that charge over the person, but they could then choose, instead of going into the criminal justice system, to go a treatment route, where, and in that sort of a setting, there would be leverage to get that person to accept treatment. And then on the other hand, Ms. Mira, I heard you say that for the program to work, it's all carrot, no stick, which seemed like it felt like the roles had been reversed here. So can you help me understand, what do we do? How, Ms. Semenova, how were you thinking about approaching it in a setting where you had conduct that was technically criminal, but really fundamentally a mental health issue, and we wanted to get that person into a program to help them? Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't mean to suggest that it was that a coercive program would be appropriate, or that that's what would happen. So I did not mean to. If I suggested that, I certainly didn't mean to. The pre-arrest diversion task force language says that there would be certain misdemeanor offenses. Presumably, they'd be identified by the task force, and that with those certain misdemeanor offenses, individuals could receive other avenues of kind of other tracks that are non-carceral, non-criminal legal system. And as a general principle, we support that. But whether there's a way to do this entirely without MPD involvement, which would be to have a community actor come in and be and address those needs with that individual without an arrest, without a diversion from arrest, just with community support for those needs. And that's what I was speaking to.
And then what happens in a setting in which the person doesn't want to accept that kind of support and treatment? What do we do?
I think it's the first layer of intervention. So it's seeing if many situations can be resolved in this way. And I think it's studying that model of non-law enforcement addressing community needs.
Yeah, and I know it's hard, but I think Chair Pinto has confronted situations like this where you want to solve it that way, but you may not have people who are willing to try to solve it that way. And then what do? You're stuck with the MPD response and the carceral approach, which nobody's happy with. And to help us to try to figure out what to do in settings like that. This morning when I was asking questions, that was one of the areas that I was exploring. A different thing, and it's not, there's been a lot of great questioning on very specific things in the different bills. One of the things that many of the advocates say is that the length of the sentences does not have an impact in terms of deterrence. It's the certainty of punishment that has an impact in terms of deterrence. And I wonder, Ms. Sutenberg, that people say there's all kinds of research in support of that idea. I'm curious what you think of that research. Do you share that view that it is not the length of the sentences, but the certainty of punishment? Or do you see it differently?
So I think when people talk about that, they're typically referring to a National Institute of Justice report that says that the certainty of being caught is a vastly more powerful deterrent than the punishment. And I think that's what people are mostly referring to. But I think and that is correct. Obviously, we agree with that. That's a fact. But I do want to kind of step back. And I think that we kind of narrowly focus on that kind of one pronouncement when we're talking about criminal sentencing in general. There are other reasons for criminal sentencing. Deterrence is a very important part of it. And I think that's a general deterrence, not even specific deterrence of deterring that individual person. But we also need to think about in criminal sentencing, incapacitation taking this person away from the community because they're deemed a danger to the community. Retribution, punishment. If you do something very serious, you should be punished. And then rehabilitation is another prong as well. So deterrence is important, but I think I can talk a little bit more about this. I don't want to go too far into it, but it's kind of part of a broader package. And also there is evidence that some length of sentences do have a deterrent effect as well.
Well, you can take a little bit more time talking about it, because I do think that this is quite important, actually. And some of the things in the bill, Councilmember Allen talked about, well, is this filling a gap or is this a sentencing enhancement? And the discussion about the discarding of the gun, and I think the point was made that possession of the gun would be a necessary element of proving discarding the gun. And so if this works as a sentencing enhancement, that's one thing, and that's one way we should think about it. But or is it filling a gap? But this question of length of sentences and what the impact of the length of sentences is important, because as we're thinking about ways to try to improve public safety, should our focus be on the length of the sentences, or should it be on the other elements that will create a greater sense of certainty of punishment? And I'm curious, Ms. Mira, what your view on that length of sentences, certainty of punishment, philosophical idea is. Do you have a view on that?
Or thank you for the question, council member. I think it's something that we grapple with daily. And as Ms. Sutterberg alluded to, it's not just one piece. It's really the totality of the criminal justice response, I think, in terms of whether or not people perceive a deterrence from the criminal justice system. And I know there's certainly valid and strong research in one direction, but we also see real world examples here in the district where if you look regionally and if you certainly talk to people who have been in the life, who have been offenders, they know not to drive into or go into Virginia because the criminal justice system response is going to be very different and they don't want to get tied up in that. So I don't think it is a black and white issue. I think there's a lot of nuance in terms of what goes into dissuading somebody from carrying a gun, from engaging in these crimes.
Well, I hear you on that, but I guess part of what I hear about using that Virginia example is that it's about certainty of punishment, that it's not necessarily about the length of the sentences. And the question I'm getting at is, because we have a dozen things we need to do in this space, but to what is the priority on lengthening sentences? Is that really where the gap is, or is the gap in certainty of punishment? And your view about how important length of sentences versus certainty of punishment, it gets thrown out as this is a unequivocal truth that it isn't length of sentences, it is certainty of punishment. And I'm curious what the U.S. Attorney's view is on that and what MPD's view on that is. And I think Ms. Sundberg was saying that it may or may not have an impact on deterrence, but there are other goods, punishment and keeping people off the streets. And I'm curious if MPD has a view on that question of what role length of sentence versus certainty of punishment plays.
I don't think it's a very clear-cut dichotomy. I recognize, that is often where the discussion leads to. But again, it's not necessarily either or. It's the totality of the response. And one of the things that Ms. Sutterberg has been helping me on, I'm not an expert in the sentencing guidelines, and they're very complicated in terms of, a 5-year maximum penalty. I'll let Ms. Sutterberg deal with this, is actually means that the judge can only provide a 3-year sentence. And so it's very complicated in terms of, we may look at just the line in the legislation that says 5-year maximum. But how does that translate into reality? And what does that mean? How is that then interpreted by people in the community? And so I think it's not quite black and white.
All right, well, I've run over, but thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Pinto.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman, and I really appreciate you being here today and for many of the hearings we've had this fall on moving forward elements of my Secure DC plan and your continued engagement and partnership in this space. I do just want to comment, we can kind of end here on the discussion you all were just having about the certainty of punishment versus the length of the sentence. And while there are some provisions in the Active Amendment Act that do deal with penalty enhancements, which in practice will increase some sentences, I think the crux of the intention and the majority of these provisions is really about the certainty. It's about making sure that somebody who is arrested for strangulation can be held. That's certainty. Endangerment with a firearm, that's certainty. Discarding of a firearm is certainty. Having judges explain themselves just like they have to do when they decide to hold somebody with the presumption why somebody is released who's overcome the presumption is about certainty. And so I appreciate the comments that it doesn't have to be either or, and there's a whole complicated array of elements that go into a criminal justice system that's going to work, that's going to be effective, that's going to deter crime, that's going to be fair to defendants, that's going to be just for victims. And we will always consider all of the balancing act as we move forward. But in terms of this specific bill, I do think on balance, the gaps that it seeks to fill is about making the certainty of being caught more clear, as opposed to about lengthening sentences for sentence sake. So I really appreciate you all being here, your continued partnership. The conversation is not over. I learned a lot today about various pieces that may require more work and more conversation. And so I hear you all. And I want to thank our public witnesses again for being here today and being part of this important conversation. And to my committee staff for another great long day. And with that, the time is now 4:56 p.m. and we are adjourned.